Continuing.
ねえねえ、クジラさん、クジラさん。
Hey, Mr. Whale, Mr. Whale.
今何時だ？
What time is it?
午後9時だ。
A whale of time. You. You better not have been asked. You better not have asked me to come all this way just to tell me that stupid joke. And I brushed my microphone, so I don't know what that sounds like, but anyway. And it's only 8 a.m. in the morning.
違うよ。
No.
ここ、タケピョンとデートしようと思って。
I just wanted to go on a date with you, Ed. Coco too? Date? Yeah.
だってタケピョン、ここに告ったでしょ？
Well, Takepyon, you like me, right? But I thought you knew everything.
だからタケピョンとココは恋人同士さんなわけで。
So that means we're going out. That means we're going out.
恋人同士さんが愛を語らい合うのにうってつけの場所といったら、なんといっても定番なのは満天の星空の下なのであり。
When a girlfriend and a boyfriend tell each other their true feelings, everyone knows it's best to be under a starlit sky.
だから連れてきたんだよ。このクジラさんのとこに。
That is why I brought you here, to the whale.
というのは、うっすぴょーん。
Actually, I'm just teasing you.
タケピョンにはもうお嫁さんがいるんだもんね。
You're already married, right, Takepyon? That's another kind of tease. Huh?
てれんなてれんな。
Don't be shy.
ここ、タケピョンのことならなんでも知ってるんだから。
I know everything there is to know about you.
ううん。タケピョンのことだけじゃなくて、他のこともみんなわかるんだ。
And not only you, I know everything there is to know about everything. Everything?
そうだよ。
Well, yeah.
だってここ、超能力者なんだもん。
Of course, I'm psychic.
ここにはね、昔から別の世界の人とお話しできる力があるの。
For as long as I can remember, I've been able to talk with people from different worlds. Different worlds meaning the other side?
そういうん
Um,
じゃなくて、こことは違う別の世界のこと。
no, not like that, just another world that isn't this one. Ah,
その別の世界にいる人の視点を借りれば、過去も未来もいっぺんにわかるんだよ。
if I borrow the sight from the people in the other world, I can see everything from the past and future. Oh, really? Wow.
例えば、二次元平面に住んでる人たちには、その世界の全体像は見えないでしょ？
Like the people in the second dimension, they can't really see the whole world, right?
ナスカの地上絵は地上にいても見えないよね。
You can't see those huge line drawings in Nazca, Peru from the ground, right?
ディスプレイに描いたかっちょいいメカの絵も、その絵の中の1ドットさんには理解できないわけだし。
And let's say you have a really cool drawing of a robot on your computer display. one of the dots on the screen, they can't see the whole drawing. Yeah?
それを見るにはどうすればいい？
So what can they do to see the whole picture?
ナスカの地上絵だったら上空から見下ろせばいいし。
Well, for the pictures at Nazca, all you have to do is go up in the air and look down.
かっちょいいメカの絵だったら画面から離れて三次元空間内から見ればいいよね。
And for the picture on the display, if you get a little bit away from the screen into the third dimension, you can see it, right?
ここたちがいる世界は三次元空間でしょ？
We're in the third dimension, right?
三次元空間が時間軸方向に移動してるんだ。
Only the third dimension keeps moving on forward in time.
で、その様子を見るには三次元空間内にいたんじゃ無理じゃない？
So in order to see it moving, you can't just stay in the third dimension.
四次元空間の中からココたちの世界を見下ろさなくちゃいけないの。
You'd have to look down at everything from the fourth dimension.
Come to think of it, didn't Sora mention something like this?
でも、ココは人間だし、時間の流れから脱出することはできないし。
But I'm human, and I can't get out of the flow of time.
だから、四次元空間の世界に住んでる人から視点を借りるんだ。
So I just borrow the viewpoint of the people from the fourth dimension.
So what you're trying to say is the people from the other side are really people from the fourth dimension?
Yep. That's the dumbest thing I've ever.
できるんだもん。
Oh, well, I can.
They accidentally croak a Takeshi line? Maybe.
できちゃうんだもん。
I really can.
実際にできちゃうんだから。
I really, really can.
しょうがないでしょ？
Great, huh?
It's the third eye.
そうとも言う。
Yeah, you could call it that too.
So you can tell everything about my past then.
北端の場合はココのとは少し違うのかも。
Well, I don't know. I don't really think that I can help you, Hokutan.
Yeah?
北端は本当の北端じゃないでしょ？
Because you aren't really Hokutan, right?
北端は視点を借りてるんじゃないんだよ、きっと。
So you aren't borrowing anyone's perception, I think.
北端の場合は視点そのものなんじゃないかな。
In your case, Hokutan, I'm pretty sure you're just perception itself, right?
What do you mean?
ブリック・ヴィンケルさん。
Blinkwinkle.
What?
ブリック・ヴィンケルさんなら全部知ってると思うよ。
I'm pretty sure Blinkwinkle knows everything.
Blinkwinkle? Just then. Oh no. Kaboom. A massive boom rocked our eardrums. We all reflexively looked up. The ceiling of our world, the cosmos, had shattered. Immediately, a large amount of seawater rained down on us like an avalanche. Shards from the shattered wall cracked off and shot into the floor like bullets. I looked back, but Coco was gone. Coco! Nobody was there to respond. All of the sound was drowned out from the water rushing in, so that we could hardly even hear our own voices. Droplets of water were falling from above. White mist was rising from below. The water level was rising quickly. The incoming jet of water from the ceiling struck the whale, which was suspended in the center of the room. It bent backwards hard, fell, and lay on the floor. Its big mouth flapped open, its pupils were empty. The whale was dead. I turned around, cutting through the water, and fled from the room. The door to the whale room closed with a gurgling sound.
お兄ちゃん、大丈夫？
Oni-chan, are you okay? I spun around, drawn by Sara's voice. She was standing there, shoulders heavy.
警報が鳴ったから飛んできたんだけど。
I ran here as soon as the alarm sounded, but looking over Sara's shoulder, I could see people running toward us from the corridor. I returned my gaze to the door. It didn't appear to be leaking. The whale room was flooded, but it looked as though the other areas were safe. For now.
ねえ、お兄ちゃん。
Hey.
血
Blood. Eh?
血出てる。
You're bleeding. Sara pointed to my left hand. I looked at my palm. Where did I get this cut? Did a shard hit me when it fell and I just didn't notice? Or did I snag it on something when I was trying to get out of the door? At any rate, bright red blood was dripping from the side of my hand.
平気？
You okay? Sara took a white handkerchief from her pocket and, taking my injured hand in hers, bound the wound.
痛い？
Does it hurt? I shook my head. The truth was, I didn't feel anything. More important than the scratch on my head. And I've actually had this happen where it's like you get a cut and then you don't notice until later. Anyway. Blink Winkle.
え？
Eh? Sara tilted her head questioningly. More than the injury, more than the flooding, more than anything, Coco's words are running through my head.
ブリック・ヴィンケルさん。
Blink
Winkle.
Blink Winkle. Blink Winkle. Who are you? Who am I? Again. I could hear that voice again. Was it my voice or someone else's? I kept staring at the palm of my left hand. A red stain spread slowly across the white fabric. Who are you? Who am I?
北端は本当の北端じゃないでしょ？
Because you aren't really Hokutan, right?
ブリック・ヴィンケルさんなら全部知ってると思うよ。
I'm pretty sure that Blinkwinkle knows everything.
Blink Winkle. Blink Winkle. Blood. The wet crimson stain spread. The blood fell in thick droplets. I'm supposed to pick up on something here. I don't know what it is. I mean, Blink Winkle, he just drank a potion and got really old. That isn't really indicative of knowledge. If you get really old, you basically have less knowledge than your physical age would suggest. Landing in the puddles at my feet. It spread out in the water like smoke to eventually dissolve into the seawater. Just then, my vision grew red. I could see it. I could see everything. Everything in the year 2017, a continuous flow of fragmentary images. Pieces of this world flowed by without context. I was simply an onlooker of everything in this world. Yes, I couldn't take part. I could only watch. I was nothing more than a perception. Coco groaned and her hand pressed against her mouth. Fresh crimson blood dribbled through the cracks on her fingers. The red stain spread on the floor of the control room.
なんてこと。
This is bad.
これは、この症状は。
These symptoms are...
症状？そんなのどうでもいい。
Symptoms? Who cares about symptoms?
見てわからないの？このままじゃココが。
Don't you realize if we leave her like this, Coco's going to...
ココ、しっかりするんだ。
Coco, hang in there.
クラナに、どうしよう。どうしよう。
Takeshi, what are we going to do? What can we do?
待て、取り乱すんじゃない。みんな落ち着け。
Having the same voice actor for, like, Takeshi and the older, whatever his name is, Kaburaki, Huh. I was only a perspective and had no real sense of feeling. The link between my sight and consciousness had been broken, and all I could do was continually gaze at the scene unfolding before me. I felt neither sadness nor anger, neither impatience nor despair. I was looking at the reality in front of me, as one might stare at a meaningless jumble of numbers. Teeth Blue, Revision 2017. 2017, Revision 17. The LMRI was scanning Coco's condition. The Teeth Blau
しっ
virus.
かりしてよココ
Coco, hold on.
嫌だ死んじゃ嫌だ
No, don't die on me. Coco's body lay on the examination table. Kabaraki held her thin arm intensely.
目を開けてくれココ
Open your eyes, Coco.
頼むよ起きてくれよ
Come on, wake up. Kabaraki grabbed a hold of Coco's shoulders and was shaking her violently.
おいよせやめろ少年
Hey, cut it out. Stop it, kid. Takeshi pulled him back from Coco.
何すんだよ
What are you doing?
バカ野郎落ち着けよ
Jackass, calm the hell down.
そんなことして何になるんだ
What do you think that's going to accomplish, huh?
だってココが
Well, she's gonna...
このままじゃココが死んじゃうよ
If we don't do anything, Coco is going to die.
慌てんな何か手はあるはずだ
Calm down. There's gotta be something we can do.
黙ってろ落ち着け考えろ
Don't get crazy. Let's just calm down and think. Sora interrupted Takeshi and the kid with her hand. Looking all of the people gathered in the face, she announced,
EBF と呼ばれる施設がこの真下にあります。
There is an installation called IBF directly below us.
テーマパークレミューの運営母体、ライプリヒ製薬。そのライプリヒが設立した研究施設が EBF です。
The management company that built Lemu is Leiblich Pharmaceutical. Their research facility is IBF.
EBF
Well, they can't say F in Japanese. IBF. Okay. Takeshi mumbled to himself. It seemed as if it were familiar to him.
EBF にはこちらの救護室よりもはるかに充実した医療設備が整っているはずです。
I mean, there is a like a hiragana that the romanization of it is usually written FU, like just like the letters. But if you hear it pronounced, it doesn't really sound like fu. It's like it's different. There's a medical center there that is far superior to this one.
あくまでレミのデータベースからの推測ですが、
At least from the information we can get from Lemi's database.
EBF の診療室には最新型の高圧酸素治療装置があるようです。
It appears that they have a new type of high-pressure oxygen treatment device there.
その治療装置を使えば白血球の殺菌作用が増大します。
And if we can treat her with that, her leukocyte or white blood cell activity should increase.
ココちゃんの症状をある程度緩和することができるかもしれません。
This should help ease Coco's condition somewhat.
よしわかった
Alright then.
EBF
EBF.
とにかくそこに連れて行けばココは助かるんだな
So all we need to do is get her over there, and Coco can be saved, right?
でも EBF に行くにはヒンメルを通らないとヒンメルの扉は開かないんですよ。
However, in order to get to IBF, we have to get through Himmel, and Himmel's door isn't opening.
とにかく行くんだよ
I don't care, we're going.
それ以外に方法はないんだ
There isn't any other way there. This dialogue's slightly different, but okay.
無駄かもしれないけど
It might not work.
いやとにかく行ってみなきゃわからないだろ
We don't know that unless we try, right?
そら案内頼む
Sora, show me how to get there.
少年ちょっと手伝ってくれ
Hey kid, give me a hand.
はい
Okay. Takeshi picked up Coco's inert body and carried her piggyback. They arrived at Himmel. The door was shut fast.
そうどうすりゃいいんだ
Damn it, what are we going to do? Coco slid off of Takeshi's back. She weakly hunched over on the floor. The color of her face had gone translucent white, her lips parched, and her eyes looked feverish. Just then,
Öffnen Sie die Tür von Himmel.
Often see die Tour von Himmel.
アナウンスなんだ？
What does that mean?
誰かがレミシステムにアクセスしています。
Someone is trying to access Lem's system.
この部屋の中、ヒンメルの端末からです。
From inside the room, from a terminal inside Himmel.
なんだって？
What? The access indicator blink for the electric lock began to blink and soon changed to green. The hatch's lever raised and turned automatically. The door opened. It was pure white inside. So squinting against the brightness, they walked into the room to explore. It appeared as if it was a computer control room.
おい、人が！
Hey, there's someone there. There's
こいつ
someone
が
here.
扉を開けたのは。
Did he open up the door just now? There was someone passed out on the floor. He was a man who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a white lab coat.
おい、おっさん、どうした？
Hey, mister, are you alright? Takeshi rushed over to the man and lifted him from a sitting position. The man didn't reply to Takeshi's call. He just sat there with his eyes closed.
そもそもこいつ、誰なんだ？
Who is this guy?
そら、彼が誰だかわかるか？
Sora, do you have any idea who this is?
いいえ、ID 照合できません。
No, I'm unable to verify his ID.
ですが、その服装からするとおそらく EBF の研究員の方だと思います。
But judging from the way he is dressed, it is safe to assume that he is a researcher at the IBF facility. The researcher let out a dry gasp and opened his eyes slightly.
なあ、あんたは下の研究所のスタッフなのか？
Hey, you're one of the staff from the research facility.
そうだ。
Yeah, that's right.
君は救助隊じゃなさそうだな。
Doesn't seem like you're here to rescue me. With a shaking hand, he grabbed onto Takeshi. The hand was covered in
レ
blood.
ミューにまだ人がいたのか。あれから6日は経っただろうに。
So there are still people in Nemu, and it's been 6 days since.
こいつは驚きだ。
Oh, what a surprise. Blood trickled from his mouth as Andy smiled wryly.
おい、あんま無理に喋るな。
Hey, don't strain yourself, you don't have to talk.
すまんな。我々のせいで。
So sorry, it's all our fault.
どうした？下で何かあったのか？
What happened? Did something happen down there? Everyone stood quietly, gathered around the researcher, and seemed to have lost the ability to talk. The research worker murmured and looked up vacantly at all the figures around him.
だけど、どうしてこんな、
But while this,
こんな、
this, and he suddenly fell silent. His eyelids slowly closed.
おい、しっかりしろ！
Hey, hang in there. Takeshi shook the man's shoulders, but there was no response. But at least it seemed he was breathing.
こうなれば、彼も一緒に連れて行くしかないでしょうね。
Well, we'll have to bring him with us. Takeshi nodded and stood up and picked up the unconscious researcher. Watching the situation, Sora began a quiet explanation.
皆さん、この部屋の奥にもう一つ部屋があります。見えますか？
Everyone at the far end of this room is another room. Can you see it?
あれは EBF 用の加減圧室です。
That is the compression chamber for IBF.
私の持つわずかなデータから判断しますと、
Judging from my incomplete data,
EBF には通常のレミューよりもさらに高圧のガスが封入されています。EBF もまた飽和潜水仕様というわけです。
IBF is enclosed in higher pressure gas than Lemu. The IBF area is set to what is known as saturation diving specifications.
その方が特殊な細菌の研究に適しているということもあるのでしょう。EBF の内部気圧は実に約 12.5 気圧。
This type of area is also probably more suitable for research with bacteria. The atmospheric pressure of IBF is actually at about 12.5 atmospheres.
皆さんにはあの部屋に入っていただきます。
I want all of you to enter that room.
そして加減圧室での約1時間の加圧が完了次第、専用リフトで EBF へと下降することになります。
And after you spend about 1 hour in the compression chamber, you'll take the access elevator down to IBF.
念のため申し上げておきますが、
I should tell you this as a precaution, but
ここから先は容易に後戻りすることはできません。皆さん、心してください。
you will not be able to retrace our steps easily from this point on. Please give this due consideration. Following Sora's instructions, everyone headed into IBF compression chamber. The long compression started. During that time, nobody said a single word. The compression finished. Everyone headed into the elevator. The door sealed and the elevator started to lower, as though it were sliding.
Tiefe 70 meter.
Depth 210 feet.
Tiefe 80 meter.
Depth 240 feet.
Tiefe 90 meter.
Depth 270 feet.
Tiefe 119 meter.
Depth 357 feet. The door opened and everyone poured out. It seemed that there was a pool where a small submarine could dock. Although the area was directly attached to the ocean, the inside of the outside and outside pressure were the same, keeping the ocean water out of the room. It was the same as turning a cup upside down and putting it in water. They all stopped in their tracks, and if waiting for an alarm to go off, they studied their surroundings tensely. There was no sign of anyone.
とにかく先へ行こう。
Anyway, let's go where we have to go. They opened a watertight door at the other side of the room and continued deeper into the installation. Examination room. The kid and Yu placed Coco, who they'd been carrying, in the nearby bed. Tsugumi and Takeshi lowered the researcher gently into a chair. The LMRI, the same type that had been in Lamu, was in the room.
なあ、ユウ。空の言ってた高圧酸素治療装置ってのはどれなんだ？
Hey, Yu, where is that high-pressure oxygen thing that Sora was talking about?
わかんないよ、そんなの。
How should I know?
つぐみ、どうする？
Tsugumi, what should we do?
調べるしかないわ。ここのことは誰も知らないんだから。
Well, we'll look for it. None of us knows a thing about this place.
待て。
Wait. The researcher coughed as he spoke.
おい、おっさん、あんま動くな。大丈夫か？
Hey, don't move, are you okay?
無事とは言えんが、まだ生きてるよ。
I've been better, but at least I'm alive. The researcher raised his hand weakly as he spoke.
この匂い、ここは EBF か。
This smell, is this IBF?
戻ってきてしまったな。
Back where I started.
あんた、やっぱりここの人間だったのか。
So you were working here.
いや、それなら聞きたいことがある。高圧酸素治療装置ってのを探してるんだ。
Wait, there's something I want to ask you. We're looking for something called a high-pressure oxygen treatment device.
診療室まで来たのはいいが、俺たちにはどれがその装置かわからない。頼む、教えてくれ。
We've come as far as the examination room, but we don't have a clue what to look for. Can you help us, please?
酸素治療。ああ、ポッドだな。
Oxygen treatment? Yeah, you're looking for the pods.
合金製のカプセルがあるはずだ。中にマットが敷いてある。
There should be some alloy capsules with mats set inside of them.
円筒形の柱にくっついてるやつだ。見えるかい？
They look like a bunch of cylinders stuck to a pillar. You see them?
ああ、目の前にある。
Yeah, they're right in front of me.
そいつが、そうだ。
That's them.
しっかりしろ。わかった。もうあまり喋らないでくれ。
Hang in there. We found them, so don't waste your energy talking anymore, okay? New blood appeared on the researcher's closed hand as he wiped his
あ
mouth.
とはマニュアルを見てくれ。操作は簡単なはずだ。
Just look at the manual. They should be easy to operate.
ああ、了解した。
Okay, gotcha. The strength left the researcher's hand. And as he sat there, it seemed all the life had left the researcher's body, and he looked like an old, withered up tree.
ここをポッドに入れよう。それからこのおっさんも。
Let's put Coco in a pod, and this researcher too.
ええ、そうね。
Yeah. They put Coco and the researcher into separate pods and closed the lids.
マニュアルは？
Did you find the manual?
見つけた。こっちのコントロールパネルで。
Yeah, this is the control panel. Flipping through the thick book that appeared to be the manual, you start operating a terminal a short distance
高
away.
圧酸素治療。セット。
High pressure oxygen treatment set. The screens on the monitors attached to the tubes flickered and both of the pods seemed to be functioning normally.
これで大丈夫なはずよ。
That should do it.
オッケー。
Okay. Blood pressure, heart rate, respiration rate normal. They silently watched Coco and the researcher. Although it was too soon to say if they had recovered, Coco and the researcher's face seemed to settle a bit. They had somehow managed to stave off death.
よかった。
I'm so relieved.
ええ、よかったわ、本当に。
Tell me about it. Yeah,
なんとか間に合ったな。
looks like we made it in time. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It seemed as if they had escaped the worst for the moment.
さあ、
Well,
俺たちもここでのんびりしてる場合じゃないぞ。
we don't have time to hang around, you know. They started searching around the facility. Their aim was threefold: to find a way to escape the facility, to see if any communication lines were open, and to look for any other survivors. While Takeshi, Tsugumi, and the young Kaburaki were searching around IBF, you stayed with the resting Koko and researcher. Meanwhile, Takeshi and the others soon arrived at the small room covered in iron plating. There were a few computer terminals there with nobody stationed at them. Operating the terminals, they scanned through some of the information there. They were searching for any information that they could use, and finally came across something interesting. IBF Visitor Registry, Koko Yagami. Koko's name was listed in the corner of a business log. Looking further into the file, they seemed to be a personal memo written by somebody. Author Takeshi Yagami. That's a different Takeshi. I get to see my daughter for the first time in a while. Her school was on vacation, so she had a 10-day break. I've been trapped for so long in this tin can doing virus research that I'm jealous. That aside, when I told her that special permission had been granted for her to come down to CIBF, she sent me a happy reply saying she would. We've exchanged mail every once in a while, but I wonder how long it's been since we've actually seen each other. I'll just be happy if she hasn't forgotten what I look like. Which meant that Koko had been to visit IBF once before May 1st, to see her father. Postscript. It seems like TUI's daughter is working part-time here in Lamu. I'm still not sure if I should tell him her. That's new. Is it? After that point, all the data was corrupted, making it impossible to check what else had been written. In the end, they found nothing. Tanaka Yoichi is TY, right? No way out, no means to communicate with above, and no survivors. After searching around, Takeshi, Kaburaki, and Tsugumi all headed back to the examination room.
ユウ、状況は？
I don't know, I don't think that's new. That's, like, old stuff. I just didn't notice it before. I don't know if I should tell him. But you would think that if he came down... Oh. That makes everything so much thicker. That makes the plot just so much thicker. Oh, well, whatever. You, how are they doing?
今のところは大丈夫だよ。
Yeah, it looks like they're doing okay for now. You looked tired as she sat down and faced the pod's control panel. Her eyes were a bit red, as if she'd been crying.
そうだ、倉成。さっきここの端末で医療用データベースを確認したんだけど。
Oh yeah, Takeshi, I checked the medical database on this terminal earlier, but...
あ、何か分かったのか？
Yeah, did you find something?
うん。
Yeah.
ティーフブラウイルスの治療法。決定的なものはまだ発見されていないみたい。
It looks as if they still haven't found any definite way to treat the Tiefblau virus.
対症療法として例のオレンジアンプルの注射で症状を一時的に緩和することはできるけど。
It's just like the parallelism. So, Takeshi drowned. Yu's mother, Yuki Tanaka, like Yubisai Harukana's mother, Yuki Tanaka, told her that Yoichi Tanaka drowned. But then the stuff on the computer that Sora found said that he died of deep blue. And it's like Takeshi's alternate routes. He can die either of deep blue in the bad ending, or in the two not bad endings, even though the bad he drowns. It's like, what the dad drowning? Why do they parallel each other? Why is Yoichi and Takeshi similar? But then Yoichi's still alive. Huh. It's like, how did the way that Yoichi managed to survive, are we going to apply that to somebody? We're going to apply that to Takeshi? This is a different approach. This is a different way to go at it. All those symptoms can be temporarily treated by injecting that orange syrup.
あとは確率の低い自然治癒を待つしか方法はないらしいの。
Otherwise, the only option is to hope for a small chance it'll clear up by itself.
そうか。
Oh,
辛いな。
that sucks.
え、
Huh?
それってどういうこと？
What do you mean?
そうね。つまり、
Well, basically.
ココが治るには、ココ自身の免疫機能が頑張るしかないってこと。
If Coco is going to heal, her immune system is going to have to work a little harder.
私たちは彼女をポットに入れて、あとは祈るしかない。
We've brought her to the treatment pod. All we can do now is hope.
そうだね。そういうことになる。
Yeah, that's all we can do.
そんな、
No.
ここは治らないの？
Coco isn't going to get better?
治らないとは言ってない。
Nobody said that.
ただ、治るかどうかは、ココ本人の生きる力にかけるしかないんだ。
Whether she gets better or not is up to Coco's will to live. The young Kabaraki walked over to the pod where Coco was sleeping.
ココ、
Coco.
ココ。
Coco. He started to cry, latching onto the pod as though he were embracing it.
あのポットがココをどれだけ助けてくれるかも未知数なの。
We still don't know how much this pod is going to help Coco. You murmured softly as she read the life signs on the monitor.
高圧酸素治療の他にもレーザーでの現金やら簡単な手術のできる機能も備わってるらしいし。
It seems this pod can also do laser disinfecting, as well as simple surgery and disintoxin treatment.
使い方によってはハイバネーションすら可能のようだけど。
And depending on how you use it, even cryogenic suspension.
ハイバネーション？
Hibernation.
なんだそれは、ユウ。
What's that, you? Here we go!
わからない。マニュアルにそうあっただけ。
I'm not sure. It was just in the manual.
結局私たちには何も分かってない。
We don't really know is going to happen.
今は信じて待つしかないの。
All we can do is have faith and wait. Right then, beep. A sharp alarm sounded from the control panel monitor. Shocked, the four of them all turned to face the screen at once. An agonized expression came over the face of the researcher. He thrashed and contorted inside the cramped capsule. Ah?
おっさん！
Hey, mister. The researcher coughed violently and clawed at his throat. His hand and the area around his mouth were stained red. The color quickly drained from his skin. His breathing became shallow and he groaned in a low voice.
そんないきなり容体が変わるなんて。
No. I can't believe his condition would change like this.
おっさん、それ以上喉を引っかくな。破れちまうぞ。
Hey, mister, stop grabbing at your throat like that. You'll crush it. It's what you gotta be ready for when you try to become a voice actor. He slowly lowered the hands which had been thrashing at his throat with. Typos are strong with this one.
おっさん、大丈夫か？
Hey, mister, are you alright?
いや、
No.
もうここまでだな。
This is as far as I make it. The researcher was barely breathing. He was trying to breathe. He let out a gasp. He wasn't able to bring in air.
これも 報いか。
This is my reward. You pored over the manual and desperately searched the control panel. But there was nothing she could do. There was no way for her to keep him alive. She pounded on the manual. Then placed both elbows on the panel and covered her face with her hands. She burst into tears. Tsugumi and Kaburaki gazed at the monitor with strained expressions. The researcher's vital signs were getting weaker.
娘を
My daughter.
娘を頼むぞ。
Daughter, take care of her. He looked as though he were smiling, and finally he stopped breathing. Beep. The life readings from the capsule pod went blank, and an electronic alarm sounded what seemed like forever. Takeshi reached out his hand to the panel and turned off the alarm.
ここの容体は
How is Coco?
正常。
Normal. He replied in a voice filled with tears.
今のところは問題ないよ。
There doesn't seem to be anything wrong for the moment.
そうか。わかった。
Okay, thanks.
おっさん。後で丁重に葬ってやらないとな。
I'll have to make sure he gets a proper burial. It was an unsettling silence. In the belly of that iron hulk, they stopped breathing and stood still. Their expressions were lifeless. It was impossible to tell what any of them were thinking. The white interior of the room was filled with a quiet calm. Time passed slowly, cruelly, crawling forward second by second. Takeshi and Yu leaned against the wall of the corridor. So something of to note here, when you do the Sora ending, Takeshi and Yu have a conversation in the corridor. When you do the Tsugumi ending, Takeshi and Tsugumi have the conversation in the corridor. So this is an interesting admixture.
彼には逃げられない事情があったのよ。生き延びるだけの事情も。
He had certain situations that he couldn't escape from, certain things that kept him alive. Yu finally spoke. Her small voice bounced off the cold iron walls of the partitioning.
事情
Things?
実は彼が亡くなる前、みんなが探索に出てる間に少しだけ話ができたの。
Before he died and everyone was off searching, I had the chance to talk with him some.
研究員さんは苦しそうだったし、私はちょっと気がとがめたんだけど、
I tried to get him to stop because he seemed like he was suffering, but
彼、話してる方が気分が楽だからって。
he said talking made him feel better, so
そうだったのか。で、どんな話を
I see. Well, what did he talk about?
あの研究員さんは EBF に来る前はレミューのシステム開発に関わっていたらしいの。
Before coming to IBF, he said that he'd been involved with the project to develop Lemu's system.
レミューの管理プログラムを作った開発スタッフのうちの一人だったってそう言ってた。
He was one of the staff that had engineered Lemu's management software,
ってことは、つまり、
meaning that
ヒンメル、レミ、そしてソラ。彼の手になるものはレミューにあった。
Himmel, Leme, and Sora, everything he made went into Lemu.
プログラマーにとっては
Being a programmer,
レミューのシステムは自分の子供のようなものなのよ。
the system here at Lemu was like his own child.
だとすると、自分の子供のことを案じて
So he was worried about his children?
きっとそうね。
Yeah, that must have been it.
レミューの子供たちのことを思って彼は生き延びたのかもしれない。
Worrying about his children is what helped him live a little while longer. And it's always so ambiguous to me because, I first thought he was Coco's dad, and then Tsugumi, I think, theorized that he was Coco's dad, but he could be Yu's dad because we don't know what his name is, right? Somebody was writing a memo to Yu's dad. We don't know if that was the researcher, or if that was written by the researcher, or that was written to the researcher. I presume it's written by the researcher, because, well, he's mentioned, but anyway. We also know that Yu's dad helped make Sora as well. She closed her eyes and let out a small sigh. And as if shrugging off the heaviness of the moment, she bolted away from the wall and said,
そうだ。研究員さんから聞いて確認できたことがあるの。
Oh yeah, there's one thing I heard from him that I was able to check up on.
何のことだ？
What's that?
空の
Sora's,
Ibasho.
Sora's location.
空は、私たちの知っている空は、インゼルヌルにいるわけじゃないの。
Sora is the Sora that we know isn't an incel null.
え？
Eh?
浮島にレミの中音演算処理装置マスタースパコンがあるのは確かだけど、
We know that Lemi's central processing unit, the main supercomputer, is on the floating island.
レミューで起きた出来事のすべてはレミュー内の記憶装置に格納されることになってるみたい。
It seems that everything that happens here on Lemu is saved in Lemu's memory storage.
なんだって？
What?
ライプリー製薬は赤長崎空のシステムプログラムのオリジナルを保有している。
Lieblich Pharmaceutical keeps an original system program for Sora Akanagasaki.
だからこのレミューにいる空を失っても痛くも痒くもない。
So even if they lose the copy here in Lemu, it won't hurt them at all.
極端な話をすれば空システム自体はいくつも複製を作ることができるってこと。
So basically, it is possible to make many different versions of the Sora system.
ここにいる空もその複製のうちの一つなのかもしれない。
Even the Sora here might just be a copy.
だけど考えてみて。
But think about it.
空は空でしょ。
Sora is Sora, right?
私たちの知っている空はたった一人だけでしょ。
There is only one Sora that we know, right?
じゃあ空と別の空を区別するものは何？
So that's the only thing that separates the Sora we know from other Soras.
それは
記憶だよ。
Memory.
私たちとここにいる空が共有しているものはたった一つ。
The only thing that we and the Sora, we and Sora here share is, okay, the only thing that we and Sora here share is
記憶だけなんだよ。
memory. That's it. Takeshi tapped repeatedly on the area between his eyebrows and opened his mouth.
そうか。
Really?
空の記憶がレミューの中だけにあるとするなら、
If Sora's memory is here in Lemu,
俺たちの知っている空は、
then the Sora we know is
空はヒンメルに。
Sora is in Himmel. You nodded. She touched Takeshi's shoulder lightly and traced her finger across his chest, went back into the tracing her finger across his chest, went back into the examination room. Left by himself, Takeshi started wandering aimlessly off down the corridor. He turned right at a corner, then left, tracing the wall with his hand. He kept walking, and ended up in front of IBF's large pool. There was already someone there. Tsugumi was looking at the gentle ripples in the pool. As if she had drawn him there, Takeshi went to stand by Tsugumi.
あれ？
Huh? Takeshi stopped suddenly. He turned around and stared at a spot on the wall.
たけしどうしたの？
Takeshi, what's wrong? Tsugumi noticed Takeshi. Following Takeshi's gaze, she turned her eyes to stare over at the same spot on the wall. There was nothing there. Wait. No, that's not true. Both of their lines of sight were pointed at me. Takeshi and Tsugumi were looking at me right then. Oh.
いや、なんかちょっと
I don't know, I just...
どこからか誰かに見られてるような気がしてさ。
I felt like somebody was, staring at me. Takeshi turned back and said this to Tsugumi. Tsugumi tilted her head quizzically, and with her head turned to the side, she narrowed her eyes and searched Takeshi's face.
たけし
Takeshi.
あなた鼻血が
Your nose is bleeding.
鼻血が出てる。
You've got a nosebleed.
え
Eh? Takeshi hurriedly put his hand on his nose. His upper lip was wet with something.
ちょっと。大丈夫？
Hey, are you okay? Tsugumi looked worriedly at Takeshi's face.
大丈夫大丈夫。
Fine, I'm fine. Looking up and wiping his nose, Takeshi replied,
エッチなことを考えてたわけじゃないぞ。断じてだ。絶対だ。
I wasn't thinking anything sexual. Absolutely, positively.
別に私、そんなこと気にしてない。
It's not like I don't care about that.
ならいいんだけどさ。
Well, alright then. The blood wouldn't stop flowing.
なんか格好悪いな。
I look like such a dork.
格好なんかどうでもいいじゃない。
Who cares what you look like?
ちっともよくねえよ。つぐみの前でそんなみっともの。
I care. Looking like this in front of you. Takeshi spat out blood. Copious amounts of fresh blood poured from his nose and mouth, and simultaneously his knees buckled.
あれどうしたんだろう。俺。
What's wrong with me? Takeshi looked at his blood-covered hands and blinked. His legs swayed unsteadily, and the color quickly drained from his face.
なんだよこれ。
What's this about?
血が。
Blood is...
たけし
Takeshi.
たけし、しっかりして。
Takeshi, hang in there.
いや大丈夫だってつぐみ。
No, hey, I'm fine. Don't worry, Tsugumi.
心配するな。
Don't worry.
全然大丈夫じゃない。
What are you talking
血
about?
まみれじゃないのよ、たけし。
You're covered in blood, Takeshi.
診療室に行きましょう。すぐ見てもらった方がいいわ。
Need to get you to the examination room and get you looked at you right away. Tsugumi supported Takeshi with her shoulder and pulled him along into the entrance of the corridor. From the entrance, a single shadow jumped out. It was Yubisai Harukana.
つぐみ、黒なり。少年が大変なの。
Tsugumi, Takeshi, the kitty's in bad shape. So this is kind of a weird admixture of the endings of, like, if you do Sora, you basically have that conversation with you, and then you cough up blood in front of you. When you do Tsugumi, you have the conversation with Tsugumi, and then you cough up blood in front of Tsugumi. Well, and so here you had the conversation with you, and then you coughed up blood in front with Tsugumi. Using the LMRI, we found out that Takeshi, you, and the young Kaburaki were all infected with the Teeth Blau virus. Using the orange serum, the three of them were given shots. After that, their symptoms improved a bit, but the severity of the situation had still not changed.
ここはどうする？
What do we do about Coco? Takeshi asked this as he pressed down on the disinfectant-stained gauze.
まだ高圧酸素療法の最中よ。ポットを開けることはできないわ。
She's still undergoing the oxygen treatment, so we can't open the pod.
治療は今のところ順調。あそこに入っている限り、症状の急激な悪化はないと思うけど。
It looks like the treatment is progressing normally. As long as she's in there, I don't think her condition will get much worse.
酸素療法が終了次第、個々にもアンプルを与えましょう。
As soon as she is finished, let's give her a shot as well.
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, okay. Takeshi's face was still pale. It was hard to believe that it had ever been the color of a living person. Her pupils were cloudy, his eyelids were swollen, and sweat flowed freely down his face. Wiping his sweat, Takeshi wandered around the room.
アンプル一つで何時間体調が持つかわからないが。
I'm not sure how long our condition will hold with just one shot.
どうだ、ユウ。効き目が切れるより先になんとかなりそうか。
Hey, you, do you think we can do anything after it stops working? You is silent at the computer terminal, silently typing on the keyboard.
ユウ、様子はどうなってるのか教えてくれよ。
You, tell me what we can expect.
話しかけないでよ。気が散る。
Don't talk to me, I can't concentrate.
へいへい。
Alright, alright.
まあ、とにかくやってみるから。
I'm trying my best.
誰かが通信ソフトにロックをかけて、ここから外に連絡できなくしてる。
Someone's put a lock on the communications protocol and we can't make contact with the surface.
でも時々外から混戦気味に通信データが入ってくるのを見つけたから。
But every once in a while, I found some communication data that crosses through.
ロックを外せれば、あるいはまともに通信できるようになるかもしれない。
If I could release that lock, or well, anyway, we just might be able to get through somehow.
何の連絡の手立てもなかったレミューよりはまだ希望があるよ。
At least it is better than Lemieux, where there is no way of making contact.
頼むぞ、田中選手。
Alright, show me what you got, genius.
オッケー。
Okay. And looking like the dead, they both smiled weakly at one another. Brownish bloodstains are smeared on their mouths. Takeshi left you to go look at the monitor set into the column. The monitor displayed the status of the capsule
ココの
pods.
容体は？
How is Coco doing? Tsugumi came up beside Takeshi and asked.
小康状態ってとこだな。
She's in serious but stable condition.
そう。
Really? According to the information on the monitor, Coco still had 4 more hours until she could come out. The pods are filled with high-pressure oxygen. Until the time was over, Coco couldn't leave.
ねえ。ところで、たけし。
Hey, Takeshi. Tsugumi whispered to Takeshi
なんだ？
softly. What?
私がオレンジアンプルを打たないこと疑問に思わないの？
This is done a bit differently. Don't you think it's strange they don't need any serum? This line is kind of like they were trying to rewrite the kind of this variation of you and Tsugumi's endings, but they didn't, for some reason, didn't look at the original script and didn't remember exactly how it went. So they were like, "Oh, what happens next? Oh yeah, they used Tsugumi's antibodies." Which means they had to discover that Tsugumi had this immune system beefing. What led to that? I don't know, I forgot. And then they wrote this line.
ああ、そういえばそうだな。
I think originally it's not Tsugumi who brings this up. They all kind of somebody counts the vials and they go, wait, there's one too many. One of them wasn't used. Right. Anyway, yeah. Well, now that you mention it, yeah.
辛くないか？
Are you okay?
ええ。大丈夫。
Yeah, I'm fine.
大丈夫よ。
Fine.
そっか。それならよかった。
Well, that's a relief.
ねえ。変だと思わないの？
But don't you think it's strange?
私だけティーフ・ブラウの症状が何も現れていないのよ。
I'm the only one who doesn't show any symptoms of the Tiefblau virus.
おかしくない？
Isn't that odd?
うん。いや、だってほら、
No, I mean... Takeshi smiled softly and continued.
お前、自分で言ってたじゃないか。
You said it yourself.
免疫機能並びに代謝効率は著しく向上し、テロメアは回復し続ける。
The functioning of your immune system and metabolic efficiency are remarkable, and your telomeres never stop regenerating.
つまり、
Meaning,
例のあれだろ？
it's well, you know.
うん。
Yeah. She looked down slightly and puffed out her cheeks. She raised her eyes. Tsugumi walked over to you and murmured,
ユウ、私をスキャンにかけて。
You, would you scan me?
私を調べて。
Would you check me? Curie virus P carrier. These words appeared in the LMRI display soundlessly. The screen showed that Tsugumi was a Curie virus carrier. The Tiefblau virus was also in Tsugumi's body, as with the others, but her genetic makeup had been altered by Curie, and because of the peculiar functioning of her immune system, the antibodies had been generated instantly, driving out Tiefblau. Curie. Tsugumi had gone beyond the normal human capability. She had mentioned that she was special. Successful cases of genetic manipulation were probably exceedingly rare.
キュレイ。
Curie. Looking at the results from the LMRI scan, you
本
nodded.
当にキュレイウイルスは存在したのね。
So the Curie virus really did exist.
知ってるのか、ユウ？
Do you know about it, you?
レミューのデータベースで見つけて。
Find it in Lemu's database.
それ以前に一度だけ聞いたことがあったの。
But before
あ
that,
る
I
人
heard.
から。
But before that, I heard about it from a certain person. That would be Yuki, right?
ある人
Certain person.
森野重蔵っていう人。
But he. I mean, his daughter was researching it, but. No, his daughter was researching the psychiatric one, which is a different. Huh. Cool, okay. Someone called Shigeto Morino.
世界的に有名な遺伝子工学の博士なんだけど、
He's a world renowned geneticist.
私が彼に会った時教わったの。
He told me about it when I met him.
この世界には少なくとも2つのキュレイがある。
And in this world, there are probably at least 2 or more types of the Curie virus.
そのうちの一つが。
So this must be one of them. Type P, I guess?
そう。私。
Yes, me.
私はキュレイウイルスのキャリアなの。
I am a carrier of the Curie virus.
私はすでに普通の人間ではなくなっているの。
I'm already not like other people.
でも、
But,
つぐみ、どうして自分からそれを？
Tsugumi, why would you?
たけしにはもう話したんだけど、ユウにも知ってほしかったから。
I already told Takeshi, but I wanted you know you.
口で説明するより、機械で調べてもらった方が話が早いでしょ。
Besides, it's easier to have the machine show you than to explain it myself, right?
だから急にスキャンしろなんて言ったの？
That's why you wanted me to scan you?
そうよ。
Yeah.
まあ、もっとも
Well, I don't suppose.
分かったところでどうにもならないんだけどね。
Anything changes now that you found out. Tsugumi laughed at herself derisively.
つぐみ
Tsugumi.
おかしいね、たけし。
It's strange, Takeshi. Biting her lip, Tsugumi was trying her best to laugh.
私の存在よりもっとおかしなことがある。
But there's something even stranger than me.
この機械でスキャンをかけたらすぐにキュレイウイルスのことが分かった。
This
なぜだと
machine,
思う？
this machine knew right away that I had the Curie virus. Why do you think?
まだ世界でも十数件しか症例が報告されていないはずのキュレイのことがどうして簡単に分かるの？
There have only been a few documented cases of Curie in the whole world. Why do you think this computer would scan it so quickly? Takeshi's pupils dilated momentarily. He squinted and replied
なる
slowly.
ほどそういうことか
Oh, that's it.
ライプリヒ製薬はキュレイウイルスの存在をあらかじめ知っていたんだ
Lieblich Pharmaceutical already knew about the existence of the Curie
ティー
virus,
フ・ブラウと同じように
just like Tief Blau.
そういうこと。
Yep. Tsugumi turned up to face the ceiling and closed her eyes, saying,
だから私はここに来た。レミューに eBF に
That is why I came here, to Lemu, to IBF.
来なくてはならなかったの。
I had to come here.
奴らに私の存在の重さを思い知らせてやりたかった。
I wanted them to know the true gravity of the seriousness of my existence was.
だけど
But
ようやくたどり着いたこの場所にはもう誰もいない。
I've come all the way and nobody's here.
バカみたい。
So stupid.
バカみたいだね。
I'm so stupid. Like, why would you, like, she wanted to, like, kill all of them or something? From her closed eyes, a single tear fell. It suddenly became dark. From the darkness, I could hear only
ねえ
voices.
たけし、
Hey, Takeshi,
何もかも嫌になって
have you ever hated everything?
死にたいって思ったことある？
And thought that you want to die?
ない
No. I wondered to myself, where am I? Was I inside of someone? I couldn't see anything. All I could hear were voices coming from somewhere. Passionate voices. An agonizing
俺
scream.
たちは死なない必ず生きて帰る
We aren't going to die. We're going to make it out of here.
今こんなところでくたばるわけにはいかないんだ
Don't have time to waste here, says the antibodies.
この暗闇から抜け出してみせる救い出してみせる
Going to get out of this hell. I can save you. I'll prove it.
全員だここにいる全員みんなを守り抜いてみせる
Everyone, I'm going to save everyone who's here.
絶対に一人たりとも俺は死なせはしない
I won't let a single one die. And he succeeded all but himself. The voice cut out suddenly, and the darkness cleared like a fog. My vision returned gradually. The scene spread out gradually before me, but I was still lost. I had still lost my center. Other than a sense of impending disaster, the stagnant, heavily air around me, I could feel nothing else. The typo density is increasing as we're approaching the end. It's like... This is like Friday afternoon and the localization team was just taping as fast as they could, trying to get this game done. This is like the last part of the game. They're trying to get it done before Saturday, before the weekend. Look. Stare intently. Why do you even bother looking? Was a doubt that crept through my mind, but it faded quickly. All I could do was to watch the events in this world as they passed by. I watched. I was in existence that could only watch. As I was a perspective.
最後の手段を取るしかない。
It's time for desperate measures. Takeshi said this suddenly. His eyes shone with a dull light. It seemed that the serum was losing its effect, although Takeshi, Yu, and the young Kaburaki seemed to be maintaining their composure. Their breathing was ragged.
俺はもちろん医者じゃないから詳しいことはわからないが。
Well, I'm not a doctor, but so I can't really tell, but...
天然痘、ペニシリン、ヘビ抗毒素。
Smallpox, penicillin, snake antivenom.
頭のいいお前ならそこまで言えばわかるはずだろ。
You're pretty smart. This should make sense to you, right?
まさかそんな。
No way.
そういうことだ。
It's our only chance.
お前の体の中にティーフブラウウイルスの抗体ができてるんならそいつをもらう。
Your body has created antibodies to the Tiefblau virus. We'll use
その
that.
抗体をもらえば俺たちのティーフブラウも根絶できる可能性が出てくるからだ。
If we can get those antibodies, there's a small chance we can fight off the Tiefblau.
無茶よ。馬鹿げてる。
It's too dangerous.
そんなに簡単じゃないのよ。抗生物質やワクチンを生成するのは。
Do you know do you have any idea how hard it is to make antibodies and vaccines that work?
浅はかにも程があるわ。
There's almost no chance.
うかつにそんなことをしてみんなが死んでしまったらどうするのよ。
And if you make even the slightest mistake, it could kill all of you.
このままでもいずれみんな死んじまうんだよ。
And if we don't do anything, we're dead anyway. Tsugumi's expression froze. You and the young Kaburaki raised their heads to look at Takeshi.
そうだ。何もしなくても死んじまう。
That's right, if we don't do anything, we're dead.
だとすれば
And if that's the case,
俺たちはわずかでも生き延びられる可能性にかけるしかない。
it's better that we take this risk, no matter how small our chance of survival. Fresh blood flowed from Takeshi's mouth. A crimson mist danced in the air and floated away.
またか。
Damn, not again.
つくづくかっこ悪いな。
I can't believe how lame this is. Takeshi hurriedly wiped his mouth.
どうした？みっともなく口から血を流す俺を笑わないのか、つぐみ。
You're not gonna laugh at me for being such a dork, Tsugumi?
なあ、笑ってくれよ、つぐみ。
Come on, laugh, Tsugumi. Takeshi held out his blood-covered hand toward
や
Tsugumi.
めて。近寄らないで。
Stop it, stay away from me.
嫌よ、私は。
Stop, I don't want to. Shaking her head fiercely, Tsugumi backed away.
クラナリ。聞
Takeshi,
いてクラナリ。つぐみも。
listen, Takeshi, Tsugumi. You opened her mouth to talk from where she was seated at the
こ
terminal.
の診療室の奥に簡単なラボがあるの。
There's a simple lab in the back of the examination room.
遠心分離機のついたアンプル生成用のマシンも備えられている。
I saw a centrifuge and a machine for refining serum.
あれなら素早く正確にティーフブラウ抗体を抽出できるかもしれない。
You could probably use that to safely and quickly extract the Tiefblau antibodies.
ティーフブラウをスキャンで見つけられるんだから、きっと抗体もスキャンで見つけ出して抽出できるはずよ。
If this thing can scan for Tiefblau, it can probably scan for the antibodies and extract them. You continue to talk in a low, calm voice.
つぐみ、力を貸してくれ、頼む。
Tsugumi, please help us. I'm asking you.
来ないで。
Stay away from me, Takeshi.
私に
Don't touch me. Takeshi had backed up all the way to the bed.
そうまでして生きるなんて。
Do you want to live with this disease?
一度キュレイになれば戻れない。
Oops. I didn't realize the audio would do that.
そうまでして生きるなんて。
Once you've got the Cure virus, you can't go back.
どんな目に遭うか分かってるの？
Do you have any idea what you're in for?
キュレイウイルスがみんなに伝染するとは限らないだろ。
But we don't know that the Cure virus will infect
お
everyone.
前自身、自分は特殊だと言ってただろ。
Even you said you were special, right?
頼む。お願いだ。
Please, I'm begging you.
かけさせてくれ。みんなが生きる可能性に。
Let me take a gamble so that everyone can live.
もう人でいられなくなるのよ。
You won't be a normal person anymore.
みんなにあんな辛い思いをさせたくはないの。
I don't want everyone to live with the pain that I have.
ああ、わかってる。
I know that.
バカバカ。
You fool, you fool.
私が逆らえないの知ってるくせに。
You know, I can't fight you. Tsugumi ran into Takeshi's arms. She nestled up close and began to cry with all her
も
might.
ししくじったら本気で恨むわよ、たけし。
If you mess this up, I'll never forgive you, Takeshi.
大丈夫。大丈夫だ。
Even there's like no way to not mess this up. You're basically just gonna stick it in a centrifuge, spin it. The lab's probably gonna have some way to like distribute the fluids by weight, like actually take the like bin the fluids, but you're not gonna have a clean binning. No matter, like, it's impossible to do an ultra clean binning, so there's gonna be some contamination.
俺たちは必ず生きて帰るから。な。
I promise you, we're all going to get out of this, okay? Tsugumi was crying. Her breathing uneven and shoulders shaking, Tsugumi went freely on Takeshi's chest. Takeshi embraced her thin body. Her muffled cries continued to echo throughout the cold room. After waiting for Tsugumi to compose herself, they carried out the procedure. Drawing blood from Tsugumi's arm, they extracted the antibodies and gave shots to Takeshi, Yu, and the young Kabaraki. They weren't able to give Coco a shot because she was still in the pod undergoing treatment. And it would still be a while before she could leave. They made another dose of antibodies for when Coco was ready and put it in the equipment storage container on the desk. Almost an hour had passed since the shot. The antibodies didn't seem to be having any effect. The three infected patients were lying worn out on their beds. Tsugumi said something briefly to Takeshi and went back to Lemu. I'm going to go get Shami and bring him back, were the words she left him with. Takeshi nodded weakly and closed his eyes. Suddenly, from the barely conscious state, a noise from a speaker reached Takeshi's
応答
ears.
してください。
Come in.
第3 EBF 応答してください。
IBF-3, please respond.
こちらは海上保安庁特殊救難隊。
This is an emergency rescue from the Maritime Defense Force. Takeshi rushed over to the terminal.
もしもし。
Hello?
こちら EBF 診療室。どうぞ。
This is the IBF infirmary, over.
第3 EBF か。こちらインゼルヌル管制室。海上保安庁特救隊本部。
IBF-3, I repeat, this is the emergency rescue team from the Maritime Defense Force.
こちらの通信が聞こえるか。
Can you hear me?
ああ、聞こえるよ。やかましいくらいだ。
Yeah, we can hear you. Hear you loud and clear. Voices spilled out from the other end of the line. Hey, where are the survivors down there? I can't believe... Oh, there are survivors down there. I can't believe it. That's
これか
amazing.
ら大至急救難隊を向かわせる。第3 EBF のプールは使用可能か。
We're sending a rescue team immediately. Can you access the pool in IBF-3?
大丈夫なはずだ。
Yeah, it should be fine.
要救助者の場所と数はわかるか。
Do you know how many survivors there are and where they are located?
診療室に5名。いや、6名。
In the contamination room, there are 5, no 6.
6名だな。 了解した。
6, I copy.
民間サルベージ機関の深海潜水艇にこちらの救難隊員が同乗している。到着次第指示に従って脱出してくれ。
Rescue team is headed there in a private sector salvage vessel. When it arrives, I want you to follow their directions to get out of here.
到着はいつだ？
How long till they get here?
できるだけ急がせるが約1時間後になる。
They're going as fast as they can, but it'll take about an hour.
だが万一の際には
But if something goes
研
wrong,
究所内に残されている深海探査用の潜水艇があるはずだ。すまないがそこに避難するように。
there should be a small deep exploration submarine left in the research facility. I hate to make you do this, but I want you to escape to that area.
万一ってどういうことだ？
Something goes wrong, what do you
レ
mean?
ミューの核兵器強度はすでに限界を超えている。
Partition strength threshold is already being exceeding.
もしも一部分が悪化するようなことにでもなれば、どこかのエリアが崩落し、沈没する危険がある。
If one section implodes, there's a risk that another area could collapse and start sinking could ensue. Wow, 2 lines in a row are messed up.
いずれにしろ、重量のある破片が落下し、研究所上部にぶつかることが予想される。
If that happens, we think there's a high possibility that heavy pieces could crash down the research facility.
そうか、わかった。
Alright, I understand.
もちろん、そのような事態になる前に迅速な救助が行えるよう、我々も最善を尽くす。
Of course, we're doing everything we can to get to you before that happens.
必ず救助に向かう。もうしばらく待っていてくれ。
We're heading there no matter what, so please hold out a little longer. Click, the connection cut out suddenly.
おい、待ってくれ。
Hey, wait a sec. Takeshi hit the call button repeatedly, but there was no answer.
くそ、こっちから回線を開けないのか。
Damn it, we can't open the communications from this side. Takeshi began to pore through the manual on the side of the communication terminal.
あった。
Here it is. Following the instructions in the manual, he used the control panel to call up information on the monitor.
電動の小型潜水艇か。
It's a small electric submersible. The submarine was in a separate, sealed sector attached to IBF. Specifications said it was a neutral buoyancy miniature submarine for saturation diving. The important thing was, it could be brought over to the pool by remote control.
やばくなったらこれに乗れってことか。
If things get dangerous, I guess they want us to board this. He quickly went about setting up the remote control program so that they could move the submarine at a moment's notice if necessary.
これでよし。
Alright.
あとは
All I have to do now is
つぐみと空をここに連れてこないと。
get Tsugumi and Sora over here. The second Takeshi said this, boom. Suddenly a low metallic crashing sound reverberated throughout the installation. Sound seemed to come from above. The alarm sounded from the terminal and the screen changed. Warning, Lamu hull breach flooding.
レミューが
Lamu,
まずい。
this is bad.
このままじゃつぐみが空が。
That means Tsugumi and Sora. Takeshi ran out of the corridor. It was only slight, but the floor was trembling. He suddenly seemed to get dizzy and lost his balance, crashing into a wall. Holding his fingers to his temples, Takeshi shook his head to clear it.
それでも行かなきゃ。
I still gotta go.
俺が行かなきゃならないんだ。
I have to go. Staggering while he ran, Takeshi took off. His legs moved as if he couldn't distinguish up from down, but still he kept running. He stumbled into the elevator. The lift he was on started moving up.
90 meter.
Depth 270 feet.
Tiefe 80 meter.
Depth 240 feet.
Tiefe 70 meter.
Depth 210 feet. He ran from the lift to the compression chamber. Takeshi hit the intercom button violently.
空空。
倉成さん、どうして？
Takeshi, what are you? Well, Takeshi waved to Sora as she appeared outside the window.
よ、久しぶり。
Hey, long time no see.
何やってるんですか？こんなところで。
What are you doing here?
そんなの聞くまでもないだろ。戻ってきたんだ。
Well, it's obvious I came back.
被害状況は？
What's the damage?
ズバイトストックに浸水中。
There's flooding in Vitae stock.
倉庫の核壁が欠損。愛のシャフトにも亀裂が生じています。危険な状態です。
The warehouse area has been breached and the cracks are beginning to form in the elevator shaft. The situation is serious.
通常通路、ほぼ全域にわたって15センチ以上冠水しています。
There is over 6 inches of flooding in almost all the corridors.
つぐみはどこにいる？
Where's Tsugumi?
救護室に閉じ込められて。
She is trapped in the infirmary.
ドアは
What about the door?
電子ロックは解除されています。ですが、
The electric lock has been released, but
水圧で開かないのか
it won't open because the water pressure?
ええ、
Yes, even though the doors open, like, vertically.
倉成さん、チャンバーの減圧を開始します。
Takeshi, I'm going to start decompressing the chamber.
時間は
How long will it take?
最速で行います。
I will complete it as soon as
ど
possible.
のくらいかかるんだよ
I need to know how much time.
急いでも12時間。
If I hurry, 12 hours.
12時間そんなに待ってられるかよ
12 hours, we don't have that long.
血液中に溶け込んだ窒素を排出しないと減圧症になってしまいます。
If we don't dissolve the nitrogen in your blood, you will get decompression sickness.
知るかそんなこと早くドアを開けてくれ
I don't care, open that door now.
できません。
I can't do that.
早くしないとつぐみが
If we don't act fast, Tsugumi is dead.
今ドアを開けたら急激な減圧に伴って血液中の窒素が気化し血栓を作り、最悪の場合
If we open that door now, due to the rapid decompression, the nitrogen in your bloodstream will form bubbles, causing blood clots, and in the worst case...
いいから開けろっつってんだよ
I don't care, get that door open
ダ
now.
メです。そんな
I can't, it's too... Looking around, Takeshi's eyes fell on the emergency escape lever on inside the chamber. Without hesitating, he pulled it down and kicked the door. Kaboom! There was a horrible noise as though all the air inside had exploded. Takeshi's body was thrown from the room, along with the high-pressure gas that had been built up inside. He was tossed like a piece of confetti, sliding and rolling along the floor, only to stop when he crashed into the wall. Takeshi twisted in agony. He flailed his forelimbs as though he were a man gone insane. From his unnatural contorted position on the floor, Takeshi began vomiting.
倉成さん、
Takeshi,
倉成さん、大丈夫ですか？
Takeshi, are you okay?
どうやらまだ生きてるみたいだ
Well, it looks like I'm still alive. Takeshi crawled weakly over the floor. He crawled and stood, fell again and rose again, then he fell backward. Repeating this process over and over, he finally made it to the door and said, leaning his shoulder against the wall,
止めるなよダメだっていくら言われたって俺は行く
Don't you stop me, you hear. No matter what you say, I'm going.
わかりました。倉成さん、決意が終わりのようですね。
All right, Takeshi, it seems that you've made up your mind.
では、私はこのヒンメルにとどまり、レミューの状態を監視して PDA に転送します。
I'll stay here in Himmel to keep track of the situation at Lemieux and send updates to your PDA.
核壁をコントロールして崩落を食い止め、1分1秒でも長く全艦が維持できるように努めておきます。ですから、
I'll do what I can do to stop the partitions from falling, to see that this place stays together even a little while longer, so...
小町さんと一緒に必ずここへ戻ってくるって約束してください。
Promise me that you'll come back here with Tsugumi.
ああ約束だ
Yeah, it's a promise. And saying that, he laughed weakly. Running up the stairs, he looked down at his PDA. There was a life reading in the infirmary. The map showed that the surrounding corridors were flooded and that there was no way to access the area. Arriving at Svitestaki, he threw himself into the water. In order to reach the corridor connecting to the infirmary, Takeshi dove. At this point, there was no way to access it without swimming. Takeshi turned the PDA's backlight on. It shed a weak light on the area before him. Maybe he realized that there wasn't any point, but Takeshi turned off the light and kept swimming in total darkness. He swam, he kept swimming. Takeshi propelled himself forward as though possessed. There was no sign of fear or unease in the way that he moved. He fiercely tore at the wall of water surrounding him, progressing steadily forward. He was being reckless, perhaps even acting insane, but he was willing to sacrifice it all for what he was convinced he had to do. And neither the water nor the intense pressure could defeat the power of his faith and courage of that conviction. He kept swimming on and on strongly, purposefully, heading for the light. Splash! Takeshi sucked in air greedily as he brought his head out of the water. Ignoring his burning lungs, he quickly climbed up the open hole of the elevator shaft and began scrambling toward the infirmary.
つぐみつぐみ
Tsugumi. She was in a corner of the room, hugging her knees by herself. At her feet was the slightly wet, furry figure of Chami.
たけし、 どうして
Takeshi,
どうし
what?
て
Takeshi, what? Why? Tagumi opened up her eyes wide. And we could, of course, all blame Tagumi for going to get Chami, because that was really what caused this problem in the first place. Like, the problem of Takeshi's death.
何驚いてんだよつぐみ。
What are you so surprised about,
た
Tsugumi?
だいまだよただいま。ただいまお迎えに上がりました。
I came back right now. I came back for you.
まあちょっと遅くなっちまったけど。
Well, I was a bit late, but Takeshi scratched his nose.
バカ何しに来たのよ
You idiot, what are you doing here?
死ぬつもりなの
Do you want to die?
あのな、
Listen, Takeshi was laughing as he spoke.
忘れ物を取りに来ただけだよ俺は。
Came back for something I forgot. Yeah, that's it.
忘れ物
You forgot? Picking up Chami in both hands, he stood up slowly.
ああ、ここに置いてきちまったんだよな。
Yeah, I left it here, silly
か
me.
けがえのない
My
俺の
irreplaceable.
何よりも大切な仲間を。
More important to me than anything else, friend. How?
どうやってここへ
How did you get here? She looked at Takeshi as if she couldn't believe he was really there.
泳ぎは得意なんだよ。
Well, I'm a good swimmer.
潜水で25メートルプールを1往復したことならある。一応。
Actually, in a 25-meter pool, I made it down and back once.
クイックターンで壁を蹴ってだけどな。
I kicked off wall, coming back, but still. Takeshi mimed swimming as he spoke.
あ、そういやこないだ記録更新したんだっけ。
Wait, I think I just beat my record a while ago.
なあ、俺の素潜りの最高距離、お前知ってるか？
Hey, do you remember the furthest I've ever swam underwater?
ご
Fifth.
51メートル
51 meters. She answered, her expression beginning to break
そう
down.
だ。こ
Yeah.
んなところで死んでたまるか。
You think I'd die in a place like this?
だって俺は
I
お
mean,
前の憎まれ口がまだまだ聞き足りないんだ。
I still haven't gotten enough abuse from you yet.
これから先もずっとお前の言葉を聞いていたいんだ。
I want to hear what you've got to say from here on out.
だから
So,
迎えに来たぞ。
I came for you. I came for you, Tsugumi.
たけしたけし
They both ran toward each other. Reaching out their hands to one another, they came together. And in the center of the infirmary, they hugged each other close, embracing firmly. Riding on Tsugumi's shoulder was Chami. Chami snorted and looked at the two. Having rescued Tsugumi from the infirmary, Takeshi made it safely back to Himmel. Sora was waiting for them back in the
倉
room.
成さん小町さん
Takeshi,
チャン
Tsugumi,
バーの用意はできています早く中へ
prepared the chamber before you get inside quickly.
まあまあ慌てるなよ、そら。
Hey, what's the rush, Sora? Although Takeshi was out of breath, he waved the flustered Sora off with his hands.
そんな急いでください
Come on, you have to hurry.
落ち着けって。忘れ物がもう一つ残ってるんだから。
Relax, I still have one more thing I've forgotten.
忘れ物何ですか
Forgotten? What?
これだよ。
This. Takeshi pointed to Himmel's console. The following words were written on the monitor. Willkomminer Leme Login. Tanaka Yoichi. RMRSDS 4913A Sora Akanagasaki. Octin copy Weird Vervolstagjit. Suddenly there was an intense flash of light, and from the blinding flood of light a voice could be
ギリ
heard.
ギリで転送が間に合ったわ
I was able to finish the transfer just in time.
最後のパスワードそして名前 TY
The last password, the name, TY.
田中陽一
Tanaka Yoichi. Where is this I wondered. Was I inside someone? I couldn't see anything. All I could hear was a voice coming from somewhere. A warm voice. A murmuring filled with
ヒンメ
peace.
ルにあった空の記憶も
It was in Himmel along with Sora's memory.
あのテラバイトディスクの中にある
So you is the one who got the disc in Pee-Pee's mouth. It's in the terabyte disc.
ありがとう
お父さん。
Thank you, Dad. The voice cut out with a crackle. The light faded. Color gradually returned to Takeshi's field of vision. So that is what the researcher was doing. And the researcher was not Coco's dad. He was Yu's dad, and he died right there. So Coco has no anchor. No, she does have a father in IBF, it's just a different person. And when the color had finally returned, Takeshi opened his mouth.
はあ
Ha!
ポチッとな
Keep it simple. And letting out a strange shout, Takeshi pounded the enter key on the console. A round flat wafer shut out of the disk drive. It was a single terabyte disk made out of polycarbonate.
それじゃこいつはいただいていくから
Okay, I'm taking this with me. Had Takeshi been able to hear Yu's voice? He stuffed the disk in his pocket.
はい。
Yes. Taking a side glance at the dumbfounded Sora, Takeshi went along with Tsugumi to the other side of the glass. Into IBF's compression chamber. Tsugumi slumped over in her chair, breathing with her whole body. Takeshi breathed deeply and looked out of the window to the control room on the other side of the window. The door of the chamber sealed and compression started.
そら
Sora.
しばしのお別れかな
I guess this means goodbye for a while. Sora was standing still on the other side of the chamber. Smiling softly, Sora shook her head left to right.
いいえ、お別れじゃありません。
No, this isn't goodbye.
さよならは言いません。
I don't say goodbye.
ああ
Yeah,
俺も言わないよ
me neither. Yeah. We'll figure out how he managed to Eventually, I forgot how he manages to avoid it. Takeshi returned her smile.
私は存在しません。
I don't exist,
しかし私は偏在しています。
and yet I am everywhere.
もう一度必ず会える時が来ます。
There'll be a time when we meet again, I'm sure of it.
だからお願いです。
So please,
今は何も聞かないでください。
don't ask me anything now.
オッケー
Okay.
俺にも分かってきた
I guess okay is English. I understand now.
分からないけど分かってきたんだ
I don't know, but I understand now.
空がここにしかいなくてでもどこにでもいるってことが
That's the only place to find you. That the only place to find you is here, yet I can find you anywhere.
はい。
Yes.
あとそれから
Oh, and
ボタンを叩く時の掛け声はポチッとなだ覚えておくように
when you hit a button, don't forget to say, keep it simple. Remember that.
ええ、
Yeah.
大丈夫。ちゃんと覚えます。
Don't worry, I will remember.
それが約束だから。私と先生の
That's a promise, mine and yours, Sensei.
ありがとう。
Thank you. The RSD image started to wrap and break up. A fog enveloped Sora from behind. Sora's image changed to a rainbow hue. And then even the rainbow started to fade. Sora's form disappeared. Takeshi watched it all happen and nodded as though he had confirmed something. Compression complete. Takeshi and Tsugumi loaded into the elevator and headed back to the research facility.
静かね。
It's quiet.
ああそうだな
Yeah, you're right. The flooding should have been fairly advanced in the area above them. It was hard to know if any of the sections had collapsed yet. But for the moment, everything was normal at IBF. On the surface of the pool, there was not even a ripple.
あ
Ah,
どうしたの？
what's wrong?
時間予定時刻を過ぎてるな
The time, we're past the scheduled time.
予定？
What schedule?
実は救助がこっちに向かってきてたんだ
Actually, there's a rescue team on the way.
救助？
Rescue?
海上保安庁の特殊救難隊とか言ってたかな
Yeah, they called themselves the Maritime Defense Force, I think.
ユウが通信回線を開いてくれたんでインゼルヌルと連絡が取れたんだ
You was able to open up the communications line, so we got hold of Incel Null. And talking this way, they made their way to the examination room. They opened the door and went inside.
いない。みんないなくなってる。
They aren't here, nobody's here. Tsugumi raised her voice. and there was nobody in the room to respond. Takeshi checked each of the capsule pods, but they were all empty.
本当だ。
Yeah.
ユウも少年もココもあのおっさんもいない。
You, the kid, Coco, and the old guy, they're all gone.
どこへ行ったの？
Where'd they go?
いや待て、きっともう救助が来たんだ。
Hey, hold on, I'm sure the rescue team found them. Just then, a recognizable voice came over the
こち
speaker.
らインゼルヌル管制応答願います。
This is Ninsel Null Control, please respond. Takeshi jumped over to the terminal and hit the talk button.
こちら第3 EBF 診療室、どうぞ。
This is the examination room in IBF3,
よ
over.
かった、そこにいてくれたか。
Thank goodness that's where you were.
先ほど派遣した特急隊から到着連絡が入った時に君を発見できなかったようなので心配していた。
I'm going to check on the status here. My patience kind of ran out a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of just going through something we've already been through twice with slight variation. So it's somewhat tiring. It's like, I've already read all this stuff. Let's see if Sora 1 filled in. It did not. Okay, that's interesting. Huh. Is there a screensaver for... No, there is no screensaver for Takeshi, for real Takeshi. Wow. This is all one scene. All one scene. Banished from heaven. Wow. Okay. Let's try to finish the scene.
先ほど派遣した特急隊から到着連絡が入った時に君を発見できなかったようなので心配していた。
A little while ago, we got a message from the dispatch team that they couldn't find you. You had us worried there.
すまない。少し留守にしてたんだ。
I'm sorry, I was out for a bit.
診療室に残っていた要救助者3名はすでに回収した。現在、民間サルベージの潜水艇にて応急処置中だ。
We were able to rescue the other 3 people in the examination room, and they are being cared for in the salvage vessel.
みんなは無事なのか？
Is everyone okay?
今の段階では何とも言えない。重傷だ。
We can't say for sure their conditions are
こ
serious.
とは1分1秒を争う。潜水艇は一時緊急浮上して彼らを海上の病院へと搬送する。
We're fighting against time. The submersible is going to surface soon, and we'll transfer them to the floating medical center.
わかった。頼んだぞ。
Okay, you take care of them.
まだそちらに残っているものは？
How many people are with
俺
you?
を含めて2名だ。
2, including me.
あと1人は助からなかった。
The other person didn't make it.
了解した。できるだけ早く折り返しそちらへ救助に向かうようにする。
Roger, we'll send the team back as soon as they can.
しかし万一レミューの崩落が激しくなってしまった場合は特急隊が EBF に接近できない可能性があるが。
But there's the possibility that the team won't be able to approach IBF if it starts to break up.
探査用潜水艇なら確保してある。遠隔操作で呼べばいいんだな。
I've got the exploration vessel standing by. I can call it here by remote control, right?
あ、そうだ。すまない。よろしく頼む。
Oh yeah, I'm sorry to have to ask you to do this, but there's nothing else we can
こ
do.
ちらも最善を尽くす。どうか諦めず待ってくれ。
We'll do the best we can. Whatever happens, you hang in there.
了解。
Roger. And after that, the communications cut out.
どういうこと？
What is that supposed to mean?
なんだよ、聞いてなかったのか？
You aren't listening?
俺とつぐみを待っている間に全員が死んでしまっては元も子もないだろ？
All of this would be for nothing if everyone died while they were waiting for us.
救助の連中は重傷だったユウ少年ココを先に病院に運ぶことを優先したんだ。
The rescue team decided to put a higher priority on getting you, the kid, and Coco to the hospital than waiting for us.
そう。そうよね。
Yeah, you're right. The color in Tsugumi's face slowly returned to normal and her sense of panic
さて
faded.
と、
Well,
次のバスが来るまで一眠りするか。
I might just take a nap until the next bus comes.
バス？
Bus?
もしバスが来るのが遅いようならタクシー呼んでくれ。
If you think the bus is going to be late, call a cab for me, will you?
タクシー？
Taxi?
何言ってるのよ、たけし。
What are you talking about, Takeshi?
そこのボタンを押せば他の EBF の区画から遠隔操作で小型潜水艇、俺たち専用のタクシーが来るはずだからな。
If you push that button, a small submarine will come over here by remote control. Our very own private taxi should come here from another area of IBF. Okay.
まあとにかく
Anyway,
みんなが無事で
I'm just glad that everyone's alright.
よかった。
Yes. A look of relief flooded softly over his face.
とにかくよかった。
I'm just so glad that I'm totally doomed. Like a marionette that had its strings cut, Takeshi's body collapsed.
たけし！
Takeshi! Tsugumi ran over to Takeshi and struggled to hold him up. She shook him by the shoulders, but Takeshi would not wake up. He was breathing and his heartbeat seemed normal. Although he felt slightly hot, it didn't seem like his life was in danger. Tsugumi carried Takeshi over to a bed and placed her head on his chest. She closed her eyes. And placing her head on his chest, she closed her eyes. The light sound of their breathing gradually took on the same timing and softly filled the room. They fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, I woke up suddenly. Lemu's infirmary. I had been sprawled out, sleeping on the bed. I think we finished the scene. Okay, cool. Getting up, I looked around. Nobody was there. I felt a pain in my left hand and looked at my palm. There was a large bandage on the edge of it. That's right, I injured my hand in the whale room and then I lost my memory again and was probably brought to this room. Where is everyone? I slowly got off the bed and slipped on my shoes. Creak, creak, creak. Groan, groan, groan. The sound of metal screeching and rumbling together came from somewhere in the immediate vicinity. Another sound came to my ears, and I could tell it was an alarm ringing somewhere far off. But strangely, I didn't feel any fear. I must not have been completely awake. Inside my head was still dim, and it was hard to grasp the situation completely. Just then, the door to the infirmary opened. Kid! You jumped into the room as though she were possessed by a
脱
demon.
出口が見つかったの。
Found an exit we can escape through. You was screaming. I found an exit. I said these words to myself over and over. This is the end of the Sara ending. Huh. It took me a few seconds to grasp the enormity of those words. Where'd you find it? My mind was still not fully up and running.
説明は後。とにかく早くこっちに。
I'll explain later, just hurry. Saying that, you ran out of the infirmary. Still, it took a few more seconds for my legs to get moving. As it felt as though I were running on fog. My body was half paralyzed, it wouldn't move in the direction I wanted it. I shook my head, trying to get rid of the grogginess. No matter how much I ran, I couldn't return to normal. Where is everyone else? I was barely able to get a hold of my conscience, as I somehow got this question off of you.
マヨは倉波が迎えに行ってる。つぐみはもう非常通路にいるわ。
Takeshi's going to get Mayo, and Tsugumi's already in the emergency corridor. Takeshi's going to get Mayo? Tsugumi's in the emergency corridor? For no reason in particular reputed to use words. Except he's not really Takeshi, though. Maybe she finally noticed my odd state. You looked at me suspiciously. We made it to the emergency corridor. Kaburaki, Tsugumi, and Sara were already there waiting.
急げ、時間がないぞ。
Hurry, we don't have much time. Not much
いい
time.
から急げ。
Just hurry. Kaburaki growled my shoulder hard and turned around and started running. Sara and Tsugumi followed Kaburaki's lead.
いい？よく聞いて。すでにレミューは悪化を始めてる。
Listen up, Lemu is starting to implode.
やっと地上と連絡がついて、非常階段が使えるようになったの。
We were finally able to make contact with the surface and access the emergency stairs.
でも、急がないとそこもまた浸水してしまうかもしれない。
But if you don't hurry, they're going to flood.
だから、とにかく急いで。
So hurry. You grabbed my arm tightly. And tugging on it violently, you started pounding forward at full speed. It felt like I was about to fall forward, and I braced myself as best as I could, trying to keep pace with her as she pulled me forward. We flew like the wind down the painfully cramped passage. And soon, We had all jumped into the emergency exit stairwell, and were running up the stairs. I could hear Kabaraki, Sara, and Tsugumi, their footsteps right above me.
急げ、こっちだ。
Hurry up, hurry up. So he did hear Sara, so... I hear Kabaraki, Sara, and Tsugumi. Their footsteps right above me. Okay, so Yu's attached to him. Sara's still here. I couldn't see from where Kabaraki was calling, but his booming voice thundered off the sides of the metal bulkhead. Yu's eyes met mine, and nodding to one another, we pumped our legs harder, climbing as fast as we could. The surface of the stairs was wet. The metal tube surrounding us on the emergency staircase was shaking violently left and right. I slipped and whacked my shin hard against a corner, but I felt nothing. Most of my legs kept moving as if I were separate from me, if they were separate from me. My thoughts and feelings were instinct vague. The irresistible primal force was propelling me forward, and I handed over the reins to that force. It was a state almost free of thought. All I could do was to climb and keep climbing. A sharp metallic sound echoed painfully in my ears. The angry cacophony shook my body to its core. It was the screaming of a terrible monster, of the groan of death itself. The terrible voice was slowly and certainly closing in on us from behind.
もう少しだ。もう少しだぞ。
Just a little more, we're almost there. Kabaraki screamed at us from up above. I briefly saw the backs of Sara and Tsugumi as we were running up ahead. Sara's still there, okay. The meaning of Kabaraki's words, just a little more, hit me. Just a little more, and we can escape from here. From the bottom of the deep ocean, from out of that cage we were trapped in. We're finally getting out, we're going to be free. So Sara's still with them. But along with that hope, an instinct fear was still inside of me. A heavy, dark sensation wriggled at the center of my body. It was rotten, filthy. It had stuck to the walls of my heart, stagnant and putrid. It doesn't matter. Even if you get out of here, nothing will have been solved. And as the doubts went through my mind, my legs faltered. 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, I carried forward, and the doubt swelled up, replacing my elation at rescue. You think you're going to be let out of here. And at this thought, it filled my mind. I had already arrived at the last step in front of the door. Nobody said a word. The whole thing is like, but I haven't solved all the mysteries of the game yet. There's no way it could end here. It's like, the character himself is like, it's too soon for the plot to end. We wiped our sweat and struggled for breath as we glared at the huge door which rose before us. Alright, let's go. I put my hand on the door's lever. Clank. The door unlocked. Embracing my chest and shoulder against the door, I threw all my weight into it, opening it. Creak. Boom. Outside the door, the sight that greeted us was a sky filled with stars. Covering the dark blue sky above was an infinite number of shimmering stars. Beyond time and beyond space, the light poured down gently on our heads from above. All of us, me, you, Sara, Tsugumi, and Kabaraki, had lost all words. We could only stare at the sky above. As if I raised my hand, it seemed I could touch the sky. But now there, because it was a real night sky. But not there, because it was a real night sky. And this way, the drama of our escape ended. Or at least, so it seemed. But I realized nothing had been solved. The slimy sense of unease still gnawed inside of me. And that instinct notion had changed to a simmering sense of impatience, one that was ready to boil. That's right, it isn't finished. I'm not going to let it end here, because I don't know the reasons behind any of this. The time was 11:43 p.m. A new day was just waiting to begin. The 7th. Dawn. It was in the middle of a white darkness. Before I knew it, I had become lost in another world. I didn't even have time to wonder where I was before I found the answer. The year was 2017. I could see it. I could see everything. I already knew what had happened at that time.
たけし
And we'll do this... but I have 10 minutes left to... okay, I guess I'm gonna do it then. Takeshi.
たけし起きてよ
Takeshi, get up.
タクシーが着いたわ
The taxi's here.
ああ。
Oh, yeah. Takeshi jumped out of bed and stood up. He stretched his arms and loosened his shoulders. Takeshi and Tsugumi were still stuck in the examination room of the research facility.
チャミ
チャミ、おいで。
Chemi, come here.
ほら、そろそろ行くよ。
Come on, we gotta get going now. Tsugumi scooped up Chami, who was running around on the floor, and held him to her chest.
あれ
Huh? Stooping down, Tsugumi let out a cry of alarm.
どうしたつぐみ？
What's wrong,
た
Tsugumi?
けし、ベッドの下。
Takeshi, under the
ベッ
bed.
ドの下？俺
Under
の
the bed? Mine? He looked under the bed he had been sleeping on. Something was lying there. Reaching out, he pulled whatever it was closer to
あれ？
him.
ピピ。
Pee-pee.
おいピピ、どうした？なんでここにいるんだ？
Hey, Pee-pee, what's going on? What are you doing here? Takeshi picked Pee-pee up in both hands and shook him lightly. There was no response, and all the color had vanished from his eyes. He didn't move at all. Pee-pee was frozen as if he were dead. Suddenly, a faded fragment of a memory appeared in the back of my mind. Although it had been weathered and tinged by the flow of the time, it was a scene that I was positive I knew. It was a scrap of a conversation between Sara and Yubi Sayaki Kana.
そっか、あのコニーがね。今の電子犬って本物そっくりだから、機械ってことを意識しないで帰るのかな。
But really, that Connie, I tell you, that robot dog looks so much like the real thing that I'll bet he is treating it like a normal pet.
そういえば、先輩の家にもいましたよね、電子犬。
Hey, didn't you have a robotic dog at your house?
うん、いるよ。本当はお母さんが飼ってるんだけどね。
The obscure. Oh! Wow. Yep, sure do. Actually, it's my mom's, though.
ずいぶん古いタイプらしいんだけど、壊れることもなく元気にしてるよ。
I think it's one of those really old types, but it keeps ticking along happily. It never breaks. If they were talking about Pee-pee, that would mean Pee-pee was a robot, an electronic dog. There wasn't any proof, but looking at Pee-pee's motionless body, it was obvious that it wasn't the dead body of an animal. Like a wind-up toy that had stopped moving, Pee-pee's limbs had frozen in an unnatural position. Takeshi and Tsugumi both observed Pee-pee, who had become nothing more than a broken toy. Takeshi opened his mouth slightly. It seemed like he was about to say something. Suddenly, boom. With a roaring sound, the whole room shook violently. Takeshi's body flipped like a small twig and flew into the wall. Tsugumi tumbled and danced through the air to fall on the floor with a thud.
5 Minuten vor der Implosion.
5 minutes until implosion.
なんだ今のアナウンス？
Hey, what did that announcement just say? Holding Pee-pee under his arm, Takeshi looked up at the ceiling. Tsugumi quickly got up. Pee-pee run out of battery, right? Oh,
赤い。5分前。
we've got 5 minutes until this place implodes.
5分前だと？
That's why Pee-pee didn't eat anything! That's why they didn't feed the dog! Wow. Now I know. But that's gotta be super duper relevant. Like, it's gonna be super duper important. That Pee-pee's mechanical. 5 minutes?
マジかよ。
Give me a break.
なんで5分前になってから言うかな。
Why they gotta tell us when there's only 5 minutes left?
もっと早く教えろよな。たく
Give us some more warning for crying out loud.
とにかく5分前なの。
Anyway, we've only got 5 minutes. Tsugumi shrugged her shoulders exaggeratedly and stared at Takeshi.
素直に現実を受け入れなさいよ。寛容な私を見習って。ね。
You gotta accept reality. You could learn something from me, you know?
よく言ったつぐみ。
Listen to yourself, Tsugumi.
この状況で冗談言える余裕が出てきたじゃないか。俺流にな。
Telling jokes at a time like this is more my style, don't you think?
まあね。
Well, I guess you're right.
でも、5分もあれば大丈夫でしょ。
But we should be okay if we've got 5 minutes, right? A smile floated on her lips, and Tsugumi held out a hand to Takeshi.
当たり前だ。
Of course. Takeshi took her hand firmly.
4 Minuten vor der Implosion.
4 minutes until implosion. I continued to observe. I accepted the world as it was, understood it, and input it. I had no feelings. Feelings seemed to me to be something people give out in response to the world, as a way of igniting change in their surroundings. But there, at that time, I had no physical body. I had no hands, nor feet, no voice, nor lungs, nor organs for generating heat. In other words, I had no way of interacting with the world. Therefore, even if I were to have had emotions, there was nothing I could do with them. The only thing I could do was to watch. From there, what's more, the act of watching was much different than what normally would be associated with sight. This type of vision went far beyond feelings or thought. It was completely isolated, completely removed. The passage of time had condensed down to one moment, and that had exploded in front of me. I had seen everything in one instant. One instant. Standing still in a world where time had stopped, I saw everything.
お、よかったよかった。
Yes, at least something's going right.
無事に到着して待ってるじゃないか、タクシー。
The taxi's even waiting for us.
当然でしょ。
Well, of course.
タクシーなんだから。
It's a taxi.
勝手にお客をすっぽかしたりしないのよ。
They're not just going to leave us high-tipping customers here. In front of them, the small submarine bobbed gently in the waves.
3 Minuten for the implosion.
3 minutes until implosion. Only 3 minutes left. Takeshi and Tsugumi hurriedly scrambled into the sub and jumped down the hatch. Tsugumi slid over to the driver's side of the cockpit, checked to see if the gauges were in order, and flipped some switches. The hatch overhead closed automatically. Tsugumi took the controls. The mini-sub made bubbling sounds and sunk quickly into the water. As soon as they passed under the bottom of the IBF, the ocean current pushed off on the heavy hull of their vessel. Takeshi looked out into the ocean from a small window attached to the wall. The Mu was breaking apart. The frame started to wrap and fold on itself, like a crumpled old newspaper. Partitions cracking into small pieces and fluttering in the water as if they were petals falling from a flower. Letting out his final breath, the Mu spewed out fine air bubbles into the sea, which flowed gently in the current. From the twisted wreckage, black smoke rose in the water. Pieces of iron drifted in the ocean, glittering from the sunlight coming from above. And the edge of this rapidly clearing field of view, the sinking shadow of the brutal wreckage could be seen. Paradise sank into dark blue darkness, raising a spine-chilling death cry.
これからどうするの？
What do we do from here? Tsugumi asked in a quiet voice. The small egg-shaped vessel holding the two of them headed silently toward the surface.
やりたいことは山ほどある。
There's so much I want to do.
まあ、ひとまず、
But first,
どこから手をつけるか考えてるところさ。
I'm thinking about where to start. Takeshi spoke as he placed the motionless peepee in the seat next to him.
そういうつぐみはどうするんだ？
What about you, Tsugumi? What do you want to do?
くだらない質問だったかな。
Wait, you didn't like that question?
そんなことないわ。
No, it's not that.
私もゆっくり考えてみてもいい？
Can I have a minute to think about it?
どうぞ。
Sure. Takeshi smiled, but that smile would soon fade. Wham. A heavy ringing filled the submarine. What?
今の音、何？
What was that sound? Tsugumi looked at Takeshi worriedly.
さあ、ね。
I don't know. The operating console made a funny sound.
何の音？
What's that noise?
わからん。
No clue.
おい、そっちの画面になんか出てるぞ。
Hey, something that just came up on that screen over there. The monitor behind Tsugumi started
なんて
blinking.
書いてあるの？
What does it say?
そっちの方が近いんだから、振り向いて自分で見ろよ。
You're closer than I am. Why don't you turn around and look at it yourself?
嫌よ。
No,
見たくない。
I don't want to see it.
嫌な感じがするから。
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
わがまま言うなよな、お前。
Don't be so selfish. Looking like he didn't have any other choice, Takeshi peeked at the monitor.
ああ、どれどれ。
Which one?
電源バッテリー不足
Low battery.
だとさ。
That's what it says. And if responding to what Takeshi said, the lights on the sub suddenly went out. The monitor went dark and all the power went out. The electrical equipment went silent. The only thing still working was the analog pressure gauge. Depth. Present depth 189 feet. Internal pressure 12.5 atmospheres.
たけし、
Takeshi. Tsugumi's voice was shaking.
大丈夫。大丈夫だって。
It's okay, we're going to be
そ
fine.
んな泣きそうな顔すんな。
Stop looking like you're going to cry. Depth 192 feet. Its momentum lost, the submarine began sinking slowly. Very slowly. Residual air pressure, 0. Ballast tank, unable to drain.
やれやれ、ポンコツタクシーだ。
Wonderful, we hitched a ride on a junker.
田舎道だとすぐにエンストしちまう。
You know, this cab always seems to stall on these country roads.
困ったもんですな、お客さん。
Terribly sorry, ma'am. Depth 195 feet. Takeshi looked at the aft hatch. It was a 2-ply hatch. The inner side was made of reinforced glass and FRP, and the outer side had a door made of high-strength steel.
なあ、ハッチから船内の高圧空気を抜いたら勢いで浮上できると思うか？
Hey, do you think if we let some of the high-pressure gas out the hatch, we'd start rising
無
again?
理よ。
No.
まっすぐ浮上できるとは思えないし、勢いなんてたかが知れてる。
I don't think we'll go straight up and our momentum will be limited.
そんなことをすれば浸水転覆するのは目に見えてる。
Not to mention the fact that if we do that, we'll start flooding.
余分な圧搾空気だってないんだから。
Because we don't have any more compressed air.
そもそもこの本体を浮かべるための浮力が不足してるの。
And we don't have enough buoyancy in the main fuselage.
浮力、
Buoyancy.
バラストを捨てないと。
We've got to get rid of ballast.
バラスト。
Ballast.
本来ならバラストのバルブは電動制御される。
The valve used to release ballast is usually electronically controlled.
だけど今は
But now we're...
まあまあ落ち着こう。
Alright, now let's just stay
この
calm.
沈降速度の遅さからしてあとちょっぴりだけ軽くなればいいんだよな。
Judging by how fast we're sinking, we only need to be a little bit lighter, right?
全体重量に対してまあたかだか数十キロといったところだろ
If we can get rid of about 100 pounds or so, we should be fine.
う。そこいらの機械をいくつか引っこ抜いて捨ててみるか。軽くなるぞ。
Let's try pulling out a few of those machines over there. That should make us lighter.
簡単に引っこ抜けると思う？
You think that's going to be
い
easy?
や、がっちり溶接されてるしな。素手じゃ難しそうだな。
Well, they seem to be welded on fairly good. Probably not easy to do barehanded.
あいにく今何の道具の持ち合わせもないし。
Unfortunately, we don't have any tools.
やっぱり無理よ。
So that's it, huh? Tsugumi bit her lip and looked
そっ
down.
か、
Yeah,
無理か。
we're screwed. Depth 201 feet. They were sinking. Without any electricity, the submarine was just a hunk of metal.
ぬか喜びしちゃったね。
Looks like we celebrated too soon,
結局
doesn't it?
バカみたい。
So stupid.
私
I'm so stupid. Tears began to fill Tsugumi's eyes. Ah. Tsugumi raised her voice. A single tear fell, rolling down her cheek.
何やってるのよ、たけし。
There was no hurt, it was just rolling down cheek. I accidentally read it right. What are you doing, Takeshi?
何ってお前見てわからないか？
What, can't you tell by looking?
ハッチを開けてるんだよ。
I opened the hatch.
だから何やってるのよ。
That's why I'm asking you, what are you doing?
何がだからなんだ？
Do you even need to ask?
やめてよ。
Stop it.
何をする気なの？
What are you planning to do? Tsugumi grabbed on Takeshi's
邪
arm.
魔すんなって。
Don't try to stop me. He threw off Tsugumi's arm and raised up the glass hatch. It was just large enough for one person to go
触
through.
らないでくれよ。
Please don't touch me.
俺に触るな。
Don't touch me.
いや、離さない。
No, I won't let you go. Tsugumi grabbed onto Takeshi's arm
死
fiercely.
んでも離してやらないから。
I don't care if I die, I'm not letting go. Depth 207 feet. Well, he would die anyway. They wouldn't stop sinking. Slowly and steadily they fell, headed for the dark bottom of the ocean.
本当にわがまま勝手なやっちゃな、お前。
You know you really are selfish.
なあ、つぐみ。
Hey, Tsugumi.
アルキメデスの原理って知ってるか？
Do you know what Archimedes' principle is? Huh? For that instant, Tsugumi's grip relaxed. In that brief instant, Takeshi tore himself forcefully away from her grasp. He quickly opened the glass hatch and slipped to the back of the airlock. The area between the hatches was extremely cramped. Takeshi closed the glass hatch from inside and shut the latch right away. They had passed a depth of 210 feet.
たけし、たけし。何やってるの？開けて、出てきて。
What are you doing? Open it up. Get out of there. Tsugumi wildly pounded on the reinforced glass with her fist.
つぐみ、何言ってるんだ？
Tsugumi, what are you saying?
ガラスが熱くて よく聞こえんぞ。
The glass is pretty thick, you know. I really can't hear very well.
バカ開けろって言ってるの。
You stupid idiot. Open it up this instant.
何考えてるのよ。
What are you thinking? Tears start falling from Tsugumi's wide open eyes. Tsugumi desperately pounded the flat of her tear-covered hand against the
あ
glass.
れ、ひょっとしてお前、
Hey, wait a second, didn't
知
you?
ってたんだ。アルキメデスの原理。
I knew you thought about Archimedes' principle.
っていうか、俺がお前に教わったのかもしれんな。
I thought you knew about Archimedes' principle. I mean, I think you were the one that taught me about it.
そりゃ知ってるわな。すまんかった。
I guess you know that you know then. Sorry about that. Ha ha ha.
笑い事じゃないの。冗談じゃない。
This isn't funny. Stop joking.
そういう問題じゃないんだよ。
This is not about that.
たけしのバカ。
Baka. Takeshi Baka. Tsugumi sobbed as she screamed.
ああ、俺はバカだ。大バカだとも。
Yeah, I'm Baka, the biggest one there is.
そんなことも知らなかったのか、つぐみ。
You didn't know that, Tsugumi? Takeshi put one hand behind him on the other hatch. Slowly turned the handle.
たけし
Takeshi froze in
ま
place.
さか
No.
まさか
Do you really
死ぬ気なの。
want to die?
大丈夫だよ。
Don't worry.
俺は確かにバカだが、
I may be stupid,
そ
but
こまでバカじゃない。
I'm not that stupid. And saying this, Takeshi continued to turn the handle on the other door without stopping. Depth 219 feet.
お願い
Please,
一人に
don't leave me.
私を一人にしないで。
Don't leave me all by myself.
まったく心配性なやっちゃな。
There you go, always worrying. Takeshi forced a
大
smile.
丈夫だって。何度も何度も言ってるだろ。
I keep telling you, it's going to be okay, right? Yes.
ちゃんと生きる気になったろ、お前。
You want to live, don't you? So it's some other timeline. It's going to be. Didn't I tell you? I was going to live. I was. Everything was going to be okay, didn't I? And she's like, "What are you talking about?" Yes.
だったら生きろ。
So live.
生きている限り生きろ。
As long as you're alive,
大
live.
丈夫。
Don't
俺
worry.
は、 俺は死なない。
I'm not going to die. 222 feet. The hatch in the bottom of the submarine opened. The air which had been compressed in the airlock was jettisoned into the ocean. Takeshi's body shot out like a bullet into the water. Bubbles flew everywhere. An infinite number of white bubbles floated toward the surface. They seemed like a powdery snow caught in the wind. Snow that flew toward the heavens. He could no longer hear her voice. From the other side of the glass, he could make out her blurry outline. Her face covered with tears, her face was broken with sadness. 225 feet. Takeshi paddled through the water, holding onto the railing. He closed the outside hatch. He couldn't see her face anymore. 228 feet. He let go of his last source of support and kicked the sub. Takeshi's body spun out as if it were dancing into a blue world. Through 31 feet. He sank toward the bottom of the ocean. White bubbles extended out beyond his field of vision, wobbling slowly upwards toward the heavens. Depth 357 feet. Everything that he could see dissipated into the water. Outlines faded, nothing came into focus, only light and shadow reflected in his eyes. There was one thing, however, that he could see clearly through the haze. A small white dot swaying in the distance. Dazzling light from the sky poured down on him from a single point. It was an image burned into both his eyes. Blub. He let out his last gasp of air. Cold seawater poured into his lungs. A blanket of blue darkness covered him in his final resting place. His limbs sprawled out on the rocky ocean floor, had stopped moving like a marionette with its strings cut. Dad. Back in the world of 2034, when I returned to consciousness, I was crying. Feelings overcame me in torrents, rushing through me hotly. Dad is dead. The weight of my sadness pressed down on me, and a sense of futility tore a hole in my heart. But it was no time to be overcome by sadness. Wiping the wetness from my cheeks, I looked at my surroundings. A new day was breaking, just as it had been in 2017. Through my vision, the blue sky and ocean came into my vision. Oh, through my tears, the blue sky and ocean came into my vision. It seemed that I was above the floating island. I could analyze the situation calmly, but the tears wouldn't stop. I wiped them away with the palm of my hand and licked the large drops as they rolled past my mouth. Squeezing my eyes shut tightly, I took in deep breaths to calm down. I trembled slightly as I let out a sigh and looked around at my surroundings again. It was definitely above the floating island. The wind was blowing slightly and the green trees were swaying gently. The morning sun was letting out golden rays onto the surface of the ocean. It had been a while since I had been outdoors. The wide blue sky, the smell of the warm, humid breeze. It was as beautiful as it seemed. It didn't help me one bit. Rather, the richness of it all made me feel even more alienated. I'm all alone, and so terribly sad. I wiped away the tears which continued to flow and tried hard to suppress my urge to cry out. I had to think. There's no time to be crying. I shook my head repeatedly and tried with all my strength to collect my atrophied thoughts. Think, think, think! First I need to grasp the situation I was in. I followed the threads of my memory. I remembered having gotten safely out of Lemieux, but had no memories after that. I had no idea what had happened after that. I couldn't imagine that I had been standing outside all night. Huh? I suddenly realized that nobody else was there. And I began to walk on grass. I looked wildly in all directions. Soon, I became aware of one solitary figure. It was Kabaraki. He had his back to a tree trunk, and was staring out at the vast ocean. I ran over to him and screamed at him. Why would you do something like this? Answer me. I know everything now. Kabaraki was silent. He wouldn't even look at me. It was obvious that he was the closest person to being responsible for everything happening here. Well, a team of him, and Yubi-sai Harukana, and Coco probably, although we haven't seen Coco yet. Tsugumi, I don't seem like was part of it. I think they invited Tsugumi. They probably told her, if you come to Lemieux, you'll be able to see your children again. That's probably what went on there. Takeshi Kuranari, my father's name. He had used his name to deceive us the whole time. I drew even closer. Say something, don't just stand there. I said say something. I grabbed onto his shirt.
悪いが、俺の口からは何も言えないんだ。
I'm sorry, but I can't tell you anything. Kabaraki's eyes were wet. He seemed to be thinking deeply about something as he gazed at me.
だが、一つだけ教えてやろう。
But I will tell you this.
これで終わったと思うなよ。
This isn't over, okay?
すべてはこれから。
It all starts from here.
そう。これから始まるんだからな。
Yeah, all of it starts from right now. I relaxed my grip. Kabaraki didn't say anything more and walked away, gazing in the direction of the distant horizon. I stood there vacantly staring at his back while it became smaller and smaller. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around and Sora was standing right in front of me.
お待ちしておりました。
We've been waiting for you. What are you doing here? Only this thought didn't reach my lips. There clearly was no RSD on this floating island. But she had just tapped me on the shoulder. I couldn't process the information and I stood there gaping in confusion. Okay, so she has an android body. That's cool. I reached out to touch Sora's arm absent-mindedly. Her skin was smooth, its texture slightly elastic and warm to the touch.
どうぞこちらへ。
Come this way. Sora grinned. There was Sora, smiling as always. I felt saved by her smile. Up, there's that CG. I was led by Sora into the forest. A small stone-covered path was overgrown in a deep thicket. The tips of the trees stretched up high, almost entangling one another, hardly any light squeezed through. There was no breeze here either. The air was wet and everything felt heavy and stagnant. The small stone path snaked around randomly, and I soon lost all sense of direction as I continued walking. I moved forward along that passage with no exit. For some reason, I did not say a word to Sora, whose back was in front of me. I walked up beside her and interlaced my fingers in hers. Well, that's not what the CG shows, but whatever. I didn't know why I did that. Was I just curious, or had I wanted a sense of security? Sora looked over at me and smiled. Maybe the reason I grabbed onto her was just because I wanted to see her smile at me. Not long afterward, we finally emerged from the forest. My field of view widened and beyond spread out an area of lush green grass and the rich blue ocean. My line of sight was drawn to the back of someone very familiar to me. Yu was standing right in the center of the open space, and she was standing with her back to me. And someone else, a woman who looked just like her, they were facing each other and standing still. I braced against the rising tide of emotion within me, and went to stand over by them. I flashed to look back. Sora was standing at the entrance of the forest and didn't appear to be coming closer. In the center of that area was you, the lady, and I. The other lady. Of course I knew her name. Tanaka Yabi Sai Harukana. She had been infected with the Curie virus, and though she seemed young, she didn't look quite 17. It was probably since her cells had divided for 5 years, which caused her to age slightly. In other words, her body was that of a 23-year-old, but she was actually 35. Looking over at you, Yubi Sayaki Kana standing next to me, she had her hand curled into a fist and was glaring at her mother. She was so mad, she was shaking. I realized that the person who had been manipulating everything behind the scenes had been the person standing in front of me, Yubi Saiharu Kana, Yu's mother. She'd been up here safe and sound on the island relaxing, looking down at our plight, and had probably been laughing the whole time. I glared over at her along with Yu Aki. Yu Haru appeared different to our stares and said nonchalantly,
何か質問は
Do you have any questions? I laughed without thinking. What the hell kind of thing was that to say? Why? Why would you do something like this?
ブリック・ビンケルを発言させるためよ。
In order to call forth Blinkwinkle. What the heck is
言わ
Blinkwinkle?
なくても分かってるでしょ。
You already know that, don't you? Well, I'm supposed to be able to think of it, given the hints given to me so far. But I don't. I just thought they were just trying to save Takeshi from that ending that we've had to see twice now. That ending that I labeled as needlessly sad and, unnecessary, but turned out to be the entire what seems to be the motivator for the entire, situation.
ブリック・ビンケル。
Blinkwinkle
それはあなたのこと。
is you. Me, I'm Blinkwinkle.
ううん、
Yes.
北斗のことじゃないの。
I'm not talking to Hokuto.
北斗の向こう側にいる。視点に向かって言ってるのよ。
I'm talking to the perspective on the other side of Hokuto. Perspective.
ええ、
Yes.
第三視点。ブリック・ビンケル。
The third eye, Blinkwinkle.
北斗の向こう側にいるあなた。
The you on the other side of Hokuto.
そう。今、私のことを見ているあなた。
That's right, the part of you that is looking at me right now.
あなた自身のこと。
It is you who I'm talking about.
最初から少年とはあなた自身のことだったの。
From the beginning, you've been the kid.
あなたが北斗の視点と重なった時、北斗は記憶を失いあなたになった。
When you overlapped with Hokuto, he lost his memory and became you.
だから北斗が記憶喪失になったのは当然のことなの。
So it makes sense that he had amnesia.
あなたにはこの世界で過ごした経験がない。
You had never lived in this world before.
あなたにはこの世界の中での歴史がない。
You have
記
no
憶
history.
がない。
You have no history here, no memories of this place.
あなたは2034年5月1日15時17分初めてこの世界に産声を上げた少年。
So then what happened to the kid then? Did he just get erased? On May 1st, 2034 at 3:17 p.m., you uttered your first words in this world, kid.
あなたは私たちの世界の住人ではない。
You aren't from this world.
もう一次元高い世界から私たちの世界を見下ろしている。
We're looking down at this world from one dimension higher than this.
だからあなたには過去や未来のことがわかる。
That is why you can see the future and the past.
ううん、それだけじゃない。
Well, that's not all.
異なった別の歴史の流れさえあなたには手に取るようにわかるはず。
You can probably also see other time continuums.
少年に予知のようなことができたのは、あなたがこの世界のすべてを知っていたから。
The reason the kid could see the future is you know all there is to know about this world.
北斗という名前を自分の名前だと思えなかったのも当然のこと。
It only makes sense that you didn't respond to the name Hokuto.
だって、あなたの本当の名前は北斗ではないでしょ。
I mean, your real name isn't Hokuto, right? I'm...
怖がらなくてもいいの。
You don't have to be afraid.
自分に嘘をつく必要はないのよ。
You don't have to lie to yourself.
さあ、本当のあなたを見せて。
So, show your true self.
答えて、正直に。
Answer me truthfully.
あなたは北斗という名前の少年では
You
ない
aren't
んで
really...
しょ。
You aren't really a kid named Hokuto, are you? Who am I? Who are you? I am Hokuto. Who are you? Who am I? You are Hokuto. I am not Hokuto. I am not Hokuto. I am me. I am me. Yes, I remember. I am me. I have watched your world for so long, watching. I am but a perspective, an eye that transcends dimensional boundaries. I am the third eye. I am. Blink Winkle. I am. I remember now. I am not from your world, am I? I am not Hokuto.
久しぶりね。
I'm sure it's been a long time. A long
い
time?
え、なんでもないわ。気にしないで。
No, don't worry about it.
ありがとう。姿を見せてくれて。
Thank you for showing yourself. Why? Please tell me why. Why did you have to do this?
それはもう教えたでしょ。
I already told you.
あなたを発言させるためよ。召喚って言ってもいいけど。
In order to, well, I suppose you could call it a summoning. In order to reach me, did you really have to do something so reckless and dangerous?
ええ、
Yes.
さっきも説明した通り。
Just as I explained earlier.
あなたはもう一次元高い世界から私たちの世界を見下ろしている。
You have been looking down
そうよね。
You have been looking down at our world from your dimension, right?
仮に二次元世界に知性を持った存在がいたとしましょう。
Let's say that there were a conscious being from the second dimension.
その二次元存在が三次元存在とコンタクトを取るにはどうすればいいと思う？
What do you think that the second dimension being would have to do in order to make contact with the third dimension?
例えば XY 平面上に二次元的な存在の点 ABC があり、
For instance, on an XY plane, there are some two-dimensional beings, points A, B, and C.
XYZ 空間の中に三次元的な存在の点 D があったとする。
And on XYZ space, you have a three-dimensional being, point D.
点 ABC は XY 平面の上しか移動することはできない。
Points A, B, and C can only move on an XY axis.
では点 D を取り込むためにはどうすればいいか。
So how do you draw point D on them?
点 AB を通る直線上に点 C を移動すればいいの。
You have point C move on the same line as points A and B.
すると点 ABC は同一直線上に並ぶから、この直線と点 D を通る平面が生まれることになる。
When that happens, point A, B, and C form a line and create a common plane with point D.
つまり点 D はこの時点 ABC と同じ平面内に存在することになるの。
Meaning point D becomes part of the same plane as points A, B, and C.
ここで点 D はあたかも自分自身が点 ABC と同じ世界にいるかのような錯覚を覚える。
When that happens, for the first time, point D has an illusion that it is in the same world as A, B, and C.
私たちがやったのはこれと同じこと。
That's what we did.
2034年の世界を2017年であるかのごとく見せかけることによって、
In creating a world where you couldn't tell if it was 2034 or 2017, well, I could. I guess this wouldn't have worked on me.
点 D すなわち4次元内の視点ブリック・ヴィンケルに私たちのいる空間と同一空間にいるかのごとく錯覚を起こさせたってわけ。
Point D, in other words, we were able to create an illusion that the fourth dimension being the perspective Blinkwinkle was in our same reality.
そしてついにあなたは私たちのいる空間内に降臨した姿を見せた。
And you showed yourself to us, descending into the space in front of us.
待ってたのよ私たち。
We were waiting for you, all of us.
あなたが来るのをずっと待ってたの。
We have been waiting for you for so long. Why? Why were you waiting for me? What reason would you have to call for me?
すべてあなたの指示に従っただけよ。
We were just following your directions. Huh?
あなたを呼んだのはあなた自身なの。
You called yourself. What do you mean?
あなたも私たちもあなたを必要としていたの。
You needed us, and we needed you. Why?
ココとクラナリを助けるためにはどうしてもあなたの力が必要だったのよ。
In order to save Coco and Takeshi, we needed to borrow your powers. Save Coco and Takeshi.
私たちは時間の流れに対して無力なの。
We are powerless to fight the flow of time.
過ぎてしまったことはどうすることもできないの。
There is nothing we can do about the past.
けれどあなたにならそれができる。
But you can.
なぜなら4次元存在であるあなたは
The reason being that someone like you from the fourth dimension
時間を自由に移動することができるのだから。
can travel freely through time. I saw it then. I saw everything. My consciousness had detached from Hokuto, and gone back to the world of 2017. Hokuto's feelings and thoughts hadn't reached me, but our perspectives had overlapped. An observer with no feelings. All I could do was witness events as they passed. The submarine that Tsugumi was on had continued floating up and had already made it to the surface. It was a small white vessel, rocking in the waves. Shut inside the small submarine, Tsugumi's shoulders dropped as she sat in the cockpit in shock. Having lost everything, she sat there spiritlessly, looking empty like a glass ornament. Just then, the lights came back on in Pee-Pee's eyes, who moments before had been motionless at Tsugumi's feet. He got up quickly. She seemed to be unable to comprehend what was happening. Pee-Pee shook off his body, flashed a look up to Tsugumi's face, walked over to stand in front of the glass hatch. Scratch, scratch. Pee-Pee began pawing at the hatch.
どうしたの？
What's wrong? Tsugumi mumbled weakly. Pee-Pee looked facing the hatch and barked.
外に出たいの？
You want to go outside? Tsugumi's gaze wandered about as if she were thinking something over. Pee-Pee continued barking the whole time. The submarine rocked gently in the waves. Tsugumi put both her hands on the wall and looked outside of the window.
わかったわ。
Okay. Saying that, Tsugumi opened the hatch, not the glass one, but the heavy one on the top of the submarine. A pure white light flashed into the interior of the ship like the sharp edge of a blade. Tsugumi squinted against the brightness. She held up one hand to fend off the light, and with the other pushed on the hatch with all her might. She picked up Pee-Pee and brought him outside the boat. Pee-Pee kicked hard against the hull to fly into the air, and drawing a beautiful arc, he splashed into the ocean. One mechanical dog swimming in the ocean. Down, down, down he went. He didn't stop at 51 feet. 102 feet, 153 feet. 204 feet, 255 feet, 306 feet. 357 feet. The hard rock surface deep in the blue darkness. A man's body lay on the ocean bed. Pee-Pee bit into the clothing and pulled. Was he trying to bring him somewhere? Of course, the man didn't move at all. Pee-Pee bit on some exposed flesh. The man didn't respond. His life had expired. All that remained there was a cold corpse, nothing more. Something had fallen to his side. A disc. A terabyte disc. Pee-Pee picked it up in his mouth and left the body behind. He started swimming in the ocean. Going sideways, he cut across the water. At the bottom of the dark sea, there was only this cold surface of the rock and dark black seawater. Occasionally, delicate streams of light would pass by. Perhaps Pee-Pee had found something. Without hesitation, Pee-Pee swam straight towards the white building. Splash. The face of a single dog broke the surface of the pool. He stuck out of his front legs onto the edge and climbed onto the floor. He shook himself off. Small droplets of water flew off in all directions, forming a mist. The terabyte disc was still in his mouth. Pee-Pee ran. He lost his footing on the wet floor, slipped and fell. Standing up again, he readied himself and dashed off at full gallop. His pliant body shot like a coiled spring. Pee-Pee ran down the passages, breaking to the right and turning to the left. He was aiming for something. Pee-Pee.
Pee-Pee.
Only her voice could be heard. Woof. Pee-Pee barked loudly. The disc fell out of his mouth to spin across the floor with a rattle. Pee-Pee quickly braked with all four legs, turned around to get the disc, and dashed across the floor again.
Pee-Pee.
Take
Pyon.
When he turned the corner, her figure jumped out at him. She was lying down in the middle of the passage. Pee-Pee ran over to her side. He set down the disc on the floor and, biting at her clothes, started pulling on her. He tried desperately to pull her along, but just as he could not budge the man before, it was too much for his small frame to budge her. Woof! Woof! Woof!
Pee-Pee.
She opened her eyes weakly.
どこ行ってたの？
Oh, where did you go?
心配したんだからね。
I was so worried about you.
Pee-Pee licked her face.
みんなは？
Where is everyone?
クーンじゃわからないよ。
I don't understand when you whine.
Pee-Pee pulled on her clothes and scratched her shoulder, grunting with his effort. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Perhaps he realized there was nothing he could do, but Pee-Pee barked frantically.
ねえ、ピピ、
Hey, Pee-Pee.
早くお家帰ろう。
Let's go home.
パパもママも待ってるかな。
Daddy and Mommy are waiting for us.
だから
So,
早くお家
let's go.
お家帰ろう
Go home.
ね。ピピ。
Okay, Pee-Pee.
She closed her eyes quietly. No matter how much he barked at her, she wouldn't open her eyes. Pee-Pee started walking around the area. He finally stopped and picked up the disc that he had left on the floor and started running again. Going back the way he came, he made it to the pool. Without hesitating, he threw himself into the pool. He started swimming in the ocean, rising up and up. He didn't stop. 306 feet, 255 feet, 204 feet. 153 feet, 102 feet, 51 feet, 0 feet. Splash. Pee-Pee's face broke the surface. The blue expanse of the sky loomed above him. The sun had changed the water to a silvery color. Someone was there to pick up Pee-Pee. It was you. Yubi Saiharukana. She took the terabyte disc from his mouth and looked at the digital recording of IBF that Pee-Pee had taken with his eyes. That was the first time that she realized the truth. What that left behind at the bottom of the ocean in the research facility was a single girl. That girl was Coco. It was Coco Yagami, Yubi Saiharukana said.
ティーフ・ブラウンに感染した私と冠城はやってきた潜水艇に救助された。
Kabaraki and I, who had been infected with the TB virus, were rescued by the salvage vessel.
でもその潜水艇にココは乗ってなかったの。
Coco wasn't aboard the submarine with us.
その時私は意識を失ってたから気づかなかったけど、
I was unconscious then, so I hadn't noticed.
でも後になってから分かったの。
but I realized it
コ
afterwards.
コは eBayF に
Coco
置
had been
き
left
去りにされ
behind.
てしまったんだ。
Coco had been left behind in IBF. I can't believe it.
こちらインゼルヌル管制応答願います。
This is Incel No Control, please
こ
respond.
ちら第3 eBayF 診療室どうぞ。
This is the examination room in IBF-3,
よ
over.
かった、そこにいてくれたか。
Thank goodness, that's where you were.
先ほど派遣した特急隊から到着連絡が入った時に君を発見できなかったようなので心配していた。
A little while ago, you got a message from the dispatch team that they couldn't find you. You had us worried there.
すまない。少し留守にしてたんだ。
Sorry, I was out for a bit.
診療室に残っていた要救助者3名はすでに回収した。現在民間サルベージの潜水艇にて応急処置中だ。
We were able to rescue the other 3 people in the examination room, and they were being cared for in the salvage vessel.
みんなは無事なのか。
Is everything okay?
今の段階では何とも言えない。重傷だ。
We can't say for sure their conditions are
こ
serious.
とは1分1秒を争う。潜水艇は一時緊急浮上して彼らを海上の病院へと搬送する。
Fighting against time, the submersible is going to surface soon, and we'll transfer them to a floating medical
わか
center.
った。頼んだぞ。
Okay, you take care of them. Control center said they had rescued the other 3 in the examination room. So why?
その要救助者3名の内訳は私
Those
と
three-
冠城と
Those 3 people were me, Kabaraki,
それ
and
から私の父田中陽一のことだったの。
one more, my father, Yoichi Tanaka. Why? Why did the rescue team leave Coco there?
後から聞いた話だとそのような女の子は見かけなかったって。
I heard it from them afterwards, but they said they couldn't find her. Oh, I remember. By the time the rescue squad got there, Coco wasn't in the examination room. I don't know why, but for some reason Coco had gotten out of her capsule pod. So the only people left there were you, Kabaraki, and Mr. Tanaka, who was already dead. Yeah. You and Kabaraki's condition was extremely serious. So they put the highest priority on saving the lives of those 2, and the rescue squad left. Meaning they overlooked Coco. No, they abandoned her. You pinched her eyes shut, her face distorted in sadness. But what do you want me to do? By the time these words left my mouth, I had already returned to 2017. To that vast blue world. On the bottom of the ocean lay the cruelly broken body of a man. It didn't move. What do you want me to do? I'm not from this world. The only thing I can do is look. Just look on. You wanted to show me this dead body? It makes me sad. Terribly sad. Hey, he had thrown his life away to protect the woman he loved. It was heartbreaking. His body had lost all warmth. I kept staring. Just then... Dad? Dad? Dad! My awareness split, fractured as a powerful force of will broke up inside of me. I was infused with an overwhelming passion. Hokuto's indomitable belief, willpower, emotion, and psyche were like a raging inferno that engulfed me. This furious and wild power raged within me and superseded my existence. It exploded in a shower of white sparks of light and roared like thunder. Overwhelmed by my raw vigor, I withdrew. It was no place for me to be. Hokuto exploded with the bottled up emotions and threw his instinctive power free into darkness.
お父さんお父さん死んじゃやだよ
Dad, don't die on me.
死なないで
Please don't die.
僕はまだ一度もお父さんに会ったことがないのに
I haven't met you yet.
僕を置いていかないでお父さん
Please don't leave me, Dad.
サラも僕も待ってるんだよ
Sarah and I are waiting for
お
you.
母さんだって待ってる
Mom is waiting for you.
お母さんを悲しませないで僕らを助けてよ
Please don't leave her sad. Help us.
約束したじゃないか絶対死なないって言ったじゃないか
You promised. You said I'm not going to die no matter what, right?
一人も死なせはしないって誓ったんでしょ
You swore you wouldn't let even one person die.
ココはまだ研究所にいるんだよ
Coco is still in the research facility.
このままじゃココが死んじゃうんだよ
If we don't do something, she's going to die.
お父さんお父さん
Dad. Takeshi opened his eyes. At the bottom of the seabed, under unbearable pressure, he regained consciousness. How many minutes had it been since he last breathed? But he was undeniably alive. He had revived. I'm not going to die. I promised her. I could hear the screams of his mind in my ears. Takeshi flipped over his body, kicked off the reef, and began to swim. He cut the water with his arms and kicked with his legs, continuing to swim wildly through the water. The water pressure did not faze him, and his body felt no resistance. He moved forward in the darkness as if he were skating on ice. Bubbles trailed in an arc behind him. He maintained an unthinkable speed, tearing apart the wall of water in front of him. His only source of guidance was a faint light visible ahead. Splash. His momentum carried him flying out of the water. Takeshi pushed his face out of the water, racked with a fit of violent coughing, and spewed out seawater from his lungs. He clung to the edge of the pool. Sucking in deep breaths of air, he would partly take in a breath only to throw out massive amounts of water. He repeated this many times. When the painful fits had finally died down, Takeshi lay exhausted like the dead. Truth be told, he probably had been dead. Takeshi crawled across the floor. He flipped over on his back with a thud. He couldn't move. The sound of his heavy breathing echoed off of the walls.
お父さんお父さんしっかりして
Dad, hang in there. Hokuto called out. Takeshi laughed.
どこの誰だか知らんけど、
I don't know who the heck you are,
俺をお父さんなんて呼ぶんじゃない。
but don't call me Dad.
お父さん
Dad,
だから俺には子供なんかいないんだ。
I'm telling you, I don't have any kids,
でも僕はお父さんの子供なんだよ
but I'm your son.
じゃあ母親は誰なんだ？
Okay, then who's your mom?
つぐみだよ
Tsugumi is...
うん笑われてもしょうがないと思う
laughing isn't going to change anything.
多分信じてもらえないよね
There's no way you're going to believe me,
僕は今17年後の未来から話しかけてるんだ
because I'm talking to you from 17 years in the future.
17年後2034年か。
17 years. That makes it 2034, right?
ところでお前どこにいるんだ？姿が見えないけど。
By the way, where are you? I can't see you anywhere.
お父さんのすぐ近くにいるよ
I'm close by you. Takeshi peeled himself from the floor where he'd been lying and rose slowly. He looked all
探
around.
してもお父さんには僕のことは見えないと思う
Even if you look for me, I don't think you can see me.
僕は見てるだけだからお父さんのことを
I'm only looking at you, Dad.
意味がわからないんだが。
I don't have a clue what you're talking about, but
お父さんの世界に肉体があるわけじゃないんだよ
my body isn't in your time.
だからもちろん声帯を使って言葉を発してるわけでもない
And it isn't like I'm using a speaker to send my words to you.
僕はお父さんの心の中に直接語りかけてるんだ
I'm connected to your mind talking to you. Takeshi put his finger on his ear and wiggled it.
幻聴ってやつか？俺もとうと
Must be hallucinating this. I wonder if I'm...
違うってば
No,
とにかく時間がないんだ
you don't have time for this.
今はのんびりと話してる場合じゃないんだよ
You don't have time to waste.
う。ああ、そういえばさっきココが研究所にいるとかなんとかって言ってたな。
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that about Coco in the research facility, right?
うんそうなんだ
That's right.
ココは潜水艇で脱出したわけじゃなかったんだ
Coco didn't get out in one of the submersibles.
管制官の言った要救助者っていうのはユウとカブラキとそれからあの研究員のことだったんだよ
The man from the rescue squad had told you about the survivors. He was talking about you, Kaburaki, and the researcher.
嘘だろ？
You've got to be joking.
とにかく研究所の中をもう一度調べてみて
You've got to go back and check on the research facility one more time.
そこにココがいるはずなんだ
Coco's still in there. Takeshi hurried down the corridor. The research facility was almost entirely silent. The only sound was the echo of Takeshi's shoes against the floor. The corridor wound left and right. He searched around but didn't find any signs of anyone.
おい、やっぱり誰もいないじゃないか。
Hey, I don't see anyone.
そんなはずないよ
That's impossible.
絶対研究所の中にいるんだ
Telling you she's got to be there somewhere. Takeshi tilted his head a bit quizzically.
まあ、お前には礼を言っておこう。
Well, I suppose I should thank
お
you.
前がお父さんなんて狂言じみたことを言って俺を起こさなかったら、
If you hadn't woken me up saying something stupid like
き
Dad,
っと俺は あのまま海の木図と化してただろうからな。
I probably would have drowned.
体の方は大丈夫？
Are you alright?
大丈夫なわけないだろう。
What do you think?
この数時間以内に俺の身に降りかかった数々の出来事を考えてみろ。
Just think about everything that has happened to me in the last few hours, will you?
ティーフ・ブラウンの発病から始まって、急激な減圧、加圧、つぐみから採取した抗体を打って、
It got started with getting teeth blow. I got decompressed, recompressed, and then pumped up with Tsugumi's antibodies.
最後は海の底に放り出されて、窒息。
And it finally ended up with getting sucked out to the bottom of the sea and practically drowning.
放り出されてというか、自分で飛び込んだわけではあるが、
Well, I guess I did kind of throw myself out there.
その割には元気そうに見えるけど。
In spite of all that, you seem to be doing alright to me.
確かに。つぐみから採取した抗体が効いてきたのかな。
Well, I suppose Tsugumi's antibodies must have kicked in, and also the Cure virus must have kicked in because you bit her finger. Or maybe the effects of the Cure virus have already started. Now, there's no way his DNA could be rewritten so quickly, but that might be another explanation for why Takeshi recovered so quickly from jumping into the water. I knew they were going to do this. Yeah. Well, okay. I thought they were going to do this a different way. But I sure definitely thought of this. I have no way of knowing. It doesn't matter though, he looks a lot better after walking around for a while. He looked pretty strong, he looked strong even. Takeshi walked down the passageway on steady legs. He came to an intersection. Checking quickly to the left and right, he set down the path to the left. It was right after that. Wait a sec.
今何か動かなかったか？
Did something just move right now? Without warning for Hokuto's reply, Takeshi started running. Coco had fallen down in the corridor. Takeshi rushed over to Coco and lifted up her motionless body.
Take-pyon.
Coco spoke
お
faintly.
前、こんなとこで何を？
What are you doing here?
ピピがね、いなかったからね。
Well, Pee-Pee wasn't dumb. I couldn't find him, and...
だからね、探しに来たんだよ。
So I went looking for him.
It appeared that Coco had gotten out of the pod by herself before the rescue squad had arrived and had gone off looking for Pee-Pee.
お前ってやつは、本当に。
You are the most totally. Takeshi shook his head dumbfounded. Coco looked innocently at the exasperated Takeshi and said the following words.
Hey,
他のみんなは
is everyone else?
まだ寝てる。
Still sleeping.
That was all Coco could say before she passed out. The next instant, boom. A loud explosion shook the walls of IBF. The sound came from up above. The falling wreckage from Lubu had probably collided with the roof of the research facility. Paradise was still collapsing, it seemed. Takeshi quickly scooped up Tohu's body and dashed across the floor. Had to reuse the CG. Kicking up his feet, Takeshi screamed to the void.
おい、どうすればいいんだ？
What am I supposed to
プー
do?
ルから泳いで脱出できない？
Can't you escape by swimming through the pool? Hokuto answered.
バカ！
Baka!
ここは水深119メートルだぞ！
It's 357 feet under the water down here.
息が続かない。ここも俺も。
Hoku and I won't be able to hold our breath that long.
大地浮上するにはな、減圧しながら、ゆっくりと登っていかなきゃならないんだ。
Besides, in order to surface, we have to decompress slowly as we go up.
ここは 12.5 気圧。
It's 12.5 atmospheres down here,
海上は1気圧だ。
and the ocean surface is 1 atmosphere.
減圧しなかったら、まず間違いなく生きて帰ることはできない。
There's no way we can survive unless we get ourselves decompressed.
エレベーターは
How about the elevator?
分断されてる。
It's been cut off.
エレベーターチューブはとっくの昔に倒壊して、今はもうない。
The elevator tubes were destroyed a long time ago.
上へ登るルートはないんだ。
There's no way I can go up.
ひとまず診療室へ。
Well, let's go to the examination room.
分かってるよ、そんなことは。
I know that. Takeshi ran into the examination room. He hit the control panel and closed the door. Strangely, there was no sign of flooding inside IBF. There was no sound of running water, and the tremors had stopped for the time being. But there was still no time to relax. Coco's body was fast reaching its limit. Takeshi laid Coco down on the bed. He ran toward the side of the desk at the center corner of the room. He opened the one of the storage bins and grabbed something. Something it had been the antibodies for Tief Blau taken from Tsugumi. Coco hadn't been inoculated with it yet. Without a word, Takeshi gave Coco the antibodies. Coco had long passed the stage of suffering and lay there looking limp.
頼む。早く聞いてくれ。
Come on, do the trick. Takeshi threw the empty syringe away and held on to Coco's hand as she lay there. Make sure you throw it into Biohazard Sharp. It's usually a red bin. Biohazard Sharps is usually a small red bin. A while had passed, but Coco's condition didn't seem to be improving. As a matter of fact, it seemed to be getting worse.
くそ、なんで聞かねえんだよ。
Oh, come on, how come it isn't working? Takeshi banged the
ここ
wall.
はお父さんたちよりも何日か前に感染してるんだ。
Coco was infected a few days earlier than you, Dad.
だからその分、病気が進行しちゃってるんだと思う。
So her disease has been progressing for that much longer than everyone else.
ち、このままじっとしてても始まらないな。
Damn it, we can't just sit here and wait.
とにかく脱出方法だ。脱出方法。
Besides, we gotta find a way to escape.
何か手を考えなければ。
We just need to think of something. Takeshi paced around the room with his head down. Occasionally, heavy noises echoed from the ceiling. Takeshi listened to the noises. And then, Takeshi, looking as if he had just realized something, whispered to himself.
さっき俺とつぐみが脱出する前、アナウンスがあった。
I heard the announcement earlier before Tsugumi and I escaped.
悪解何分前とかいうドイツ語のアナウンスがな。
The announcement said something like, if you are not out in a few minutes, you're going to be crushed.
なのにどうしてなんだ。なんで未だにこの研究所は無事なんだ。
But this place is still standing. Why is that?
そんなこと僕に聞かれてもわからないけど。
I don't know why either.
でも、もしかしたら、
But maybe,
もしかしたら、なんだ。
maybe what? You don't need to escape.
そのアナウンスは、レミューの悪解を告げるためのものだったんじゃないかな。
That announcement might have been about Lemieux imploding.
だって考えてみてよ。
But think about
こ
it.
の研究所は内部の気圧と外の水圧が同じになるように保たれてるんだよ。
But this laboratory has been built so that the atmosphere on the inside and outside are equal.
力が釣り合ってるんだから、そう簡単に潰れることはないんだと思う。
Since they're still balanced, it probably won't implode as easily. Finally! That must have been it. If you leave the cap on the empty plastic bottle, even if you come back years later, the air will still be trapped inside, which meant that the laboratory should be safe, unless extreme force was added from somewhere, such as a giant piece of partition from Lemieux falling on it. Although he didn't seem to be fully convinced, Takeshi nodded upon hearing Hokuto's explanation. By accepting the explanation, he was probably trying to clear one of the many problems facing him at the moment. And as time progressed, Coco's condition got worse and worse.
ちくしょう、なんでこんなことに。なんでなんだよ。
Damn it, why is this all happening? Why? Takeshi kicked the
お
wall.
父さんがもっと早く抗体を打ってあげてれば。
Well, Dad, you should have given her the antibodies earlier.
ああ、んなこと言ったってしょうがないだろう。
Oh, it's a little late for that now, isn't it?
あの時ココはポットの中で加圧状態にあったんだ。
Besides, Coco was in the pod under pressure at that time.
蓋を開けるわけにはいかなかったんだよ。
I couldn't just open up the lid.
でも蓋を開けなくても注射ぐらいできたはずだよ。
But you could have given her a shot without opening the lid.
だってユウが言ってたじゃないか。
Because you said,
高圧酸素治療の他にもレーザーでの減菌やら簡単な手術のできる機能も備わってるらしいし。
it seems that this pod can also do laser disinfecting as well as simple surgery in addition to oxygen
使い
treatment.
方によってはハイバネーションすら可能のようだけど。
And depending on how you use it, even cryogenic suspension. Well, that's how they're going to segue.
それだけの機能があるんだったらきっと注射だって。
Since it has so many other functions, it probably should be able to give an injection.
でもユウは蓋を閉めたまま注射ができるなんて一言も言ってなかったぞ。
But you didn't say a word about being able to give shots without opening the lid, did she?
あいつが言わなかったってことはそれが不可能だからだろ。
And if she didn't mention it, it must not be possible.
もちろん俺や少年は装置のことなんて全くわからないしな。
Besides, neither you nor I have any idea what this device can do.
だいたいハイバネーションって何なんだよ。
What's cryogenic suspension anyway?
冬眠のことだよ。
It's like hibernation. Hokuto answered as if anyone would know.
冬眠
Hibernation?
ってクマとかカエルとかがするやつか？
You mean like bears do in the winter?
うん。
Yeah.
ハイバネーション機能があるってことは、つまり人工冬眠ができるってことだと思う。
Pretty sure that cryogenic suspension means you can artificially induce hibernation.
人間の体を6度から7度ぐらいの低体温状態に保って、心拍数と呼吸数をギリギリまで減らす。
It keeps human body temperature low, around 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and reduces your heartbeat and breathing to the absolute minimum.
そうすることによって代謝効率を下げてエネルギーを極力消費しないようにするんだ。
That way, it increases your metabolic efficiency and conserves as much energy as possible. I see.
だけど、なんでそんなもんがここに？
Wonder why they have it here. In the middle of saying this, Takeshi stopped suddenly. At the same time, Okuto's thoughts stopped too, and then they screamed out at the same time.
そうだ！冬眠させちまえばいいんだ！
I got it, we'll put her in cryogenic suspension.
そうだ！冬眠させればいいんだよ！
I got it, we put her in cryogenic suspension.
低体温状態に保てるってことは、ウイルスが体を蝕んでいく速度も遅くできるってことだよな。
If body temperature is kept low, it'll slow down the rate of the virus infection too, right? I don't actually think so because when you're infected with the virus, you tend to want to raise your body temperature. That would make it harder for the virus to spread. Yeah.
よし、今はとにかく時間だ。時間さえあればきっとなんとかなる。
Alright, all we need is a little more time. If we have time, I'm sure it'll work.
1分でも1秒でもいいから、ウイルスの進行速度を遅くできれば、それに越したことはないし。
If we slow down that virus even for a minute or a second, it'll be better than nothing.
そうと決まれば早速。
Alright then. Takeshi carried the frail Coco and set her into the pod. Then he started flipping through the manual at full speed, skimming it. It didn't seem too difficult to set up. Takeshi, unlike his usual self, manipulated the computer terminal swiftly and smoothly. Then, all that was left was to turn on the switch. Coco was asleep, in the pod. Takeshi reached out his hand to the switch that would close the lid. A split second before he flipped the switch, Coco quietly opened her eyes. It's kind of the wrong CG, but...
誰？
Who is that?
え？
What?
タケピョンの後ろに立ってるのは
Who's standing beside you, Takepyon?
俺の後ろ？
Behind me? Takeshi looked back. Hokuto was
ここに
there.
は奴のことが見えるのか？
You can see him, Coco?
見える。
Yeah, I do.
ここ、僕だよ。北斗だよ。
Coco, it's me, Hokuto.
北斗？
Kuto?
北斗って言うんだ。
Okuto is your name.
北タンって呼んでもいい？
Can I call you Hokutan?
The Coco of this time didn't seem to know Hokuto yet. So who was the phantom girl that I had been seeing?
北斗？
Tuko.
それがお前の名前なのか？
Is that your name?
うん。
Uh-huh.
そうか。
Really?
ここ、
Coco.
俺には見えないが、その北斗ってやつが俺たちのことを助けてくれたんだぞ。
I can't see him, but this guy Hokuto helped us, you know?
北タン、
Hokutan.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
それから、
And
それから、もう一人の、君も、
and the other person, you.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
もう一人？もう一人誰かいるのか？
Other person? There's someone else?
いる。
Yeah, there is.
北端の向こうに、見える。
I can see him behind Hokutan.
Him? Silence filled the room. The room temperature felt suddenly lower for some reason. Coco. Coco was looking at me. Just me. Into my eyes. Are we talking about me? Feeling flustered, I gathered up my courage and spoke up.
そう。君の、
Yes, you.
やっと会えたね。
We finally meet.
Huh?
ここ、北端のことは知らないけど、
I don't know Hokutan, but
君のことは知ってるんだよ。
I sure know you.
だって、
Because
だってずっとここのこと見守ってくれてたでしょ。
because all this time you've been watching over me, haven't you?
四次元人間さん、
Mr. Fourth Dimension.
ブリック・ビンケルさん、
Blinkwinkle.
またひよこごっこやろうね。
Let's play chick sometime again.
ピヨピヨってピヨピヨって。
ココ、それは俺と。
Coco, I was the one.
Eh.
Coco's cheek seized up a little.
タケピョンにはわからないと思うけど、
I don't think you knew it, Takepyon, but
ここはタケピョンだけじゃなくて、この
I
人とも遊んだの。
I didn't just play with you. I also was playing with him.
そうだよね。
Isn't that right?
Coco was asking me. Uh-huh. I might have been watching over Coco for all this time. I've been watching over you. I wanted to get closer to you too. But it was probably not possible.
Heh.
ほいじゃあさ、ここに告白したのも君だったのかな。
So you're the one who told me that you liked me then.
Yes, I suppose it was. I suppose it was. Coco and I looked at each other. We were staring at each other. Our eyes filled with passion. I felt as though my existence would evaporate any
こ
second.
こ、これからどうなっちゃうの？
What's going to happen to me?
All of a sudden, a dark shadow had covered Coco's
こ
eyes.
こ、死んじゃうの？
Am I going to die?
Don't be silly. There's no way you're going to die. No matter what, I'll save your life, Coco. I won't let you die. Excitedly, I appealed to her. Although she looked to be in some pain, Coco smiled at me happily. My heart seemed that it would surely melt.
ココ、そういうわけだ。
Coco, so that's how it is, okay?
俺たちが必ずお前を救ってみせる。
Going to save you no matter
だ
what.
から今は安心してゆっくり休むんだ。
So just relax. I want you to rest now. As he was saying this, Takeshi went to close the pod.
Wait.
どうするの？
What's going to happen?
You're gonna wake up in 2034 is what's gonna happen.
少しの間だけ眠るんだよ。クマさんみたいにな。
You're going to sleep for a while just like a cuddly bear.
No.
お願い。ここを置いてかないで。
Please don't leave me.
どこにも行かないで。
Don't go anywhere.
一人ぼっちにしないで。
Don't leave me alone.
And I know we're not.
一人ぼっちなんかするわけないだろ。
We're not going to leave you alone, will we?
俺たちがずっとそばにいてやる。
We're going to stay right here.
嘘だもん。
You're lying.
ここ、そんなの信じない。
I don't believe you.
わがまま言うな。
Quit being so stubborn.
このままじゃ本当にお前は。
If we leave you like this, you're going to.
No, no, no.
My noise filter filtered that. Gotta have that up. Let's try turning that off.
No.
And turning it back on.
I don't want to.
一人ぼっち寂しいから嫌なの。
I don't want to be all by myself. I'll be too lonely.
怖いの怖いのとっても。
I'm scared. I'm so scared.
じゃあタケピョン一緒に
Takepyon, will you?
一緒に添い寝してくれる？
Lie down and sleep next to me.
無理言うな。
There's no way.
このポットはな。
This pod is. Takeshi stopped in the middle of what he was saying. He looked up at the ceiling, then to the monitor on the wall, and finally to the pod next to Coco.
よし。じゃあこうしよう。
Alright, how about this then?
ココの隣のポッドに俺が寝る。
I'll sleep in the pod next to you.
どうだ？それなら寂しくないだろ？
How's that? You won't be lonely anymore, right? Coco looked back and forth between Takeshi and me. She had a worried look on her face, and stared at us with eyes that seemed about to burst into tears.
本当に？
Really?
嘘つかない？
You aren't lying.
ああ。
Of course not.
絶対だよ。
You promise.
ここを置いて行っちゃ嫌だよ。
You won't leave me and go.
行かないよ。行くわけないだろ。
I wouldn't do that. Of course I won't go.
わかった。
Alright then.
ここタケピョンのこと信じる。
I trust you, Takepyon.
よし、いい子だ。
That's a good girl. Takeshi petted Coco's
じ
head.
ゃあ閉めるぞ、ココ。
Okay, I'm gonna close it now, okay, Coco? Takeshi turned on the switch. The lid of the pod slowly went down.
ね
Hey,
え、お休みする前に一つだけ願い事 聞い
before.
てくれる？
That sentence was long. Before I go to sleep, will you listen to my request?
願い事？
Request?
タケピョンに言ったんじゃないよ。
I wasn't talking to you, Takepyon.
Coco's eyes are pointing towards me. Me?
Yes.
あのね、ここね、
Well,
ここね
I?
君に会いたい。
I want to see you.
What?
君にもう一度会いたい。
I want to see you again.
会ってもっといっぱいお話ししたいの。
I want to see you and talk with you more.
Huh.
もしかしたらここ
I think that I
君のこと
might just.
君のこと
It's just that I.
ダメだ。
Oh,
やっぱり言えないかも。
I can't say it.
でも約束して。
But will you promise me
もう一度いつか会えるよね。
that you and I will see each other again someday?
Yes.
ここ待ってるから。
I'll be waiting.
ずっとずっと待ってるから。
I'll be waiting for you no matter what.
必ず迎えに来てね。
You'll come get me.
約束だよ。
Promise.
Yes, I promise. The space between the lid and the pod itself was almost gone. I could barely see Coco through the narrow slit. Coco faced towards me and whispered one last thing in her tiny voice.
それじゃあおやすみ。
Good night.
お兄ちゃん。
Brother! Before I could say anything in reply, the lid had closed. The sound of compressing air filled the room. The low whir of the motor. With a light metallic ring, the pod shut completely. Takeshi pushed another switch attached to the pod's chassis. The cryogenic suspension function was activated. There were small sounds as though gas were leaking out. The pod slowly cooled down, humming with a slight vibration.
さてと。
Well then.
おーい、なんとかビンケル、いるか？
Say something, Winkle. You still there?
何？お父さ
What is it, Dad?
ん。なんだ、北斗か。
Oh, it's you, Hokuto.
ったく、紛らわしい奴らだな。
You guys are confusing
お
me.
前はなんとかビンケルとは別人なんだろ？
You and that Winkle guy are two different people, right?
それとも北斗も4次元の存在なのか？
Are you from the fourth dimension too, Hokuto?
うん。僕はただ視点を借りてるだけなんだ、今は。
No, I'm just borrowing his perspective for now.
ふん。
Really?
っていうか、全然わけがわからんのだけど、まあいいや。
I mean, I still don't get it at all, but I don't suppose it matters. Saying this, Takeshi sank his body into an empty pod. The pod next to Coco's.
え？お父さん、どうするつもりなの？
What, Dad? What are you going to do?
どうするもこうするも仕方ないだろ？
What do you think? There's nothing else. Nothing else can I do, right?
約束しちまったからな。
I made her a promise, you know.
じゃあ、お父さんも？
So you're going to?
そういうことだ。
Yep, that's
ど
right.
っちみち脱出する方法はなさそうだしな。
It doesn't look like there's a way to escape anyway.
救助隊の第二陣が来るのを待つしかないわけであり。
We'll just have to wait for the second rescue team to arrive.
だが、ただ待っていても無駄に体力を消費するだけだから。
But it'll be a waste of energy to wait here doing nothing, so
俺は寝ることにする。
I might as well get some sleep.
お父さん、ちょっと待ってよ。
Dad, wait a second.
またん。
No,
俺はもう疲れたんだよ。
I'm tired.
本当に疲れたんだ。
I'm really, really tired. Takeshi stretched his arm from where he lay and flicked the switch for both closing the lid and starting the cryogenic suspension at the same time. The lid started to close, quietly. Steadily.
じゃあな、北斗。
Alright,
あ
Hokuto.
とはよろしく頼むぞ。
I'm counting on you. Falling!
お父さん。
Dad.
あ、一つ言い忘れたことがあった。
Oh, hey, one more thing.
そのお父さんって呼び方、いい加減やめてもらえないかな。
Quit calling me Dad, will you?
だって、しょうがないじゃないか。
Well, I can't help it.
僕はお父さんの子供なんだから。
I'm your son.
違う。そういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだ。
No, that's not what I mean.
どうせお父さんって呼ぶんなら、もっと上品に、エレガントにだな。
If you call me Dad, why don't you say it a little more elegantly?
パパと、そう呼びなさい。
Okay, this is something in Japanese that they had to translate, and whatever. Call me Father, okay? Father.
わかったね。
You got it? Hakuto took a deep breath, trying to say something. But before he could say it, the lid of the pod had shut. Familiar hissing sound echoed in the room. The cryogenic suspension had activated. The pod cooled down with small vibrations. Just in case, Hokuto and I checked the monitor. The cryogenic suspension on the two pods was functioning properly. There was no signs of abnormality in the bioscans of Koko and Takeshi. The world in 2017, a laboratory at the bottom of the ocean. All that remained there was a perspective. Hokuto and I started to think. Oh yeah, we gotta let everyone know that Koko and Takeshi are here in IBF. I'm not sure whether it was I or Hokuto who thought this. Maybe it was because we had switched places so often that the boundary between Hokuto and myself had started to become very vague. Our consciousness had gotten muddy, tangled and intertwined. We were very close to a state of fusion. Or maybe we might have been that way ever since the beginning. My thoughts were the same as Hokuto's, and Hokuto's thoughts were the same as mine. Being me and being Hokuto wasn't all that different. We had been one since long ago, and would continue to be one. That thought just went through my mind. But it wasn't the time to be engrossed in such thoughts. Our consciousnesses flew up to the floating island. A miniature submarine. They pressed the V instead of the space bar. I can tell they're close together. A miniature submarine was floating on the ocean surface. Swaying in the waves and being teased along by time, it left a carefree trail in the deep blue ocean. I searched inside of it, but Tsugumi had already disappeared. She must be somewhere on the floating island. I expanded my sight and looked down at the entire artificial island. I saw someone, but it wasn't Tsugumi. It was Yubisai Harukana. Hokuto and I flew down near her side. Walking along with Yubisai Harukana was Pee-Pee. He was soaking wet, which meant that it must have been right after you had picked up Pee-Pee from the ocean surface. She was walking down the trail attended by a few men who seemed to be staff members of Lemu. She was walking towards the helicopter. She was probably on her way to a large hospital or something. She looked surprisingly healthy. She was walking steadily without support. Although she seemed in a dark mood, at least her health seemed fine. The antibodies must have worked, just as with Takeshi. Anyway, I needed to tell her what had happened to Takeshi and Koko. You. It was Hokuto who shouted at her.
誰？
Who is it? Caught off guard, she glanced all around. The staff members started skeptical looks at her when she started talking to herself all of a
僕だ
sudden.
よ僕
It's me.
僕って誰よ？
Who is this me? There is no way she could have known Hokuto. Hokuto wasn't even born in this world. And she wouldn't have believed it if we had told her. We're talking to you from 17 years in the future. Hokuto
と
told
にか
her.
く聞いてほしいことがあるんだ
Look, there's something I want to tell
よ
you.
く聞いて
So listen to me carefully.
実は
Actually, Hokuto told her that Koko and Takeshi had been left in the laboratory and that they were under cryogenic suspension in the pods.
まさかそんな。
Oh my god, it can't be.
だから早く二人を助けてあげて
So you have to help them right away,
本
okay?
当なの？
Are you serious?
本当だよ
Totally.
ユウを救出した潜水艇にはココもタケシも乗ってなかったんだ
Koki and Takeshi weren't in the sub that rescued you.
助かったのはあとつぐみとカブラキだけで
And only the others who were rescued were Tsugumi and Kaburaki. Bow wow. Pee-Pee looked at Hokuto and me and gave a loud bark.
あそうだピピ
Oh yeah, Pee-Pee.
今ユウの足元にいるピピ
Pee-Pee
ディ
had
ス
a
クを
disc
加え
in,
てたでしょ
Pee-Pee had a disc in his mouth, didn't he?
テラバイトディスクのことね。
Uh-huh, you mean the terabyte disc, right?
そうそこに空のデータが記憶が入ってるから
That's right, Sora's data and her memories are in it.
それから
What else,
ちょっと待ってよ。
wait a minute.
あなた一体どこにいるの？
Where on earth are you now?
そんなことどうでもいいんだよ
That doesn't really matter.
とにかく僕の言ってることを信じて
You have to believe me.
信じられるわけないでしょ。
How am I supposed to do that?
なんなのよこれ。幻聴？
What is this? Am I hearing
違
things?
うってば
No, you are not.
本当にたけしとココは
Seriously, Takeshi and Koko are... Pee-Pee started barking again.
あそうだよ
Oh, I know.
ピピが目撃してるはずだ
Pee-Pee must have seen it.
通路に倒れてたココの姿をピピの目がしっかりと捉えてる
Pee-Pee saw Koko collapse in the
多
hallway.
分ピピの中にその時の画像データが保存されてると思う
There's got to be some image data of that saved in Pee-Pee's memory.
それを再生してみて
Can you play it back? She dropped her head down as if deep in thought, closed her eyes, and massaged her temples with her fingertips. After seeming distressed in this manner for a while, she must have reached a conclusion. You looked up in a different direction and spoke.
わかった。
All
あ
right.
なたが誰だか知らないけど、とにかく調べてみるよ。
I have no idea who you are, but I'll see what I can do.
ありがとうユウ
Thank you, you.
それじゃあ頼んだよもう僕元の世界に戻らなきゃいけないから
Counting on you. Falling. Okay. It's about time I get back to where I came from.
元の世界って？
Where'd you come from?
きっと信じてもらえないと思うけど
You wouldn't believe me, but
今から17年後の世界だよ
it's 17 years into the future. Hokuto and I went back to the world of 2034. Surprisingly, the future had been completely altered. Takeshi was there, so was Koko. Yubisai Harukana was there, as was Yubisai Akikana. Tsugumi was there along with Sara. Sora was there, Kabaraki was there, and so was Hokuto. They were chatting happily in a circle. I didn't know what had happened, but I was just relieved. The future had been altered. But how did it happen? I suppose Yubisai Harukana had kept her promise with Hokuto, so Kokio and Takeshi were rescued immediately afterwards. In this version of history, Takeshi hadn't died 17 years ago, but was still alive and well. So in this world, Tsugumi didn't have to send Hokuto and Sara to the institution. In this version of the future, Hokuto and Sara didn't have to be separated. Besides, I understood that the incident in 2034 was planned so that I, Blinkwinkle, would come into existence. It was planned to have me descend in this world so that the past would be altered, and that Koko and Takeshi would be saved. But in this history, Koko and Takeshi had already been rescued safely 17 years ago. Therefore, there was no longer any way to grab my attention and make me appear in this world. So Yubisai Harukana didn't have to come up with an outrageous plan to trap everyone at Lemu. Which meant that in that instant, starting at May 1st, 2034, hadn't taken place in this history. None of them had been trapped in Lemu, which means that Yubisai Harukana had no reason to lie to Yubisai Akikana. Yubisai Harukana must have told Yubisai Akikana the truth in this history, so they were all able to spend their lives peaceably from 2017 until now. They all had lived safely with time, just passing by peacefully and slowly. And that was what I was seeing right then. But hey, wait a second. I need to think a little more about this, because it's a paradox! We gotta resolve the paradox! In 2017, Takeshi and Koko were saved by Yubisai Harukana's action, so if the time passed by peacefully, eventually it would be the year 2034. There wouldn't be any accident. I, Blinkwinkle, wouldn't appear. What would happen then? Hokuto in this world wouldn't talk to Takeshi in the past, which is 2017, in the past that I know. Hokuto would have funneled this raw, untamed force and had shouted to Takeshi's body lying in the bottom of the ocean, Dad, don't you die on me. But in the past retraced from this future, Takeshi had never heard his son scream. That meant Takeshi would have long decomposed on the bottom of the ocean. Since Takeshi hadn't come back to life, Koko would have been left in the hallway, and both of them would die. Because the incident in 2017 had already taken place in a historical fact. It's a historical fact, which meant that even in the past connected directly to this world, the incident in 2017 wouldn't have been avoided. Therefore, this world could never be possible. It could never exist. It was a paradox. If this world could exist, this question would naturally arise. Who would save Takeshi, who is alive here today? Was it Hokuto from a different future? Was it that Hokuto from a world where there had been an accident in 2034 who had saved Takeshi? No, that's not possible, because in order for the incident to take place in 2034, the condition must be that Takeshi could not be saved in 2017. Which meant, in order for Takeshi to come back to life at the bottom of the ocean, the events had to take place in 2034. In order for Koko to go under cryogenic suspension, the events had to take place in 2034. Therefore, this peaceful world could never exist. I've already figured this out! Come on, just do it! Just leave them in suspension for 17 years! Just as I reached this conclusion, Takeshi, who had cheerfully talked with everyone, suddenly started to decompose with a horrible sound. His skin became soggy and peeled off by itself. His exposed muscle fibers became dark and putrid, his surface flaking away. His cells started to dissolve and run like mud, dripping to the ground. His abdomen burst open, spilling his internal organs. His hair fell out in chunks, exposing a white skull underneath. All that was left was the white bones, with pieces of red flesh stuck to them. Eventually, even his skeleton collapsed with a dry sound. At the same time, Koko disappeared without a sound. Confused, Hokuto and I flew back to 2017. Yubisai Harukana was still standing in the same place.
You!
You.
何よ、いなくなったかと思えばまた戻ってきて。
Well, you just disappeared and now you're back again.
さっきのは冗談でしたとか言わないでよね。
Don't tell me it was only a joke or something.
言わないよ。
I won't.
さっきのは本当のことだ。真実なんだ。
It was real, I'm telling the
たけし
truth.
とココは今、カプセルポットで眠ってる。
Takeshi and Koko are sleeping in the capsule pods right now.
でも、
But
絶対に二人を救出しないで。
you can't rescue them.
どうしてよ。
Why is that?
それは、
It's because I can't stand it any longer. I pushed away Hokuto's consciousness and jumped to the front. You have to wait for 17 years. I told her this before anything else. 17 years from now, I will reappear before you, I promise. Puckering out her lips, and Yu cocked her head to the side. Just listen carefully to what I'm going to tell you. I explained to her about the following. 17 years from now, I will reappear to you all. I just told you that, right? But in order for me to reappear, you will need to trick me. So then I am asking you to do this. Trick me 17 years from now. Trick me into falsely believing that it is the year 2017 again. When that happens, I will still be the third eye, blink winkle. And that will cause me to reveal myself. And unless I reveal myself, neither Takeshi nor Koko will be saved. Because in order to restore life to Takeshi, who sank to the bottom of the ocean, I will need to reappear as myself and go back to the year 2017. And if I do not appear myself, Takeshi is going to rot at the bottom of the ocean. And if Takeshi fails to reach the laboratory, Koko will be left in the hallway. Both of them will die. Do you get it? So no matter what happens, you need to stay away from IBF until 17 years from now. If you save Takeshi and Koko now, the events in 2034 will fail to take place. And if that happens, I will not appear. If I do not appear, then I will be unable to save Takeshi and Koko in 2017, which will form a time paradox, and Takeshi and Koko will disappear. I'll repeat it again, okay? In order for me to appear in the year 2034, you must not rescue Takeshi and Koko now. I know it is painful, but that is the only way. And as for the way to trick me, well, how can I explain? You will need a bit of preparation. Although it should not be too difficult, you certainly have enough time, 17 years actually, so it should not be impossible. I will tell you what to do. Are you ready? The day to act on this plan will be Monday, May 1st, 2034. First, Sara will be visiting Lemu for a school event on that day. Sara and Tsugumi's daughter will be born next January. Sara is Tsugumi's daughter who will be born next January. She is actually a twin, and her twin brother's name is Hokuto. But due to an unavoidable circumstances, Tsugumi, Sara, and Hokuto will be separated. So you will probably just tell Tsugumi you will be reunited with your son and daughter in Lemu. And if you tell her that, Tsugumi will come to Lemu for sure. Next, you can also invite Hokuto in the same way. If you tell him you will meet your mother and sister, he will also come, alone. You must also have your daughter, Yubi Sayaki Kana, work as Lemu attendant just as you did. If you coach her, you could teach her in that direction, lead her in that direction, right? And you must not tell anything to Sora. It is best that you erase her memories of the incident in 2017. There is nothing to worry about because all the backup memories were saved on the terabyte disk. And finally, you will need the cooperation of the young Kabaraki. 17 years from... So you hold on to that disk and you eventually stick it back in 17 years later after the incident in 2034. Okay. 17 years from now, Kabaraki must look and act absolutely like Takeshi Kuronari. So you must begin training to look and act just like Takeshi. Do not worry, he will catch on in 17 years. These 6 people are required for the plan. All you have to do is simply throw them all together into Lemu on May 1st, 2034, and have an accident similar to the one in 2017. If you can arrange this, things will work out by themselves. The time in question will be 1 week from the 1st to the 7th. For these 7 days, you must not interfere with them, no matter what kind of crisis happens, understood? They will survive by themselves, and should I show no sign of reappearing by 9 p.m. on the 6th, then I ask you to rescue them all. Is that clear? Will you do what I just told you? You must not forget. On May 1st, 2034, you are going to trick me, understood? Oh wait, I mean, not me to be exact. It's actually Hokuto. I want you to trick Hokuto. You must trick him so that he will believe he is in the year 2017. 17 years from now, without remembering why, I might ask you something like, why have you called me here? Then I want you to answer this way. I am only following your directions. That is all. It was kind of lengthy, but you understand, you got it right? I need you to understand this. Yubi Harukana was surprisingly accepting, and if overwhelmed by my enthusiasm, she kept nodding her head. But I was still worried about whether she truly understood everything. Well, this confirms something. Koko was definitely not the mastermind. Ooh, was I wrong. The answer's much simpler. Explaining to her again in more detail, I repeated the same words almost as if I were trying to hypnotize her. It took several more hours for her to precisely capture the whole picture. The mastermind is Blinkwinkle, the 4th dimension person. Hokuto and I made sure that she understood one last time, then we left her. The world in 2034 had returned to normal. Hokuto and I were still confronting Yubisai Harukana. She kept her mouth closed as if she had spoken about everything. Yubisai Akikana, stood next to her, also wordless. In this cold silence, I tried to reorganize in my mind what had happened so far and started wondering, why am I here? I found the answer easily. I have appeared because I was tricked by myself from the past. I mean, the mastermind behind the incident in 2034 was no one else other than myself. In 2017, I had told you to trick me, and therefore I appeared in the world in 2034, having been tricked by myself. Thanks to the strength of Hokuto's appeal, Takeshi had come back to life and saved Coco, helping her into the pod and activating the cryogenic suspension. So that was what happened. That moment when Hokuto had shouted out Dad at the dark bottom of the ocean. Everything had happened for the sake of that moment. It had taken 17 years going back in time in order to bring the dead back to life. That was everything. Coco and Takeshi were still sleeping 357 feet under the ocean. So I need to get there in order to save them. Before I realized it, I was already sprinting across the island. I ran on the glass and jumped into the deep rush. Dodging the branches slicing through the wind, I ran like an arrow released. I pumped my legs, I thought. How do I get to the bottom of the ocean? I cut through the woods I was thinking. I sprinted over to the curved arc of a bridge. I reached the docks, the harbor for the floating island. I looked around and didn't see anything that resembled a mini-sub. That would have been bad, so yeah, avoid mini-subs at all costs. As I tried to catch my breath, I walked around the docks. I noticed there was a broken piece of rock in the middle of the open area. All the pieces scattered around were huge. They were as big as my whole body. Oh no, please don't do this. The surface of the rocks had a refined smoothness. Looking closely, I found that some letters were carved on it. Where, above, sky, there was some meaningless letters jumbled on the pieces of rock near me. There were letters on the other pieces. I put the pieces together and tried to guess the original sentence. It said, I can't be able to do the Japanese. Where is heaven? Above the sky and at your feet. It's a stone monument, I whispered. The monument had fallen down for some reason and had broken into pieces. It was due to the tremor from the accident? Or had it been the passengers who, in a state of panic, had rushed toward the docks and knocked it over? I had no idea what the cause was. I picked up the smaller pieces. Oh, it's heavy. I was probably as heavy as Coco. And then a thought just hit me. If I jump into the ocean holding this piece of rock in my arms. Before I had time to think it over, my feet were starting to move already. That's so stupid, though. I ran hard toward the ocean. The moment I reached my maximum speed, I kicked off the ground with all my strength. My body flew in the air. I jumped high over the fence. The blue water surface swayed below my eyes. This is the most extreme dive brick stunt. This is a 375-foot dive brick dive. Gee. Yes, I've done that. I've done the thing like in swimming class where you hold on to the 15-pound block and it pulls you down to the bottom. It's a way to kind of get down to the bottom of like the deep end, which is usually around 12 feet. If you're not like strong enough to swim down there yet. And then there's an exercise where you swim down to the bottom, grab the block, and swim back up, which I have done several times when I was a kid in swimming class, and was okay doing it. I was pretty good at it, I guess. Like, I couldn't dive, like off a board. Like, I had a hard time putting my head through 180, but I could grab the dive brick off the bottom. That's something I could do. I splashed into the ocean holding the heavy piece of stone. The letters on the piece said heaven. Holding heaven tightly to my chest, I plummeted into the darkness. And I sank deeper and deeper. It felt as if I were running fast with the wind against my face. The seawater pressed hard on my eardrums. Unable to pop my ears because I held heaven in my arms. I simply endured the pain. Water pressure increasingly high squeezed my body. I felt as if my joints were about to snap into pieces. My chest felt as though it would be crushed. Deeper and deeper. The deeper I went, the more the water pressure rose. My lungs could not stand it. I decided to open my mouth. Blub. The air in my lungs came out and a large amount of water poured into them. I automatically gagged and started to choke. Even when cold seawater filled my windpipe, and my lungs filled with the water, I felt despair welling up inside me. How far had I gone? I looked up and saw the water's surface far above. I couldn't go back now. I looked below. I couldn't see anything. There was only the blue-white darkness. I couldn't see the bottom of the ocean yet. No matter how fast I sank, 357 feet was still very long. I went deeper and deeper, but scenery was unchanged. The darkness, the world covered in darkness. It occurred to me that I might just be swallowed by some deep ocean trench and keep falling forever. I began to feel desperate. The only positive thing was that somehow the pain had disappeared. I felt that my conscious mind would still be clear, and the sense of pain had numbed. I realized that for the first time in my life, hey wait, to begin with, the body I was in belonged not to me but Hokuto. Thinking about that, I felt guilty. I need to return it in one piece. I couldn't see the bottom yet. My brain was running out of oxygen and I started to lose consciousness. My limbs were numb. The numbness had turned into spasms. Against my will, my limbs started to go wild. I almost dropped heaven. I quickly pulled it close to me and held it tightly to my chest, going deeper and deeper and deeper. I must have looked like a priest at an exorcism gone wrong. Possessed by an evil spirit, my whole body twitched wildly. Clonk. I hit the rock surface and it stopped going down. Splash. I burst forth from the water's surface with great force. Putting my face above the pool, I started coughing hard, trying to expel all the seawater in my lungs. Okay, this is just anime BS at this point. I know they're like talking about like it's impossible to swim up from Drite stock to the surface because too much depth. You go, oh, is it really impossible? How would you hit the pool exactly? Like, how would you go to the bottom and swim up and manage to figure out swim just the right direction in that pitch darkness of 375 feet underwater to hit the pool? I grabbed the rim of the pool. I took a deep, deep breath. I coughed hard as I was breathing in and chucked up a large amount of water. That's a bad word. I repeated that a few times, and now I really understood the suffering Takeshi had gone through. I crawled up weakly onto the floor. Phew. But there was no time to relax. I started running towards the examination room. It had been 17 years since I had last been there. I felt the heaviness of all the past years as I smelled the stale odor in the room. The paint on the capsule had partially peeled off, and the surface of it was rough and weathered. Manipulating the computer terminal, I checked on the status of the pods. Both Coco and Takeshi were safe. Under cryogenic suspension, their body temperatures had been kept at about 40 degrees Fahrenheit, with their heart rates and breathing reduced to only a few times a minute. They seemed to be in good health. The cryogenic suspension device seemed to have been worked properly without a single glitch for 17 years. I deactivated the hibernation program for both the pods. Finally, Coco and Takeshi were set to awaken at any time. First, I opened Coco's pod. Coco. 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 Who is it? It's me, Coco. I came to save you. You okay? Yes. I kept my promise, didn't I? The promise. The promise. The promise. Coco rubbed her eyelids and blinked repeatedly. Oh. Ah. Ah. I knew it. So you did come to save me. Coco jumped up and hugged me. Oh wait. Coco jumped up and hugged me. Oh wait, was it actually Hokuto who she had hugged? Was it me or was it Hokuto? Was it Hokuto who wasn't me or was it me who wasn't Hokuto? I did not fully understand, but still. I hugged Coco tightly too. You know, I've been waiting for you so long. I know. I've been waiting for you so long. I know. I know you would come and get me. I wanted to see you so bad. I just wanted to see you again. My brother. But you see, Coco, I'm not your brother, actually. It's alright. A girl who doesn't have a brother could call someone who is like a brother. Brother. Where is that written? It's not written anywhere. I just decided it. Coco stepped away from me. Coco and I stared at each other as if we were drawn to each other.
Hey, it's strange.
お兄ちゃんに会ったらもっといっぱいいっぱいいろんなことお話ししようと思ってたのに。
I thought I had so many things to talk to you about when I finally see you, but
なんでだろう。
I don't know why,
う
but
まく言葉が出てこないや。
I get all tongue-tied.
でも一つだけ
Oh, but one thing.
前に言いそびれちゃったこと今言ってもいい？
Can I tell you something I couldn't tell you before? Sure.
あのね、
Well,
ここね、
I
きっとびっくりすると思うけど、
I think you'll be surprised, but
もしかしたら信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、
you might not believe me, but
ここ
So we're about to hit some epic reveal, and my only guess is she's gonna say, I am you. That's my only guess.
ここは
well,
お兄ちゃんのこと好きになってしまったみたいなのです。
Oh, okay. Well, lame. Because like Tsugumi has Coco has some sort of power, right? She has ESP or something.
I might have fallen in love with you.
What? My heart skipped a few beats. Well, but I still
17年
For 17 years.
17年間
For 17 years.
ここはお兄ちゃんのこと待ってたんだよ。
I've been waiting for you, Oni-chan.
17年前からお兄ちゃんのこと知ってたんだよ。
I've known about you since 17 years ago, you see.
それにお兄ちゃんはずっとここのそばで見守ってくれてたじゃない。
You've been watching over me this whole time, too.
ここもずっとお兄ちゃんのことを見つめてたし。
But I've been watching you, too.
It all started to make sense to me. Coco and I have been sharing the same time. Though I must have been sharing experiences with Coco through Takeshi's point of view. I'd always been by Coco's side.
好きになっちゃダメかな。
Would it be bad if I fell in love with you?
I don't think so, really.
Well then,
じゃあ決まり。
it's decided.
今日からお兄ちゃんとここは恋人同士。ね。
From now on, you and I are sweethearts, okay?
What? Before I got a chance to ask her back, Coco jumped into my arms again. Coco had regained all her strength. Maybe the antibody had kicked in while she was under cryogenic suspension. Whatever it was, I was relieved. My heart was filled with waves of happiness. It had taken me a while, but it was finally Takeshi's turn. I gave the body back over to Hokuto since I wanted him to have a family moment. Hokuto opened Takeshi's
お
pod.
父さん
Dad.
お父さん
Dad.
お父さん起きてよ
Dad, wake up.
パパ
Father. All of a sudden, Takeshi opened his eyes.
どこだここは
Where is this? He looked around confused. Takeshi realized that Hokuto's face was in front of him and said,
お前は
Who's
お
on?
前は一体
Earth or you?
僕だよお父さん
It's me, Dad. Takeshi took a close look at Hokuto's face. He looked over Hokuto's whole body. He closed his eyes tightly and started banging his forehead with his palm. He opened his eyes and glared at the examination room wall. Then Takeshi grasped as if he'd realized something and looked at Hokuto again.
じゃあお前が北斗なのか
So you're that Hokuto.
そうだよお父さん
That's right, it's me, Dad. It's me,
お
Dad.
父さんお父さん会いたかったよお父さん
Dad, I missed you so much.
お父さん
Dad! Raising his voice like a child, Hokuto rubbed his face against Takeshi's chest.
あちょっと待ってくれ北斗
Hey, wait a second, Hokuto. Takeshi pushed past
落
Hokuto.
ち着け落ち着けどう
Take it easy, will you, alright? Takeshi tapped Hokuto on the back. Takeshi raised himself and stretched his legs outside the pod. Coco rushed to him.
Take-pyon.
Coco hastily jumped at Takeshi and hugged him.
おココなんだすっかり元気になったみたいじゃないか
Why is it Takeshi's wet sprites? Hey Coco, you look all better now.
痛いとこどこもないよ。
I don't have a single sore spot.
そうか作戦は見事に成功したってわけだな
That's great. Looks like the plan worked out beautifully, didn't it?
よかったよかった
That's just so great.
お父さん
Dad. Hokuto jumped at Takeshi and hugged him just like Coco.
はいストッピング
Whoa, stop it now. Takeshi forcibly peeled him away.
どうしてなんで拒絶するの
Why don't you want me to hug you?
その質問に答える前に一つ聞きたいことがある
Before I answer that question, there's something I want to ask you. What's the year?
何
What is it?
俺はどれぐらい眠ってたんだ
Same thing. How long have I been sleeping?
1日か2日か
A day, 2 days?
まさか1週間ってことはないよな
Oh man, I didn't sleep for a week, did I?
え
Huh? Coco already knows. Coco, fill him in.
その反応から察するに1週間以上なのか
Guessing from your reaction, it's been more than a week.
1ヶ月
A month?
3ヶ月かな
3 months then, maybe?
嘘だろ
You gotta be kidding.
じゃあ何か俺は夏を通り越して秋まで
You mean it slept past summer and into autumn? Hokuto and Coco closed their eyes and shook their heads.
今日は5月7日日曜日。
Today is Sunday, May 7th.
ゴールデンウィークの最終日だよ
The last day of the holiday.
なんだよ脅かしやがって
Ooh, come on, you had me scared for a second there. Here comes the
結
punchline.
局あれからまだ数時間しか経ってないってことか
So it's only been a few hours since then. Hokuto and Coco looked at each other, nodded and
お
said,
父さん驚かないでね
Dad, I don't want you to panic, alright?
落ち着いて聞いてほしいの。
Just calm down and listen.
実は
Well, actually,
タケピョンが
Take-pyon.
眠ってた
you have been.
時間は
Sleeping for
チュッチュッチュッチュッチュッチュッチュッチュッ
What?
17年
17 years! After a while, Yubisai Harukana took a small submersible to pick us up at IBF pool. Inside the mini-sub, she scolded Okuto.
石碑を抱えて海に潜るなんて正気の沙汰とは思えないわ。
You've got to be out of your mind to dive into the ocean like that. Yes, he was. You could just... It's so much easier.
しかも水深119メートルの海に潜るなんて。
I mean, 357 feet.
北斗、知らないの？この世界には潜水艇という素晴らしく安全な海中航行用の船が存在するのよ。
Don't you know, Hokuto? In this world, there is this wonderful and safe vessel for going underwater called a submarine. Wonderful and safe vessel called a submarine, you say?
どうして一声かけてくれなかったの？
Why didn't you just let me know?
あなたはバカ。生粋のバカ。史上最大級の大バカ野郎。
And you are stupid. Pure foolishness. You must be the dumbest guy in history. And she's talking to Blinkwinkle when she says this.
まず間違いなく父親の遺伝ね。
Must have come from your father's side of the family, yeah? She kept picking on Hokuto until they reached the surface. Hokuto must have been thinking, it wasn't really me who decided to jump into the ocean. The whole time Takeshi still hadn't accepted the fact that he'd been sleeping for 17 years. No matter how many times they tried to explain, he just wouldn't listen. Therefore, Takeshi still couldn't believe that Hokuto was truly his son. Under the bright sunlight, Takeshi, Koko, Hokuto, and Pipi were hanging around.
おはよ
Good morning.
うで いい言葉だよな。
Those are such nice words.
しっかり起きて頑張らなきゃなって気持ちになるんだ。
They make me feel like getting up and doing my best.
そうだね。
Yeah, I agree.
じゃあここも。
Okay then. I'll say it too.
おはよう、たけぴょん。
Good morning, Takepyon.
ああ、おはよう、ここ。
Good morning, Coco.
じゃあ僕も。
Well, me too.
おはよう、お父さん。
Good morning,
お
Dad.
はよう、息子。
Good morning, son.
息子？そんなもん俺にはいないんだ。
Son, I don't have a son.
娘もいるよ。
You've got a daughter too.
勝手に増やすなよ。
Hey, don't start adding kids like that.
じゃあ何か？俺はこの年で2児の父親だってのか？
Are you saying that I'm the father of 2 children at my age?
そうだよ。
That's right.
だってそうなんだからしょうがないじゃないか。
And it's true whether you like it or not.
ね、ココ。
Right, Coco?
ほくたん。
Right, Hoku-san? Listening to their cheerful laughter, I thought to myself, I should be going back to where I came from. As I began to fade, I heard only their happy voices behind me.
たけぴょん、たけぴょん。
Hey, Takepyon, Takepyon.
Huh?
ここね、新しいお兄ちゃんができたんだ。
I've got a new brother.
お兄ちゃん？
A new brother?
お兄ちゃんでもあり、彼氏さんでもあるんだけど、
He's actually my brother and my boyfriend at the same time.
へえ、よかったじゃないか。
Really? Well, good for you.
ねえねえ、お父さんお父さん。
Hey, Dad, Dad.
だからお父さんって呼ぶな。
Told you not to call me Dad.
じゃあパパ？
How about Father
パ
then?
パもダメだ。
Don't call me that either.
なんでだよ、パパって呼べって言ったくせに。
Why not? Told me to call you Father before.
あれは口が滑っただけだ。
Well, that just slipped out of my mouth.
ねえねえ、たけぴょん、たけぴょん。
Hey, Takepyon, Takepyon.
なんだ？
What's that?
ぷくぷー、ぷっぷくぷ
意味わかんねえよ。
You're not making any sense.
ねえお父さんお父さん。
Hey, Dad,
な
Dad.
んだよ。
What is it
チュワ
now?
チュワチュワチュワチュワーン。お前もか。
You too, huh?
どうしたピピ？
What's up, Pee-Pee?
遠吠えかよ。
You just wanted to
ー。
howl?
たけぴよ、たけぴよ。
呼び方変わってるし。
Hey, stop changing my nickname.
ココちゃんのショートコント。もしも、ココちゃんが怪獣だったら、
Coco's short comedy if Coco were a monster.
ガオーガオー怪獣だぞー。ドシンドシンドシン。いろんなの壊しちゃうぞー。ガオー。
I'm a monster. I am going to destroy everything.
終わっちゃったよ。
What's the
おじい
punchline?
ちゃんの息子、おばあちゃんの息子。
My grandfather's son, my grandfather's son.
紛らわしい。
That's so confusing.
僕たんのショートコント。もしも3年生になったら。
Futon's comedy sketch, if I became a 12th grader.
3年生は最上級生なので忘れ物をしないように頑張りたいです。
Since I've made it all the way to the 12th grade, I'll try my best not to forget to bring stuff to school.
いつも分度器を忘れるので忘れないように頑張りたいです。
Since I always seem to forget my protractor, I'll do my best to remember it.
作文だろそれは。頑張れよ。忘れんなよ。
That's a resolution, not a comedy. Well, do your best, don't you forget it, you hear?
今度はなんだピピ？
What's with you this time, Pee-Pee?
また遠吠えだこれ。
Let me guess, you just wanted to howl again, huh?
たけぴょん、たけぴょん。
なんだ今度は。
What is it now?
ももしたい、いももしたい、いももしたい。
I want to play Caterpillar. I want to play Caterpillar. I want to play Caterpillar.
してなさい。永遠にしてなさい。ね。うん。
Go ahead, no one's stopping you.
お父さん、お母さん。
Dad, Mom.
両党になったの俺。
What, am I both now? And there we go.
思いつかねえなら呼ぶな。
Look, if you can't think of anything to say, don't say anything.
遠吠えだろどうせまた。
We're just going to Hal again.
あ、短くなった、短くなった。なんかちょっとすげえ。
Oh, it's shorter now. Say it's kind of new.
タケピョンタケピョン。
だからなんだよ。
What is it?
プクププププクプ
戻っちゃったよ。
There you go again. I decided to leave as I was hearing their happy voices.
ちょっと待って。お兄ちゃん。
Oh, wait a minute, brother.
What?
またきっと会えるよね。
Can I see you again?
絶対会えるの。必ず会えるの。
I know I'll see you again, no matter what.
ここ信じてるから。
I believe in you.
だってそうでしょ。
Because you know something.
ココとお兄ちゃんは太陽星人なんだから。
You and I are both from the sun, right?
超能力を使えるんだから。
We can use psychic power.
だからお兄ちゃんも信じて。
Okay, so believe in me, too.
ココとお兄ちゃんの世界はしっかりと結ばれてるんだ。
Your world and my world are connected.
二つの世界が今は一つに。
Our two worlds are going to be united.
その結び目にあるのは視点。
And at the intersection, there is a perspective.
ここはいつまでもいつまでもお兄ちゃんと一緒だから。
I'll always be with you, brother.
はい、じゃあまたね。
Okay, so I'll see you then,
お兄ちゃん。
brother.
Is this basically just saying that Coco's going to be in the next game? Okay, so that does the whole timeline. Yeah, it looks like, so it truly was correct. Yu's mother died 15 years ago, her father died 17 years ago. That is correct. Okay, so when I thought it was like her dad actually died 34 years ago, I was somehow mistaken. At the time of the 2034 incident, Yuki died 15 years ago, Yoichi died 17 years ago, because it was Yoichi who was the researcher, who copied Sora onto the disc, and died. Okay. May 7th, 2034, Sun. Time, 11:17 a.m. Takeshi Kuranari. I was in the center of a world of blue, headed back to the mainland. There was nobody on the boat besides us. Me, Hokuto, Tsugumi, Yubi Saiharu Kana, Sora, Koko, Kaburaki, Chami, Pipi. Oh, and the two girls called Yubi Sayaki Kana, Tanaka, and Sara Matsunaga. Altogether 9 people and 2 animals. I slipped a short distance away from everyone and leaned over the deck, railing to look out at the expanse of the ocean before me. The May sun sparkled on the ocean. Above, high above, stretched a clear blue sky. The fresh new sky looked so glossy and vivid that it might spill down to earth at any moment. It was all that was reflected in my eyes. The straight line of the horizon stretched into the distance, dividing the sea from the heavens.
のどかだな。
So tranquil. I murmured to myself. A solitary seagull traced a gentle arc in the sky as the wind carried it away. The wind, full of the smell of the ocean, gently blew by me.
平和だよな。
So I do come back here. Again, it's like that very oddly, verbosely described scenery at the beginning of the game. You always know, because it's so verbose, how so detailedly described, you're going to come back here at some point. It felt as if I were dreaming. Everything that I saw in the scene before me was exactly as it had been 6 days earlier. 6 days? 6 days earlier? For me, it had only been 6 days. Not even a week had passed. I had got separated from my friends that day, and ended up waiting by myself for an elevator. But after surviving for 6 days, I had been sucked 17 years into the future, and my friends are old.
パパパパ
Hey, Daddy.
お父さんお父さん
Dad. I found out that I had a 16-year-old daughter and son. It was a dream. Yeah, that's right, I must have been dreaming. If I'm not dreaming, then no way this could have happened.
ねえパパってば
Hey, Dad, listen. A girl called Sarah pulled up close to me. The girl was wearing a high school uniform. I'd never seen her before. I'd never her seen before. She suddenly pulled up close and pressed her cheek against my arm.
ほら見て見てこれ
Hey, look. Hey, look at this.
私ねちっちゃい頃からずーっとパパのこと見てたんだよ
You know, I've been watching you ever since I was a little baby girl. Oh, and you got the curé now so you can see it. Sarah stuck out a pennant with a mirror attached to it. On the mirror side, there was nothing. But...
そうかそうか。
Oh, really?
なんだかよくわからんが、我が娘よ。
I don't really understand, but that's okay, daughter of
大
mine.
きくなったな。よしよし。
Can't believe how tall you've gotten. Saying this, I stroked her hair. Since I had come this far, I decided there was no reason to hold back. Besides, all of this was a dream. And if I had a daughter this cute, what did it matter anyway? There was no reason to resist the whole situation, and as I was thinking that...
ああ、お父さんずるいよ。
Hey, Dad, no fair.
パパって呼ぶなって、あんなに散々言ってたくせに。
And you kept telling me, don't call me Dad.
どうしてサラのことだけ可愛がるの？
How come you act all dad-like to Sarah?
ねえパパ
Pretty people privilege. Hey, Dad.
今度手裏剣村に連れて行ってほしいでござる
I want to go to Ninja Town for fun someday soon.
手裏剣村か。
Ninja Town, eh? So, if you remember at the end of Ever17, they want to go to an amusement park. Now, that is the Marino sisters, with Makoto coming too. And the setting of the second game, Ever17, just happened to be an amusement park, given a very weird and unique one.
So, we ought to go to Ninja Town. That's going to be like, well, I guess the setting of Remember 11 is going to be Ninja Town, but in a weird, unique Ninja Town, and whatever Ninja Town means.
いいでござるぞ。一緒に行こうでござる。ニンニン。
Why not? Sounds good to me.
こら無視すんな。
Hey, stop ignoring me.
なんでサラの言うことだけ全部受け入れるんだよ。
How can you listen to everything Sarah says?
どうして僕の言うことは聞いてくれないの？
Why don't you listen to a thing I
ねえ
say?
なんで？どうしてなの？お父さん。
Well, Dad, why not?
別に無視してるわけじゃないさ。
I'm not ignoring you.
ただそういう質問には答えたくないだけで。
I just don't want to answer those kinds of questions.
そういう質問？
What do you mean, those kinds of questions?
そうだ。
Those kind.
俺は意味のない質問には答えないことにしたんだよ。
I don't answer meaningless questions. Tsugumi Komachi.
俺は意味のない質問には答えないことにしたんだよ。
I don't answer meaningless questions. I could hear his words coming from a distance, the same words I used to say 17 years ago. In order to protect myself from the strong May sunshine, I had stayed inside the boat. I could see the three of them through the window. Takeshi was on the deck over by the railing, talking to the two kids. I don't answer meaningless questions. Yes, that's why I always kept quiet whenever he had asked me something. There was so much I wanted to talk about. I wanted to tell him about every single day that had passed these long 17 years. But for the moment, watching him innocently playing with the children was enough for me. Everything that had happened up until that point was meaningless. Here was there, right in front of me, and the two children were there. There was nothing more I could have hoped for. I had found happiness, was immersed in it, drowning in it, intoxicated by it. It was truly how I felt. It seemed to me that all the days filled with struggle and sadness had been for that day, that moment. Hokuto and Sara were on both sides of him, and even when he tried to throw them off, they clung to him. I absently petted Chami, who was riding on my shoulder, and I watched the scene before me. Him, Takeshi Kuronari.
だったら生きろ。
So
生
live.
きている限り生きろ。
As long as you're alive, live.
大丈夫。
Don't
俺
worry.
は俺
I.
は死なない。
I'm not going to die. And after saying that, he jumped from our taxi, that stupid man. Stupid man. But he had kept his promise, and there was something I had to tell him. Going outside wrapped in my 100% UV protective clothing, I walked over to where he was. And for some reason, my legs were shaking and my heart was beating so hard it felt like it would burst. Being careful that I wouldn't notice the deep breaths I was taking, I went in and stood in front of him.
たけし、
Takeshi,
おかえりなさい。
welcome home. Suddenly he pulled me close, into his strong arms and solid chest. My body was wrapped in a heat which threatened to melt me, and for one moment my heart would stop beating.
ああ。ただいま、つぐみ。
Yeah, I'm back, Tsugumi.
遅くなって悪かった。
Sorry for taking so long, he whispered.
それにしても
You know,
相変わらず可愛いな、お前。
you're as cute as ever.
やめてよ、そんな。
What, really? Stop it. I
いや、だってあまりにも可愛いからさ。
can't help it. You're so adorable.
どうしちゃったのよ、いきなり。
What's with you all of a sudden?
可愛すぎて食べちゃいたいぐらいだ。
You're so cute I could just eat you up.
やだ、何よ、なんでそんなこと。
Stop it. What are you talking about?
やっぱりお前はチャーミングだ。
Uh-huh, you sure are charming.
チャーミングだからチャミ。いい名前だな。
I suppose that's why they call you Chammy. It's a good name. What? I forcibly pried myself away from Takeshi's chest. His eyes were leveled at my shoulder. I looked over to see what he was staring at. Chammy was busy grooming himself with jerky movements, using both of his front paws.
もう
I can't believe it.
たけしのバカ。
You're such a jerk, Takeshi. Sara Matsunaga.
たけしのバカ。
You're such a jerk, Takeshi. Mama let out a yell and turning around went back inside the boat, tail wagging. She moved unexpectedly, and Chammy, who had been riding on her shoulder, lost his balance and fell to the deck.
おい、つぐみ、どうしたんだよ。
Hey, Tsugumi, what's wrong? Dad went chasing after Mom. Wham! Bang! Crash. A series of frightful sounds ensued. I looked over on the other side of the window and could see Mama wildly brandishing the head of the costume she'd been wearing. She had on one of the lemur fox monkey costumes in order to stay out of the sun. I could see Father's back as he was desperately trying to calm Mother down. Hokuto and I looked at each other and started laughing. And Chammy, he was calmly acting as if nothing had happened and just continued cleaning himself. I leaned down and put Chammy in my palm and stood back up. Mom had already told me about this little hamster's ordeal. When I thought about how Chammy had lived through the same circumstances we had, it made my heart warm. I could feel the beating of his tiny heart in my palm. Thump thump, his heartbeat was tiny but consistent. It goes without saying, but I thought to myself, Chammy is living each moment to the fullest.
ねえお兄ちゃん、私たちこれからどうなっちゃうのかな。
Hey, what do you think is going to happen to us after this?
どうなっちゃうって？
What do you mean?
ライプリヒに
It's Leiblich.
またライプリヒに捕まっちゃうんじゃ。
You don't think Leiblich will come after us, do you?
大丈夫よサラ。心配しないで。
You'll be alright, Sarah. Don't worry, okay? Someone was talking to us. Looking around, I saw...
ナッキョ先輩じゃなかった。
Oh, hi, Nakyu. No, wait,
田中先生、優美生はるかなさんでしたよね。
Miss Tanaka, Yubi Sarukana, right? Miss Tanaka nodded slightly. Hokuto asked Miss Tanaka,
大丈夫ってどういうことなの？
What do you mean we'll be alright?
こういうことよ。
What I mean is... After saying that, she took out the newspaper that had been tucked into her pocket and handed it to my brother. He opened it up. I nestled it up against my shoulder and looked at the front page headline. Leiblich Pharmaceutical responsible for the outbreak of Tiefblau virus. Compulsory investigation to begin in a day or two. It was learned that the Tiefblau virus, TB, which had ravaged the world since 2017, was manufactured by the Frankfurt-based pharmaceutical giant Leiblich Pharmaceutical. When a whistleblower from the Japan-German Joint Managed Research Facility came forward earlier this week. Spurred by these allegations, the Metropolitan Police Department is expecting to open a criminal investigation. And it will focus on Leiblich's branch offices as well as related research facilities. Leiblich Pharmaceutical has for some time been conducting research and development of TB for the purpose of manufacturing a biological weapon. The outbreak of the virus is rumored to have occurred in the research facility around May 1st, 2017. Leiblich not only sought to cover up the accident, but also continued research into TB without the authorization of the Ministry of Health, under conditions of extreme secrecy according to the whistleblower. The location of the company's research institute has not yet been confirmed. Numerous other doubts involving Leiblich include charges of it wrongfully detained citizens for the purpose of human experiments, have been raised and are to be investigated. In order to fully uncover the facts behind these allegations and reported incident, the Metropolitan Police Department is requesting cooperation from authorities in Germany, where Leiblich's head office is located.
ライプリヒ製薬の影響力は国家権力にまで深く浸透してるから、まあいろいろと根回しは大変だったんだけど。
So I guess this is the whistleblower, right here. Leiblich has a lot of influence, even political clout at the national level, so laying the groundwork for this was really tough, but Miss Tanaka took out an old marker and scratched it against her cheek.
じゃあここに書いてある内部告発をした人っていうのは。
So the whistleblower mentioned in this article is...
そう、私。
That's right, it was me.
本当はマスコミや警察にリークしたのはだいぶ前なんだけどね。
Actually, I leaked this to the police and the press quite a long time
で
ago.
も裏でこそこそっと取引みたいなことをして、
There's been a lot of behind-the-scenes maneuvering.
5月7日になるまでは絶対に何があっても動かないでってそう言っておいたの。
So I told them, whatever happens, don't move before May 7th.
パパとココちゃんっていう女の子を助けるために。
You mean in order to rescue Dad and that girl, Coco?
そういうこと。
That's right.
じゃあ
Well, yeah, but that's... Oh. Okay.
もう私たち追いかけられずに済むんだ。
The rest
自
of
由
the
にな
time...
ったんだ。
That means that, like, it's messing with the time paradox a little bit, but if whatever happens in the end ends up self-consistent, I guess that's fine. That means they won't come after us and we're free. Yep.
だからもう何も心配しなくてもいいのよ。
And there's nothing to worry about, okay? Miss Tanaka smiled kindly. Just then,
心配しなくてもいい？何よそれ。よくそんなこと言えるよね。
there's nothing to worry about. How can you say
お
that?
母さん、誰に向かって言ってるのか分かってるの？
Do you have any clue who you're talking to?
ユウ、
You?
マヨが今までどれほど辛い思いをしてきたのか、お母さん考えたことあるの？
Do you have any idea how hard a time that Mayo's been through? Have you stopped to think about that, Mother?
ちょっとお母さん、一緒に来て。
Come here, Mom, for a second.
話があるの。
I have something to tell you. Yubisaharu Kana Tanaka.
話があるの。
I have something to tell you. And saying that, my daughter tugged firmly on my arm and led me over to a corner of the desk.
話って何？
What do you want to talk about?
言わなくても分かってるでしょ。
You already know, right?
お母さんは2025年にレミューで働き始めた。第三視点を研究するために。
2015, you started working in Lemieux to conduct research into the third eye.
本当の倉成武史とあのココっていう女の子を救うために。
I mean, in order to save the real Takeshi Kurinari and that girl called Coco.
だったらどうしてなの？
So
レ
why?
ミューで働いてたんならライプリヒの施設に監禁されてたマヨを助け出すことだってできたでしょ？
If you were working at Lemieux, you could have found a way to rescue Mayo, who's been locked up at Liebig's facility all this time.
つぐみと子供たちを会わせてあげることだってできたでしょ？
You could have reunited Tsugumi and her kids, right?
なのにどうして？
So why didn't?
それは
Well, it had to be done to save Takeshi and Coco. We didn't dare to change history. Because I had made a promise to Blink Winkle in 2017.
何にも教えてくれないのね。
So you aren't going to tell me anything, are
い
you?
つもさ、自分一人で勝手に何でも決めちゃって。
It's always like this. You always decide everything.
でもこの一件が起きる前に説明したところでユウはきっと信じてくれなかったでしょ。
Even if you couldn't trust me enough to explain things before all this happened.
だからって騙すなんてひどいよ。
You didn't have to lie to me.
今まで18年間私は騙され続けてきたんだよ。
You've lied to me these 18 years. Yes, I have. And there is nothing I can do to apologize.
嘘はつかないで、隠さないで、全部教えてほしいの。
So I don't want you to lie to me or hide anything. I want to know everything.
まだ私に言ってないことあるんでしょ？
There are things you haven't told me yet, right?
本当のお父さんのこと、お母さんのこと
Like who my real dad and mom were?
聞かせて、お願いだから。
Tell me, please. I didn't hesitate. I told her about her father Yoiki and her mother Yuki. I told her the truth, all of it. May 6, 2017. Because Coco was sick, we all headed to IBF Research Lab. Well, Takeshi and young Kabaraki and Tsugumi were searching around the research facility. I stayed behind in the examination room. Coco and the researcher were lying in the capsule pods. The researcher who was fighting to stay conscious as the virus consumed his body told me this.
まさかこんなところで再会することになるとはな。
You, I never dreamed that we would meet again in a place like this. That's right, he was my father, YT, Yoiki Tanaka. And he was lying there in agony, As he was lying there in agony, he explained to me what had happened. 2000 AD. My father was a researcher in the Limited Development Project. One day, by accident, he discovered that Liebig was developing the TB virus. TB was a potent virus which has an exceedingly high mortality rate, and Liebig was planning to sell it to military buyers around the world. Father, whose sense of justice was stronger than anyone I have ever known, appealed to the company to stop development of the virus immediately. But of course they refused. That being the case, my father made up his mind. He hacked into the highly protected company database, collected evidence, and prepared to leak the information to the press. However, Liebig found out before he could make his move and put him in a situation he could not escape. They threatened my father, telling him, should you escape from here, your wife and child will probably die, in an unfortunate car accident. And my mother, Yuki Leiblich, said, your husband is missing after a highly tragic accident. When making his rounds on the Lemieux premises, he slipped and fell into the ocean. We were doing everything we can to search the surrounding waters, but his remains still had not been located. My mother believed them. It was the summary of my first year. Time passed and it was the year 2017. My father, who had been maintaining the computer system for IBF, was caught up in the TB outbreak. And all the researchers fled one by one. My father stayed in IBF because he was worried about me. My father knew I was working at Lemieux. And my father, right in front of my eyes, after enduring one disaster after another and gasping in pain, while clawing at his throat, he struggled until the end to say, my daughter. My daughter, take care of her. His last words.
この事故を発端として、ティーフブラウイルスは世界中に蔓延し、猛威を振るうことになった。
Because of that accident, the TB virus broke out, causing terrible suffering all over the world.
だけど、ライプリヒス製薬は、ウイルスのことや研究所の存在自体も隠蔽し、事件を完全に闇の中へと葬り去ってしまったの。
Leiblich Pharmaceutical concealed everything. The truth about the virus, the research facility, everything locked away. And the press only reported what it was a deadly virus of unknown origin. Even the experts had no idea where the disease really came from. However, the incubation period was very short, so even though the death rate was high, in many cases the carrier died before infecting others. So while the TB virus spread rapidly for a time, by 2019, 2 years after the accident, the pace and scale of the disease destruction gradually waned. But that doesn't mean there weren't victims. The number of people that the virus killed is said to have reached several tens of thousands. Oh, it's not that bad. And one of them was my mother, Yuki. I know of viruses that have killed more than just tens of thousands. Like, I don't know, the flu. It was 15 years ago, and my mother caught TB, and it robbed her of her life. My sadness, anger, and hatred all came together then. I swore that I would get revenge on Leiblich. I infiltrated Lemieux and at the same time started formulating a plan to rescue Takeshi and Koko, who were trapped in the research facility. And the person who helped me do that was Ryogo Kaburaki. We had spent every moment of the last 17 years preparing for this. Yes, it was the only thing that I've lived up until now. To make Leiblich pay for taking my mother and father from me and to save my friends Takeshi and Koko. In order to do that, we needed to discover the third eye, Blinkwinkle. Without his help, there was nothing we could do. There is no other way that we, who are living in this dimension, could go back in time. That was how the whole plan had been set in motion. All towards May 1st, 2034. After finishing my explanation, I let out a big sigh. Biting on the nail of her thumb, my daughter looked up at the
ほら
sky.
その顔、やっぱり信じてくれてないじゃない。
See, look at that face. I knew you wouldn't believe me. She looked at me.
こんな話を信じろっていう方がどうかしてるのかもしれないけどね。
Then again, who would?
でも事実は事実だから。
But it doesn't change the fact that it's the truth. I reached out to stroke her hair. She stared at me blankly, looking just like I did 17 years ago. Reckless, full of fire, pure of the point of being dangerous, and unable to control her emotions. Her innocent eyes had seen none of the evil and corruption in this world. Looking into her eyes, I could see everything she was thinking. She wasn't mad, she wasn't unhappy. Just afraid to accept the truth. She didn't know how to handle it, and was scared and embarrassed by that fact. So I reached out and held her closely. There's no need for you to say anything. I thought this quietly to myself.
お母さん、
Mom,
お母さんの言ってることは分かった。
I understand what you're trying to tell me. She whispered this quietly in my ear.
でもね、どうしても一つだけ確かめておきたいことがあるの。
There's something I have to know.
何？
What?
私はお母さんにとってどんな存在なの？
What do I mean to you? I laughed without thinking and
あな
replied,
たは私のすべてよ。
You are everything to me. Yubi Sayaki Kana Tanaka.
あなたは私のすべてよ。
Mom said these words to me. I had wanted her to tell me, you are my daughter, but for some reason it didn't bother me. Another voice inside my head murmured, "Shouldn't you be furious? You should slap her across the face." For some reason, I couldn't get angry. I relaxed against my mother, who held me tightly, and I could only feel dizzy from her warmth. All of the normal reactions, such as lashing out like a wild animal and my sudden mood swings. The warmth of her hug took all of that away. Mom. When it came down to it, I still thought of her as my mother. There was an instinct itch that transcended my basic reason. It was beyond my ability to control. In the end, no matter what anyone said, the woman in front of me was my mother. She wasn't much of a mother to me, but she was the only mother I had. And that's all there was to it. At that moment, it occurred to me, I only differed from other people in the way that I was born. I had been told since I was a little girl that there were lots of things in this world that were hard to believe. In junior high and high school, all my friends loved to talk about all kinds of strange things. Psychic phenomena, supernatural powers, UFOs, UMA, super acts, ancient civilizations, urban myths, curses, fortune-telling, miracles, mysteries. I thought I had dismissed all these things in a girlish fantasy. But something had now changed slightly. I mean, my existence itself was something hard to explain. If I thought about the fact that I myself, this girl called you, was somewhat of a mystical entity, then ectoplasm, cattle mutilations, Rip Van Winkle, the Lemurian civilization, all of these things seemed like normal, everyday things. Even the third eye. And while these thoughts drifted through my head, my mother quietly went inside of the boat. Left by myself in the corner of the deck, I basked in the lingering warmth that remained on my skin. The boat slowly rocked back and forth as it cut through the waves. The smell of the ocean quietly wafted by, carried by the sea breeze. The smell of the ocean quietly wafted by, carried by the sea breeze. Soon...
あ、ユウ、こんなとこにいたんだ。探したんだよ。
Hey you, you've been here all along. I've been looking for you. The kid, Hokuto, came walking over to me.
実は、ユウに相談したいことがあって。
Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you.
相談？
Ask me. Hokuto nodded deeply and said,
僕、大学に入ったら、考古学を専攻しようと思ってるんだけど。
I've been thinking I want to study archaeology when I go to college. Hokuto.
僕、大学に入ったら、考古学を専攻しようと思ってるんだけど。
I told to you what I've been on my mind.
どうしてまた考古学なんか？
Yeah, why is that?
第三視点について、もっといろいろと勉強したいから。
Well, because I want to study more about the third eye. You was silent. Huh? That was... What, are you stupid? There's no such thing as the third eye. I thought for sure that she would come back with something like that, but I was caught off guard by her reply.
で、相談の内容は？
And what did you want to ask me about? Well,
僕、考古学を専攻することはもう決めたんだけど。
I've already made up my mind that I'm going to study archaeology, but...
でも、そんなことを言いながらも、実は考古学についてほとんど何も知らないわけで。
Still, I don't really know much about it.
だから差し当たって、どんなことを予習しておくべきだとか、最適な入門書みたいなものはあるのかとか。
Like what kind of things I should do to prepare, or if there are any books you know that are good primers on the subject.
そんな感じのアドバイスをしてもらえたらなーなんて思って。
So I was hoping that you would give me some advice.
アドバイスって言われてもね。
Well, I don't know what kind of advice I can give.
私もまだ大学に入ったばっかりだし、授業って言ってもほとんどがパン教だったりするわけだし。
I've only started college, so I've only taken my recs. So I've only really taken my recs.
パ
So
ン教？
recs
一般教養科目のこと。
required classes.
考古学を専門的に勉強できるようになるのは3年になってからなの。
In order to major in archaeology, you've got to be a junior. If you actually encounter a college that actually acts like this, don't go to it. Right. Start taking your major courses as a freshman. Go work in your general education, maybe. Like, in between. If they just did away with general education entirely, that would be great.
そうなんだ。
Oh.
だから私に助言を求められても。
I managed to go to like a subsection of a college that there was relatively, because of, they actually had like different amounts of general education depending on your major. Because of my major, I had relatively little of general education to do, so I just didn't take very much of it, and it was fine. Like maybe up to, let's see here. So it would take 10 classes of general education, but I opted out of one of them, so 9 total. And then for the major was like, I don't know, 20? Maybe close to 30, and then for the other major, somewhere around 15. So, like, 4 times as many major classes as general education classes, at least. And then I had extra stuff on top of that, so yeah.
でも一つだけ。
But maybe there is one thing.
考古学はやめといた方がいいと思うよ。
You should probably study something else.
どうして？
Well, why?
考古学って少年が思ってるよりもはるかに地味な学問なのよ。
Archaeology is way more boring than you are probably thinking. Actually, everything is way more boring than you are probably thinking. Every single thing you could major in is more boring than you think it is. All of them are.
映画に出てくるようなインディアナ・ジェーンズの世界とは全くの別物。
It's a lot different than they show in the movies.
それにね、
A lot of brushing. And besides, you know what?
第三視点を本気で勉強したいんだったら哲学とか心理学とかそっちの方面に進んだ方が的確だと思う。
If you want to study about the third eye, you are better off attacking it from the direction of philosophy or psychology, which are both even worse ideas.
考古学っていうのはそもそも人類史を研究する学問なんだから。
Besides, archaeology is a subject that studies human history. No.
でもいいんだよ。もう決めちゃったんだもん。
But it's okay, I've already made up my mind.
僕は人類史的な側面から第三視点についてアプローチしようと考えているわけで。
I've been thinking I could approach the study of the third eye from the angle of human history.
また小難しいこと言っちゃって。
There you go, being difficult as always.
本当はただ単に私と同じ分野に進みたかっただけなんじゃないの？
I think the real reason you want to study it is so that you can be in the same field as me.
つまり少年は私に憧れちゃってると。
I mean, it's obvious that you like me.
そうかもね。
Yeah, you're probably right. I told her point blank how I felt. And it seemed like my reply caught her off guard.
ともかく僕が考古学を専攻することは運命的に半分決まっちゃってるようなものだし、しょうがないんだよ。
Part of me feels like choosing to study archaeology was already half decided by destiny, so I don't have a choice.
運命的？
By destiny?
うん。
Yeah.
別の歴史の流れの中では僕はそんな未来を歩むことになってるんだ。
In another space-time continuum, I'm destined to walk that path in the future. Huh?
ユウにはいくら説明したって分かってもらえないと思う。
I don't think you'll understand it no matter how much I explain it anyway.
でも僕は確かに見たんだよ。
But I know what I saw.
その未来では僕とユウは付き合ってて。
In that future, you and I were going out and... What?
だからきっとこの歴史の中でも僕とユウは運命的に付き合うことになるんだと思う。
So I'm pretty sure that in this time, you and I were destined to be together as well.
ちょっと待ってよ少年。勝手に決めないでよ。
Hey, wait a second, kid. You're getting ahead of yourself here.
運命だかなんだか知らないけど、そういうことはお互いの承認と了解を得て初めて成立する関係でしょ。
I don't know how much about fate, but things like that are decided with both people's consent. After that happens, you start going out.
そうだね。じゃあ今言うよ。
Yeah, okay, I'll say it right now.
今？
Now? Yeah.
ユウ美生秋かなさん、
He's gonna do it. Will you marry me? Yubise
僕と
Akikana.
付き合ってください。
Would you go out with me?
なぜなら僕はあなたのことが大好きだから。
Because I'm crazy about you. Crazy about you. Ryogo Kaburaki. Because I'm crazy about you. It was 2017, I was still 15. I was stuck in the mood, in a total state of confusion with no memory and had even forgotten my name, Ryogo Kaburaki. I was 15 years old, all I wanted at that time was stability. Young as I was overcome with amnesia and even doubts as to whether my existence would fade away. In the midst of my chaos, it was her innocent smile that helped thaw my frozen heart. I fell for her right away. All I had to do was see her smile. That's all it took. My fear disappeared, blown away like leaves falling off a tree in autumn. Although I had still uncertain about who I was, her uniqueness helped me turn my eyes away from the turmoil inside of me to the world around me. Perhaps it was because of my uncertainty. I suppose that I might have been grasping for my identity through the love that I felt for her. It was an empty shell. I was an empty shell at that time. Flowing into that void was her simple, pure smile, innocent, and her total lack of artifice. From that point on, for 6 days, she was in my thoughts constantly. I found myself looking at her all the time. This is someone we don't really know anything from his perspective at all. This is like the first time we're seeing inside this particular person's head. And given I really don't like this person from what I've seen so far, which is like the whole game, I didn't have the courage to tell her, but it was enough for me just to see her. That was how fond I was of her. I loved her. Coco Yagami. And then May 6th, the fateful day arrived. I had come down with TB, and when the rescue team found me, I had lost consciousness. By the time I found out that Coco had been left behind in the research facility, a few days had already passed. Then, when Yubisai Harukana, told me what had happened, I was shocked. At the same time, I thought I'd got to go save her. I didn't even wait for you to finish the rest of her story, I just ran outside. You caught up with me and started telling me about things about the third eye, the fourth dimension, the past and the future, but none of it made sense. 17 years from now, you have to go back to Lemu. You'll return as Takeshi Kuranari. Unless you can trick Blinkwinkle, take him up, wake him up and bring him to our world, you'll never save Coco and Takeshi. So please help me. That was what you asked me. It took a few more months for me to become fully convinced. All I wanted to do was save Coco. If she'd be alright, I didn't mind the danger. Even if I was despised, blamed, criticized, even ridiculed, none of that mattered to me. I just wanted to see Coco smile again. Still, there was Takeshi to consider as well. I respected him greatly. He was brave enough to sacrifice his life to save the woman that he loved. For a 15-year-old like me, Takeshi was a role model. I swore that I would save Coco and Takeshi no matter what it took. 17 years later, for 17 years you and I had spent every minute, every second putting our plan in motion. Yes, I have lived for this day. Just 6 days, Coco and I had only spent 6 days together. But in those 17 years, not a moment went by that I didn't think about her, because I love her. That was the only reason I had been able to fool everyone. Hey, kiddo. My heart leaped. I dropped the whole gargling thing. She was calling to me. I couldn't turn around. I stood there frozen, even forgetting to breathe. Hey, what are you doing here all by yourself? Coco rapped me on the head and peeked around at my face. Come on, join everyone. It's no fun by yourself, right?
でも
I...
もしかして翔ちゃん、
you're
な
not...
んか気にしてる？
You're not worried about something, are you?
みんなのこと騙してきたから罪悪感に苛まれちゃってるとか？
Are you feeling bad that you lied to everyone?
まあ、そんなこと気にしなくてもいいのに。
You don't have to worry about that.
だって翔ちゃんがブリック・ビンケルさんを騙さなかったらココもタケピョンも助からなかったんだよ。翔ちゃんは命の恩人さんなんだよ。
Besides, if you haven't been able to trick Blinkwinkle, Takepyon and me wouldn't be here right now. We are our lives. Oh, you are our lives, right?
みんなにももうそのことは説明してあるんだし。
You don't have to explain a thing.
感謝する人はいても翔ちゃんのことを責める人なんて誰もいないんだ。
We're all grateful to you. Nobody here blames you.
そうかな。
You really think so?
そうだよ。
Of course I do.
ほら、だから早く早く。
Okay, so come on.
みんな翔ちゃんの少年レインの歌が聞きたいって言って待ってるんだから。
Everyone's waiting to hear your voice, kiddo.
仮面ぼ呼吸なんだから。
Waiting and waiting and
そ
waiting.
の後、みんなでひよこごっこ大会することになってるんだから。
And after that, we're going to celebrate. Coco was laughing. The smile that I had waited 17 years to see was shining right in front of me. Oh. The smile that I had waited 17 years to see was shining right in front of me. It made me dizzy to look at. The electronic rhythm pulsed throughout my body, the excessive voltage throwing my logic circuits out of order. It was a pain that I experienced before.
なあソラ。
Hey Sora.
おいソラ。
Hey Sora.
こらちゃんと聞いてるのか人の話。
Hey, are you listening to me?
何でしたっけ？
Huh? What are you talking about again?
これだよこれ。ピピ。
This here
い
PP.
きなり動かなくなっちゃったからさ、調べてもらおうと思って。
You stopped moving all of a sudden. I just thought maybe you could take a look at him. Takeshi lifted up PP and stuck him out in front of
い
her.
きなりですか？何か考えられる原因は？
All of a sudden, you say? Any reason you can think of?
うんある。
Oh, maybe.
つぐみがな、突然船室の中で暴れ始めて、
Tsugumi, she started thrashing around in the cabin and
俺はあいつを組み伏せようとしたんだけど、逆に弾き飛ばされちゃって。
I tried to pin her down, but she threw me off.
で、尻餅をついたところにピピがいて、
And when I went down, this little guy happened to be there.
ピ
And
ピの上に乗っかってしまったということですか？
I landed right on top of him. Maybe that's what it would have caused it.
ああ、そしたら動かなくなってしまい。
Yep, after that he stopped moving.
ちょっと貸してください。
Let me take a look. I took PP from Takeshi and started a diagnostic
お
on
か
him.
しいですね。どこにも異常は見当たらないようですけど、
That's strange. I don't see anything wrong with
お
him.
そらくバッテリー切れではないでしょうか。
Maybe his battery ran out.
そっか。よかったよかった。
Phew, what a relief.
俺が壊したなんて言ったら、ココだけじゃなく、ユウにも、ユウの娘にも恨まれるだろうからな。
If they thought I'd broken him, Coco, you and her daughter would be been furious at me.
私だって恨みますよ。
Well, I would have been too. Upset that he hadn't included me, I
私
continued.
もピピには愛着を持っているのです。
I'm fond of PP too, you
い
know.
いえ、愛着などという言葉では言い表せないぐらい、私とピピは深いところで通じ合っているのです。
I don't even think fond describes it. You might say PP and I are connected on a deeper level.
そもそも今から17年前、
17 years ago,
ピピが海の底に潜ってテラバイトディスクを拾ってこなかったら、今の私は存在していないのですから。
if PP hadn't picked up my terabyte disk, I wouldn't be here right now.
そして洋上に浮かび上がったピピを田中さん、優美星はるかなさんのことですが、
And after PP got to the surface, Yubisai Harukana that is,
彼女がピピを回収し、ディスクに記録されたデータを私の中にコピーして、
took the data off the disk and copied it to the body you see now.
だからこそ今の私は17年前に皆さんと過ごした記憶や自我やそういったものを保っていられるのです。
That is the reason I was able to maintain the records of what happened to all of you 17 years ago.
その後ピピは田中さんに引き取られ、それ以来ずっと今日まで田中家の一員として可愛がられてきました。
Oh, after that you took in PP, and from that time she's been a member of the Tanaka family. My mom has a robotic dog too, and it's one of those older models, but it just keeps on ticking. That was literally PP. Oh.
つまりピピは私たちにとってなくてはならない存在だということです。
In other words, PP is an irreplaceable part of all our lives.
このことはすでに倉成さんにはお話ししたはずですが、
I thought I'd already told you.
ああ、確かに聞いたよ。そうだったな。
Yeah, that's right, now that you mention it.
でもだからって、そんなにムキにならなくてもいいじゃないか。
But come on, you don't have to get so serious about it.
とにかく、ピピは壊れてなかったわけだし、それでいいだろ？
Besides, PP isn't broken, so what's the big deal? Takeshi laughed pleasantly. Oh, I can't fight it. His smile always disarms me. It was as bright as the sun and powerfully magnetic. He could charm me effortlessly. It isn't fair that smile should be outlawed, Takeshi.
ところで、ソラ、一つ聞いてもいいかな？
By the way, Sora, can I ask you something?
なんでしょう。
What is it? I looked away and tried desperately to regain control of my wildly racing mind so that he would not see through my true feelings.
こんなこと聞くのは、ひょっとしたら失礼に当たるかもしれないんだけど、
I hope you don't think it's rude for me to ask this, but
その、
Mura,
空の体についてなんだ。
it's about your body.
体ですか？
My body.
ああ、
Yeah.
俺が見た感じだと、今の空は人間と全く変わらないような肌の質感をしてるし、
As far as I can tell, you look totally human. Your
仕
skin.
草とか佇まいとか、そういうのもすごく自然で、
The way you move, your appearance, everything is so natural.
失礼でも何でもないじゃないですか。
That isn't rude at all.
むしろ今のは褒め言葉ですよ。ありがとうございます。
Actually, that's a compliment, isn't it? Thank you.
それで質問というのは？
And was that your
い
question?
や、だから空の体は一体どんな仕組みになってるのかと思って。
No, I mean, I was wondering how your body is put together is all.
不思議ですか？
Is it strange to
うん、
you?
不思議だ。
Yeah, a
不
bit.
思議だと思うと同時に嬉しかったりもするんだけどな。
And at the same time, I'm happy.
だってほら、こんな風に触れるようになったから。
I mean, I can actually touch you now. As he said this, Takeshi put his hand on my cheek. It burned. A lump hot and boiling ran from my stomach to my brain. My generator was burning too much energy, frying my processor. My logic circuits shut down. Takeshi? Oh. Holding Pee-Pee firmly to my chest, I grabbed onto Takeshi's palm with my free hand. Ah, we're actually touching each other. Yes, and also, this is a problem. Takeshi's gonna get smacked somehow. We can touch each other, really touch each other. I'd waited these 17 years for just this moment.
どうしたんだよ、空。酒でも飲んだのか？顔が真っ赤だぞ。
What's wrong, Sora? Have you been drinking or something? Your face is all red.
倉成先生、
Sensei Koronari.
なんだね、茜ヶ崎くん。
What is it, Miss Mekanagasaki?
世の中には不思議なことがたくさんあるのですね。
There are so many strange things in this world, don't you think?
先生は私の体のことをお尋ねになったでしょ？
You asked about my body, didn't you, Professor?
私がどうして実体を持つようになったのか疑問をお感じになったのでしょ？
You wondered how I came to have this body, didn't you?
うん。
Yeah?
その答えはたった一つです。
There is only one
こ
answer.
れは奇跡なんだと思います。
It was a miracle.
奇跡？
Miracle?
はい、女神アフロディーテの奇跡です。
Yes, a miracle from the goddess Aphrodite. Takeshi looked straight into my eyes and blinked. I heard it pronounced Aphrodite sometimes. He opened his eyes wide with a start and
ピ
said,
グマリオンか。
Pygmalion. I slowly, quietly nodded. Just then, hello. In came the girl with boundless energy, Coco. I quickly let go of Takeshi's hand.
ねえねえ、ピピに炊けなかった
Hey, hey, have you seen Pee-Pee?
っていうか、ソラさん持ってんじゃん。
Hey, wait a sec, you're holding him, Sora.
ええ、だけどピピ、今バッテリーが切れてるみたいですよ。
But it looks like Pee-Pee ran out of batteries. And saying that, I handed Pee-Pee over to
バッ
Coco.
テリー切れそんなはずないよ。
Out of batteries? That can't be.
だって、さっき充電したばっかりだもん。
I just finished charging him a minute ago. Coco held Pee-Pee between both her hands and started shaking him left to right. He wasn't rechargeable kinetically, so that shouldn't have done anything for him, but... I exclaimed this without thinking as I realized something. Coco and Takeshi both turned to stare at me.
わかっちゃいました。原因、
I figured it out, the reason I mean.
原因？
The reason?
スイッチですよ。
His switch.
ただ単にスイッチが切れているだけなんだと思います。
I think you just need to turn on his switch. Coco lifted Pee-Pee up above her. There was a button on his navel.
いいですか？いきますよ。
Are you ready? Here I go. I stuck out my finger and zeroed in on his belly button. And
ポチッとな。
keep it simple. I firmly pushed the button. Whir. His motor started to run and I could hear the faint sound of something oscillating. Pee-Pee's eyes came to life.
ソラさん、どうもありがとう。
Thank you.
お礼なんかいいですよ。私はただボタンを押しただけなんですから。
Don't mention it. All I did was push a button. Just then. Takeshi broke out in laughter.
そうかそうか。空、覚えててくれたんだな。
So sorry, you remembered. Yes. I smiled from the bottom of my heart and nodded. The world is full of strange and wonderful things, isn't it? The discussion about Pygmalion and keep it simple. Neither of those should have been on my terabyte disk. PP leapt from Coco's arms. and wagged his tail fitfully and raced across the deck.
こら待って待ってピーピー
Wait, Pee-Pee. Making a racket, Coco chased after him. The deck was overflowing with quiet sunlight and cheerful laughter. Looking up there was the sky. The blue sky that continued without end, stretching out in all directions. Could have one character left, and that'd be Coco.
ピーピーこんやろまたんかいこら
Hey, Pee-Pee, hey, you, wait a second, you little... Coco.
ピーピーこんやろ
I was chasing after Pee-Pee. I didn't know why, but that's what I was doing. It was probably just something fun to do. Pee-Pee ran across the surface of the deck like he was flying. Suddenly, Pee-Pee stopped. Just when I thought he wasn't running anymore, he looked up to the sky and started barking at something.
鳥かなんかいるの
Hell, is there a bird or something? I lifted him up. Still, he wouldn't stop barking, so I followed his gaze and looked up into the sky. And there was...
お兄ちゃん
Oh, it's you, brother! Right in front of my eyes floated the outline of my brother, who I love dearly. Well, that wasn't something I had seen. Rather, I am seeing it right now. Right now, at this moment, Coco is looking at you. She cries out suddenly with an elated expression.
はーいみんなちょっとこっち来て
Hey, everyone, come over here.
こっちこっちほら早く早く
Come here, quickly. The first people to arrive were Hokutan and Tsugumi.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
何かあった？
Did something happen?
あれあれ見てよあそこ
Coco, look there, see over there. Coco points at you. She wanted to tell everyone that you've arrived. I mean, it's getting a little bit too overt. Like, a long time ago, it was really easy to tell that the player is Winkwinkle, but, like, this is getting really overt. Tsugumi takes off her hat and squints her eyes against the sunlight. Hokutan is...
あ、本当だ。また来てくれたんだね。
Hey, it's true, you've come back. A smile covered his whole face, and he jumps around as if he will start to dance. Next, Takepyon shows up.
あ？なんかいるのか？
Huh, what's going on? Mayo jumps up
うりゃ
on Takepyon's back, and soon everyone shows up one by one. Sora, Nakyu's daughter.
どうしたんですか田中さん？
What's going on, you?
いいからいいから早く早く
Just come on, hurry. Nakyu, Kiddo.
誰ね？
It's him. Yeah. The boat is suddenly crowded with excitement.
はーいお兄ちゃん
Hey, brother.
ちゃんってば
Coco is waving her arms wildly, hoping,
どう
praying.
かこの思いがお兄ちゃんに届きますように
Please let my thoughts reach my brother.
そして再びお兄ちゃんに巡り合う時が
And
訪
please let me
れ
meet
ますように
and please let me meet with him again someday. Right then, I, Coco, was looking at my brother. Right then, I was looking at the world where Coco existed. Looking down on it with both my eyes, I was sure of it. If the moon is only there because of your belief that it will be there, then you look for it. Then it will be possible that I am here and they are here only because we believe that that we are. The world is here now. I am here looking at the world. I am here looking at myself looking at the world. How far do I go? I don't know the answer. But there are some things I am sure of. I am seeing now. I am being seen now. You are seeing now. And you are surely being seen by someone. Yes. Not done yet. This one. There is some remaining Takeshi ending. Okay, we'll go back and get this. The first thing next. Okay. So what's left to do here? We have 13 more paths. We can knock those out. There's a lot of like some trivial decisions where, like, in Coco's route, we can do them differently. We have to do the extra. We have to do this scene in the Coco route where you go for you instead of Sara. And then, whoops. So, I would do that first. So, first thing I would do next recording is just do that scene right there. And then actually run through this and see if that makes me get us a little bit of that scene makes some new dialogue appear as I fast forward through this whole thing. And that would probably take a whole recording because this Coco stuff is really long. Then we have to, and that might get some of the paths. So we get more towards the complete level pass. Some of those paths are probably like unlike where you're trying to solve the whole password puzzle and you're moving the paper around. That probably creates a lot of paths. So it might be kind of annoying getting all the paths. Then we have one more thing to do though, and that is get this. A lot of question marks. Really long. It's like Tsugumi Sora version. Oh, it's Tsugumi Sora version good end. That's what it is. There's a hybrid good end. What? I just realized, yeah, that's what that's got to be. That's got to be the combined good end. Oh. Oh. But it's not required. Huh. That's interesting. We'll have to figure out how to hit that. Anyway, so I'll still have to do that. So that's the things I'll have to figure out how to do. Okay. Well, Blink Winkle, signing out.